One morning, a beautiful lady lying on her bed suddenly asked the servant if he wanted to kill her. The green-eyed blonde, who was only the girl's assistant, stared at her in amazement. And for some reason, the miss herself was sure that he definitely wanted to harm her, and therefore asked him to at least do it painlessly. With this, the lady bewildered the guy, and he only smiled awkwardly, although he continued to stand near the bed. In the end, the assistant could not stand it and asked how he, being a faithful servant of his mistress Selina, could do this. The girl frowned slightly because she didn't believe the guy but didn't say anything else in response. The image of an assistant frozen in her eyes, who now really did not want to harm her. However, she knew of a future in which this devoted servant would attack her with magic. And as a result, the Duke's daughter will suffer greatly, and no one will be able to help her in any way later. All because this innocent guy and supposedly the most devoted assistant in the future will become the lady's worst enemy and nightmare. Therefore, to protect herself, Selina asked the servant to forget about his beloved magic forever. The guy was shocked when he heard that he would have to renounce what he loved very much. The assistant even tried to smile and laugh it off, saying that it was a very funny joke, although it was not a joke at all. The main character herself knew about what would happen in the near future because she read a book about this world. For some reason, the girl woke up inside this very novel, and even in the body of the main villain. The plot of the book was so well known to the lady only because back in her world she read it every day to her sick sister. The heroine herself hated this story, but she had to read it to her dying sister until her own throat hoarse. This happened because the parents forced their eldest and adopted daughter to take care of the younger one. This girl was in poor health from birth, although she was loved much more than her step-elder. As a result, parents began to blame everything on the little main character, who did not understand why. From childhood, adults taught the eldest daughter that her whole life was devoted to her younger sister, and she was even beaten for disobedience. Even the direction of study and future work were chosen by the mother and father for the older sister, with the goal of helping the younger one later. Because of this, at times the girl began to hate her sister. But then she saw her in a hospital bed and felt sorry for her. The heroine's family relationships were very unstable, but even when her sister suddenly died, nothing got better. This is because the parents no longer needed their eldest daughter, and they almost immediately kicked her out of the house. And when the girl found herself completely alone in the middle of the road, her desire to live completely disappeared. So, without thinking twice, she chose the open roof of almost the tallest building in the city and climbed up there. Standing on the edge of the roof, the heroine thought that all her life she had lived at the mercy of others, and now she did not know what to do. Right now, the lady did not have the strength to take care of herself, let alone move on with her life. The girl was so tired of everything that she didn't want to struggle with difficulties anymore, and simply took off her shoes, climbing to the edge of the roof. To her surprise, the heroine saw in the sky the weakened ghost of her sister, who was already dying in this state. But she couldn't understand why, in the end, only such a figure of her little sister remained in her memory. It seemed to the girl that she should have remembered her sister much more vividly, because all her life she lived only for her sake. Right now, Miss was very sad that her little sister could not even recover for a moment. However, now she no longer cared about absolutely anything, since she had made the only independent decision in her life. The girl felt extremely relieved that she would meet her long-awaited end and be calm. However, having fallen from the roof, the heroine opened her eyes and discovered that she had not died at all, but seemed to be reborn in another body. Somewhat frightened, the lady began to look around and first saw the maid who was opening the curtains. On the table not far from the girl, there were various goodies and pleasantly smelling tea. And in the room itself, there were a lot of maids who ran back and forth and diligently tidied up. Then one of them turned and met Mrs. Gaze, instantly realizing that she had regained consciousness. The assistant immediately flew up to the mistress, screaming loudly, as she was glad that she had woken up. A little later, the maid called Selina's entire family, and they, barely holding back tears, came to her bed. The brother could barely speak out of concern for his sister, although he tried to do so, but still continued to remain silent. But the girl's father was still able to report that they were all very worried after she fell down the stairs 4 days ago. While these three stood near her, the heroine unsuccessfully tried to understand who they all were. She tried to say something, but found that her vocal cords had not yet recovered. The lady's throat began to bleed a little, which greatly frightened her brother, mother, and father, although the miss herself felt almost no pain. When the doctor arrived, he reassured the family, saying that it was difficult for their daughter to talk at the moment, but it would pass. Meanwhile, the current Selina herself was trying to understand which of the people around was who for her. The lady guessed that the guy next to her was her older brother named Aaron Howitt, and the adult woman and man were the lady's father and mother, and the Duchess and Duke of Hawaii. It didn't take long for the heroine to realize that after her death in that world, she suddenly became Selena in this one. But the girl had no idea where the real Selena was now, whose body she now occupied. This made the lady think hard, as she wanted to understand at least a little about what was happening. But in the end, the new mistress came to the conclusion that she didn't want to think now, so she just fell on the bed. A little later, the maids woke up Miss because they had brought her dinner and asked her to eat. The girl was very surprised by the amount of food prepared just for her alone. But she didn't object at all, because she really wanted to eat, although she couldn't eat everything at once. Several days passed, and the girl who was trapped in the body of the young mistress regained her voice, but she was still wheezing a little. Then the parents came to visit their daughter, and Selena felt somewhat sad that they did not know the truth. But she wasn't going to tell everything right now, so she just said she was fine when they asked. Mom smiled contentedly in response, because she was very worried about her daughter all these days. But what reassured the parents most was that their daughter finally had her voice back, so they were happy. Seeing how these adults looked at her in love, the lady only felt great awkwardness. The heroine suddenly realized with sadness that it was unpleasant for her to call these people unfamiliar to her parents. Therefore, the lady preferred to quickly change the topic and asked where they were. Moreover, although she knew her name, she was still unable to figure out what kind of personality she used to be. What will happen in the future is that Selena will ask her assistant to completely forget about magic. The guy absolutely did not understand why this would be better for him, since he did not know the future, as was the case with the mistress. Aiden was incredibly sad, so he even asked why his dear lady was saying such words. But the girl was serious only about instructions and did not want to explain anything at all, and she would not have been able to. However, this situation will happen in the future, and now the heroine was lying on the bed, and her parents were trying to find out if she really didn't remember anything. But in response to all their words, Selena continued to remain silent and did not answer anything, although she could already. In the end, the lady got so tired of such questions that she simply turned away and stared at the ceiling. Miss admitted to herself that she had heard all these names somewhere, but could not really understand where exactly. Suddenly, it dawned on her that she had read about the same family and the same people in one stupid novel. And in this story, the main villain was also called Selena, but the current Selena was not at all eager to be evil. Then an assistant approached the lady and tore her away from her thoughts, as he reminded her that it was time to drink tea. Looking at him, the lady remembered that he was a poor orphan whom the past Selena once brought to her home. But the miss didn't care about the guy, but made him her servant and began to use him as a slave. Initially, he was not devoted to her, but he really wanted to live, so he calmly went with the flow, but in the end, he tried to kill his lady. So now Selena tried her best to shoo away the assistant, saying that she wanted to sleep. She even asked all the other servants to leave just in case, although they wanted to help her. In the end, since they had no right to argue, the assistants left the lady completely alone, just as she wanted. This allowed the heroine to completely immerse herself in her thoughts and think about what she could not think about in front of other people. True, the lady could not help but enjoy her beautiful bed, on which it was incredibly comfortable for her to sleep. The girl understood that the easiest thing for her now would be to just lie there for the rest of her life, but no one would allow it. She herself still couldn't believe that she had become Selena out of all the possible people in the novel she had read. After all, Selena in the book was a real villain and a very greedy woman, which did not seem like a heroine. That lady was very jealous and tried to get everything that people around her, including her brother, got. But she didn't have enough of her own talents and skills for this, which made the girl incredibly angry every time. What depressed her most was that her brother, on the contrary, did everything very easily and simply. Because Aaron was superior to her in many ways, Selena's anger grew every day. As a result, the lady came up with a plan, according to which she began to act, hoping to finally become the best. Selena specially bewitched her brother, making him fall in love with the Holy Virgin Ariel, who was the main character of the book. But even though the guy and girl really fell in love with each other, people around found out that it was the act of Howitt's daughter. Ariel's family became disillusioned with Selena and imprisoned her, despite the family's objections. Quite soon, in this gloomy place, the lady was overcome by illness, and at the age of 23, she died completely alone. Thinking about these events now, the heroine understood that that girl had a very sad fate. But all she wanted right now was to continue lying on the bed, which greatly relaxed the lady. For some reason, the miss believed that she was obliged to die for the sake of the previous mistress, but not now, but a little later. True, so far she did not know at all how to realize her death, but she decided to figure it out as events unfolded. The girl remembered very well that she then jumped from the roof at will and without any hesitation, and so now she couldn't understand why she was ultimately reborn, so it was all too troublesome. In the end, Selena decided that she would just continue to sleep since she constantly wanted to sleep. And in her dream, the lady immediately saw her sister's monitor, which displayed the girl's vital signs. Then the heroine saw her sister herself, who was still lying in a mask and barely breathing due to illness. The parents, as usual, sat near the bed of their sick youngest daughter, and no one paid attention to the eldest. And she only opened her eyes briefly and didn't even smile at anyone, because she wanted to die at that moment. The girl remembered that when her sister died, she did not shed a tear because of it. In her head at that moment, there was only relief and thoughts that her duties were finally over. The older sister took the younger sister by her withered and almost dead hand so many times that she remembered it very well. And about as hard as her younger sister, the villainous Selena once died in prison. She tossed and turned from side to side as much as she could and cried quietly. Right now, in her dream, the heroine was watching her mistress, realizing that these were her last moments of life. And the lady barely crawled to the bars and grabbed it with her wounded hands, as if she could bend the bars. Selena very pitifully called for help, begging to be taken away from this dark and cold place. But no one came, and this only hurt the girl more, because even at the moment of death, no one stood up for her. Most of all, she didn't want to die all alone right now, but that's exactly what was happening to Duchess Howitt. Selena tried to crawl even closer to the bars, but blood started coming from her mouth, which stopped her. Miss began to scream that she did not want to die, that she was very terrible and now deserves to be saved. But she was the only one in the dungeon, so absolutely no one heard the mistress's plaintive cries. As a result, the lady began to scream quieter and quieter, until she finally fell silent completely, because her strength had completely dried up. This is exactly how sadly the villain of the novel died, who was punished because of her stupidity, greed, and malice. The heroine watched the last minutes of the villainess's life and understood why she suddenly called her into this world. Selena wanted to die with dignity, surrounded by those who loved her and were willing to care for her. And no less than this, she wanted at least someone to stand up for her and call anyone for help. Therefore, the heroine decided that the lady wished that she, who also died alone, would fulfill the wish of the girl from the novel. The villain didn't want her death to be so pathetic and stupid, and the new Selena had the opportunity to make things right. Therefore, now in her dream, standing next to the body of the deceased mistress, the heroine was gaining strength and courage. She concluded that she was now destined to die at 23, but the girl would do everything possible to make this death beautiful. When the new Selena woke up the next morning, she did not forget her dream and her promises. In fact, the girl was somewhat sad to once again listen to the requests of a deceased person, but she wanted to help. A little later, the lady lay in the garden among fruits, sweets, and other food, and thought about how many problems she had. From the moment she appeared in this life, she decided to try to live it well, and gradually began to leave her chambers. The lady would like to walk alone, but wherever she went, helpful maids accompanied her. As a result, lying in the garden, Miss did not understand why so many servants were needed, although they helped her bring everything. Unexpectedly, the girl told herself that she would stop worrying and worrying about the death of her past self. The lady, in order not to be tormented by remorse, tried to convince herself that the girl had been gone for a long time. And because of the good weather and heavy thoughts, Selena suddenly wanted to sleep, so she closed her eyes. But the lady was unable to sleep for a long time, as she heard strange sounds nearby, which is why she opened her eyes. Nevertheless, the girl immediately decided that no one would forbid her to sleep here anyway, so there was no need to worry. But the strange sounds did not subside. On the contrary, they only became louder, which prevented Selena from sleeping. Therefore, she stood up dissatisfied, trying to understand what was the matter, why it was so noisy, and who was making the noise there. Burning with curiosity, the lady crawled closer to the bushes from behind which the sounds were coming. Suddenly, she saw a handsome and strong guy who was tirelessly training with a sword. Miss was surprised to see him here, because usually all swordsmen trained on the grounds and not in the forest, and this guy seemed to care nothing since he handled a real sword very skillfully. Deciding that she did not want to interfere, the girl pretended that she was not there at all. She even wanted to go back and move her secluded picnic somewhere far away, but suddenly she couldn't. Selena was just about to crawl away when she discovered that her hair was tightly entangled in the branches of the bushes. She quickly realized that she couldn't untangle such long and thin hair herself and would have to call for help. So somewhat hesitantly, the heroine called out to the guy, who immediately heard her voice. But he was completely unable to understand where the sound was coming from, and therefore turned his head in different directions. Seeing that the young man could not find her, the lady called him again, indicating her location. Lucas, which was the name of this young man, frowned and walked towards the voice calling him. But for some reason, the swordsman still did not move towards where the lady lay in the bushes. So, when she raised her head and looked at the guy again, she couldn't find him anywhere, since he had gone somewhere. Suddenly, the young man appeared right in front of the girl, causing her to be somewhat frightened by surprise. At that moment, at the Howite estate, he was eating with great pleasure the cakes that his mistress had left for him. He suddenly stopped and thought, because he still could not believe that the lady allowed him to rest and eat sweets. He was very interested in what Miss was doing now, but she didn't take him with her, so he continued to eat. Lucas suddenly bowed to Selina and asked for forgiveness for not having heard from him for a long time. The girl just nodded in response and asked her to untangle her hair, since she still needed help. The elite horsemen of the Howite family did not expect that the lady would make such a request to him, so the guy couldn't stand it and suddenly laughed out loud, instead of immediately helping the lady. This made Selina somewhat tense, but she decided to remain silent because she hoped that the young man would still help her. And indeed, quite a bit of time passed, and the swordsman began to simply chuckle slightly as he had almost calmed down. However, it seemed to the girl that he still hadn't helped her for too long, which made her frown. The lady tried to remember the guy's name, but couldn't, so she called him as a cheerful gentleman. Lucas became noticeably angry and said his name, because he didn't want to be a cheerful gentleman. Selina obediently remembered the name of the rider and once again asked him to help her with her hair. The swordsman beamed and said that he would be happy to help the lady with her problem. It's not for nothing that he serves the Howite family. The lady thanked the guy for his helpfulness and began to lazily wait while he untangled her hair. Lucas set to work very carefully because he understood that the mistress's hair was delicate. The horseman did not really like doing this kind of thing, but his knightly conscience did not allow him to simply pass by. And at that moment, Miss was yawning, completely relaxed, because she had no idea what her assistant was thinking about. He could hardly contain his anger, because he believed that such a girl was not worthy of the title of Duchess. But the lady herself absolutely did not notice the rider's similar mood, since she was very absorbed in herself. To break the long silence, the lady said that she considered the weather very good. She remembered what combat outfit she wore to the picnic, and how insecure she was now because of her tangled hair. And although Lucas still submissively and silently continued to help Miss, she was slightly embarrassed by this situation. So the lady closed her eyes and pretended that she was almost asleep, so that the swordsman would calmly help her. Recently, Selina managed to find out that she was in that period of the novel when the main villain was 19 years old. And until now, for some reason, everyone in the Howite family was kind and happy, except her alone. Although the heroine knew the whole story, she still could not understand why the villainess was so eager to receive the entire inheritance. But as soon as the girl learned that Aaron, as the eldest, would receive the inheritance, she began to interfere with this. The lady even continued to haunt the young couple in the form of her brother and the holy maiden Ariel, preventing them from dating. But the brother only smiled at all his sister's evil deeds because he loved her very much and was ready to forgive her a lot. And Lucas, like many others, knew about the mistress's bad character, which is why he diligently guarded against her. The guy knew that everyone was silent, because no one wanted to scold such a good family as Howite. But he himself continued to stubbornly believe that such a spoiled girl was not suitable for the role of a duchess. True, no matter how much the rider cast evil glances at the girl, he had no right to do anything to her. To his surprise, he realized that today the lady looked much calmer than ever before. Still unraveling the hair of the almost asleep Miss, Lucas thought that something had changed in the lady other than her memory loss. But no matter how hard he tried, the young man could not find the answer, because he had too little information. He concluded that Selina was better without memory and hoped that her memory would never return to her. At that moment, the girl almost fell head down from falling asleep and suddenly opened her eyes, after which the guy announced that he was finished. Looking straight into the swordsman's eyes, the girl thanked him, but did not even smile. Lucas did it instead, as he purposely beamed in response to the Miss's gratitude, whom he rarely heard. And the heroine herself tried to remember who this guy was to the previous mistress and what role he played in the novel. She knew that because of Selina's evil actions, the swordsman would meet Ariel and fall in love with her. When the youngest Howite abandoned the Holy Maiden in the cold, Lucas saved her, and she fell in love with him as Aaron stood up for his sister. Right now, it was too early for all these events, so the writer perceived Ariel as no more than a classmate at the academy. Moreover, since the lady had not harmed the swordsman in any way so far, she had a chance to improve her relationship with him. Therefore, the girl dared to address the guy directly, which made him somewhat surprised but ready to listen to her. Before saying her line, Selena began to slowly approach Lucas's face, since they were alone and no one could stop them. She deliberately shortened the distance so that it seemed as if the lady was about to kiss the swordsman, frozen in surprise. But then the mistress whispered that they could become friends if he liked her, which disappointed Lucas. The heroine remembered that, despite everything, the horsemen of the Howite family came to her funeral along with the others. Therefore, it was important for her to maintain his good attitude towards her, so that this would happen again when she died. Miss, waiting for an answer from a possible friend, closed her eyes when suddenly he did not please her with his words. Without worrying about this at all, the swordsman directly stated that they could not become friends. But Selena had foreseen this answer, so in the end she was not at all upset. She didn't need anything more from the writer for this, so while he was silent, the lady began to get ready. In parting, she said that she would still continue to want their friendship even if it was not destined to happen. In response, Lucas only sighed, since being friends with the evil younger duchess was not part of his plans. Selena, walking through the forest, raised her eyes up and looked at the sky, as she was deep in thought. The girl remembered that she had never had friends before, although she really wanted them. But from the youngest school, the girl's responsibilities included caring for her sister, which took up all her time. And even when the heroine grew up, nothing changed for her, and until now her parents did not allow her to be friends with anyone. As soon as the girl asked a question about friendship, her mother immediately began to grumble that she was a stupid, selfish person. Each time, the adults sent their eldest daughter to look after the younger one because she was sick. And they always reminded the girl that she didn't need friends at all, because her little sister should be everything to her. My daughter quickly remembered this strict lesson, and she no longer wanted to ask about her friends, all because her parents threatened her to do only what they say if she doesn't want to be left alone. And the girl was afraid more than anything else that she might actually be kicked out of the family. Therefore, she did whatever she could, just not to be left alone in complete darkness and cold. With some irritation, the heroine thought that even now she perceives those people as her parents. Lady also realized that she was a villain to everyone, so it was not surprising that Lucas refused. The girl herself did not expect that she would ever eventually try to make a friend. She remembered how, as a child, she often played various video games on the home computer in secret from her parents. And at some point, a popular game appeared among her classmates, which everyone was discussing. Knowing nothing about this game, the girl turned it on and almost immediately found herself in a battle with a very strong monster. She was absolutely unable to do anything, although she had gaming experience and died from his first blow. The heroine was very surprised when she realized that her character's entire health had instantly dropped to 0. This greatly upset the girl, and she silently turned off the game and even the computer itself, although there was still time to play. And right now, climbing the high tower that she saw from afar, the lady experienced a similar feeling. Nevertheless, the lady believed that everything was not as bad with her as it was with Selena before in the story. The lady was quite tired, climbing the endless steps to the top, since this tower with a bell was really very high. Leaning against the huge bell, Miss smiled and thought about how many people she would alarm if she rang it. Suddenly, the girl sadly asked for forgiveness from the past Selena because she realized that she could not fulfill her wishes. Only now did the lady realize that she was unlikely to be able to make absolutely everyone mourn at her funeral. Moreover, she was not sure that she would like to lie with her eyes closed while they mourned her. In addition, the fact that no one would want to be friends with her made the girl even more sad. As a result, she concluded that even if she lived a long life, nothing would change. However, Selena could have died more or less calmly instead of dying unhappy, like the last one. So the lady went to the edge of the clock tower to do everything in her power to fulfill the dream of the previous mistress. Without thinking about anything, Miss confidently stood on the edge and began to mentally prepare for the fall. Selena glanced down and was convinced that the height was such that she had no chance of survival. Right now, when the girl thought about herself and not about others, she felt sorry for her fate. And she couldn't understand why a girl like Selena, whom everyone loved, was so angry. But the lady knew for sure that her family would definitely grieve after death. And that was already something. The lady's gaze became empty and cold as she finally made the decision about her death. Selena was sure that she had calculated everything exactly, and she would die painlessly since the tower was high enough. The girl even allowed herself to compare her past death and realized that this one would be much better. The heroine was somewhat sad that she was trying to die for the umpteenth time, because everything could have been decided in the last fall. But for some reason the girl didn't manage to die then, so she decided to finish what she started right now. At that moment, Lucas was walking through the garden to his room, and something in the meeting with the mistress did not give him peace. He was sure that there was something wrong with the Duchess, but he did not understand what exactly, since he did not know her well. The guy remembered that initially the lady did not leave her room for several days, but he explained this to himself by the fact that she had lost her memory. He also had a question about what Selena was doing all alone in the garden and why she didn't take any of the servants with her. But most of all, the guy was surprised and puzzled by the fact that the girl suddenly tried to make friends with him, although she had not cared about such things before. Lucas knew roughly the mistress's character, and remembered that this was not her style, but it still seemed to him that she reacted to the refusal too carelessly. The horseman did not expect that everything would turn out this way, and such thoughts did not leave his head. The swordsman even hit himself on the head with his palm, but an incomprehensible feeling of uncertainty still did not leave him. Turning around, he saw a bell tower in front of him and remembered that the girl had gone exactly in its direction. For some reason, as soon as Lucas noticed this clock tower, now it haunted him. The young man felt like he was missing out on something important, which gave him a bad feeling. He thought for a moment and realized that the Duchess was clearly not disappointed by his refusal of friendship. Instead, the lady looked very sad and lifeless, as if she cared little about anything now. Suddenly, a terrible guess pierced Lucas, and he froze in shock because of this. The rider turned around sharply, as he assumed that in such a state the lady could decide to die. So he ran as fast as he could to the bell tower because he saw that Miss had gone there. It so happened that the guy was right, and ran upstairs exactly at the moment when Miss was standing on the edge. Selena was already preparing to fall, so she did not pay attention to anything around her, and did not hear the rider. The mistress's carelessness made it possible for Lucas to rush forward at the moment of her fall in order to catch her. And fortunately for the swordsman, and unfortunately for the lady, he managed to grab her hand and now was not going to let go. Not calculating his strength due to panic, the young man sharply pulled the miss in his direction, but managed to grab her tightly. Selena, who had already prepared herself for death, opened her eyes in surprise and only now realized what had happened. She met Lucas's angry face and realized that the guy had guessed her desire. But, not feeling at all guilty about the desire to die, the lady with a calm face said that he was squeezing her painfully. Lucas only now realized how tightly he had grabbed Howie, so he immediately let go, and she fell in surprise. The girl then immediately turned to face the swordsman, as she had questions for him. True, the heroine realized that she again did not remember the name of this young man, so she began to try to guess. Lucas patiently recalled his name once again while he tried to catch his breath after running so fast and climbing the stairs so difficult. Selena, still without changing her face, asked if the horseman was following her, since he managed to save her. This question put the guy in a somewhat awkward position, because he was not allowed to do something like that in relation to the Duchess. But this question disappointed the young man much more in the girl, because he believed that she was wrong. And the lady, without worrying at all, still sat silently and waited for an answer to her question. The guy was quite tense at how nonchalantly the lady asked if he had been following her. Suddenly, it dawned on him that this girl had just tried to commit suicide, and he accidentally saved her. Suspicion arose in the horseman's mind, and so he decided to ask his question instead of answering the lady's question. Dropping to one knee, the swordsman asked if it was because of his refusal of friendship that Selena decided to die. Miss absolutely did not expect the guy to think about the situation in this way, because for her, everything was different. She remembered a game where, according to its rules, Lucas had now reduced the girl's health to 0, but it could just as easily be blamed on Aiden or some stranger just passing by. And according to this logic, it turned out that it was the lady who finally applied the finishing touch and decided to die. While the lady was thoughtful, Lucas looked at her intensely, as he was really waiting for an answer. Miss understood perfectly well that this guy was good in all respects, both in the novel and now. Looking at him, the girl knew that he was a talented and self-confident man who could do a lot. Selena suggested that the young man might now feel responsible for her suicide attempt, but her desire to die was not his fault, which she quite calmly told him about. But the writer didn't believe it the first time, so he quickly approached and asked again if it was true. Lucas did not understand why the lady suddenly decided to jump from the tower, and asked a question about this moment. But the girl had no desire to answer such questions, so she lowered her head in displeasure. Looking at the guy, The lady thought with irritation that he was such a pain in the ass. Miss understood that he saved her, but this did not give him the right to ask her about such a desire. So the lady decided to verbally attack the swordsman and asked if they were close enough to talk about such things. The guy reminded him that he was a lord, and now it wasn't about how close they were. In order not to continue listening to lectures, the miss interrupted the young man and told him to better mind his own business. Selina explained that the fact that she jumped off immediately after his refusal was just a misunderstanding. So now the lady wanted Lucas to just go away and leave her alone with his questions. Having risen to her feet, the mistress looked displeasedly at the lord, because of him her butt was now hurting. The swordsman did not let up and asked if the lady would not jump off again after he left. To this the girl replied that she would not jump off for the second time that day, because even for her it was too much. At the same time, the thought occurred to Miss that she shouldn't die once a day, but she had no other choice. She remembered that dying is not easy. Otherwise, she would have done it at the age of 15, but she never succeeded. While the lady obediently walked towards the stairs to go down, Lucas watched her very carefully. But, approaching the edge of the stairs, the lady realized that because of her sore bottom, she would not be able to go down on her own. So the girl turned dissatisfied at the guy, thinking how wonderful it would be if he suddenly left. What bothered Miss most now was the fact that the young man could follow her, which she did not want. Noticing that Selina was doubtful, the lord sighed and decided to help her a little more. He came closer and gently picked the girl up in his arms, which she did not expect, and opened her mouth in surprise. Having collected her thoughts, the lady asked rather coldly whether Lucas really intended to carry her all the way down. The swordsman replied with a smile that if he did not do this, then they would probably stay here until the evening. Therefore, having begun to go down, the rider asked Selina not to climb this bell tower again. To this the lady replied that she had no plans to go back down the steps, which angered the young man. He tried once again to find out why the lady was trying to die, but she just turned away. However, the girl was forced to admit to herself that it was much easier for her to descend in her arms like this. While the guy was carrying her downstairs, the lady realized that she wanted to sleep, and therefore allowed herself to close her eyes. Lucas, who was very carefully carrying his mistress, once again thought about what she was thinking about now. When they arrived at the estate, the horseman told everything, and the family began to worry very much about their daughter. The father admitted that he could not imagine that Selina's walk could end in something like this. The Duke couldn't figure out how his daughter could try to jump from the tower herself. This saddened the man so much that in the end his son had to console him. Lucas also became concerned about his master's condition, as he noticed that the Duke was not joking at all. He clutched his heart and was noticeably sweating, although he assured everyone that he was completely fine. The father of the family explained that he was very worried because he only had one daughter. And although he also had a son, the man was still very sad, because it was always harder for him with his daughter. While the family was figuring out the reasons why the lady might want to die, Aiden stood behind the wall and heard everything perfectly. He was surprised that the lady tried to die and did not even believe in it. He was not going to interfere. That night, the Howite estate was hit by a heavy downpour, the likes of which had not happened for a long time. But the Duke and Duchess still invited a doctor to their daughter, who began to examine her. When asked what was hurting her, the lady answered absolutely seriously that she was only worried about pain in her butt. The old man continued to ask about the pain, but the girl could not tell him anything new. The doctor even, like everyone else, tried to find out the answer to the question of why Miss suddenly decided to jump from the tower. This time, this angered Selina so much that she thought it wouldn't hurt to throw this old man down too. But without showing her emotions, the lady replied that everything around her was simply very troublesome for her. When the doctor left her room, the whole family immediately surrounded him, as they were interested in finding out everything. The man replied that Selina did not have any serious injuries, so for now they could all calm down. However, there was something that tormented the old man very much, and he did not know how to tell everyone present about it. As a result, the doctor reported that for some reason the daughter of the Howite family looked very worried. He even suggested that perhaps the girl should change her surroundings and have a little fun. What surprised the adults the most was the fact that Selina was thinking about something, and they began to try to understand her. The doctor responded by conveying Selina's words that she decided to jump because everything was very troublesome for her. He suggested that stress and fatigue had accumulated inside the girl after memory loss. When Mother heard about this, she was very frightened because she realized that she, too, had overlooked this moment. While the eldest son was comforting his crying mother, the father asked what they should all do in such a situation. But the doctor did not know an effective medicinal method for this, and therefore suggested simply observing the lady. The old man suggested trying not to leave Miss alone for now, since it was impossible to forcibly provoke the return of memory. These words made the Duke think about what he should do in such a situation. Suddenly he noticed Lord Lucas standing in the room and addressed him. His eyes sparkling with tears, the Duke asked the guy to look after his daughter because she was important to him. In response, the swordsman nodded obediently since he had served this family almost his entire life and did not want to let him down. When the parents saw the doctor off, Lucas noticed that Aaron was not okay, although he had been holding on all this time. The young man did not understand why the entire Hawait family loved a girl who had a very bad character so much. Meanwhile, the eldest son Hawait gathered his thoughts and, like his father, asked a friend to look after his sister. The guy admitted that he would also really like to help, as he was worried that the girl might suffer through his fault. Seeing that Aaron was beginning to blame himself excessively, Lucas couldn't just remain silent and stand still. He walked up to his friend and patted him on the shoulder, saying with a smile that he would take great care of Selena. The horseman remembered how, as a child, this family joyfully accepted him into their arms, considering him almost a son. So the guy who grew up among the Howitts understood very well how important a younger sister was to an older brother. True, Lucas also knew that Selena herself terribly hated Aaron for some reason. This situation made the writer only sigh every time, since he could not fix anything about it. At this moment, by order of the Duke and Duchess, the young lady was looked after by her personal servant. But, just like last time, Selena was unhappy that he was watching her, and therefore asked the servant to leave. In response, Aiden objected that he was forbidden to leave her chambers while no one else was in them. The lady realized that yesterday she made a huge mistake, as a result of which she now only has more problems. She guessed that her parents assigned Aiden to her because he was close to the previous Selena. But Miss was greatly disturbed by the fact that, according to the novel, this supposedly faithful assistant actually hated his mistress. The girl was very afraid that the guy would suddenly kill her while she was fast asleep during the day, so the lady carefully shooed Aiden away while he continued to remain in place. Then Selena offered a compromise and asked the guy to at least not stand over her soul. The girl ordered him to finally sit where he wanted, since his legs were probably already numb. The assistant stared at the miss suspiciously, as he decided that she had arranged such a test for him. Therefore, putting a joyful smile on his face, he said that he was not at all tired of standing next to her. In response, Selena stated that even if he was not tired, she was tired of his silhouette next to him, and therefore once again ordered him to sit down. In the end, Aiden had no choice but to obey, although he was still expecting a catch. At the same time, the girl herself looked at the guy somewhat fearfully, because she did not know when he would try to kill her. But right now, the servant sat down quite calmly in the soft chair in the ladies' room and even turned away a little. This allowed Selena to finally lie down in bed with relief, since no one was distracting her with their gaze. However, quite quickly, the girl came to the conclusion that she was very bored just lying there. There were no interesting books or a computer in this world, so the heroine often had nothing to occupy herself with. Therefore, now the lady was very sad that she had made such a stupid mistake and could not die. In addition, she was quite angry with Lucas, who was now constantly looking after her at the request of her father and brother. But Miss didn't get too upset, deciding that she would definitely have at least one more chance. She even dreamed a little that she would have time to die before all the main terrible events in the novel. Selena even thought that she herself could come up with some interesting death for herself. Miss raised her fist in the air, promising the villain that she would definitely die with dignity, as she wanted. But right now it was time for the girl to sleep, and therefore her eyes began to close as if on command. While the lady was sleeping carefree, Aiden was still sitting in her room and watching her very thoughtfully. The next morning, when Selena opened her eyes, she realized with regret that she was still alive. The lady sighed, thinking about why reality was so terrible, and she was forced to live on. To her surprise, Miss discovered that the assistant was still sitting in her room, and it was not clear whether he had left at all. In addition, Lucas also managed to come to the mistress's room and drank tea as if he was at home. Selena even wondered when her room managed to become such a passageway for everyone. The girl was absolutely not happy with the fact that she could not relax in her own room. In the end, she decided to be sarcastic and asked if the guys had seen a sign on the door, meaning the one that would say that "well done" to anyone who enters her room. Aiden immediately responded to this question, as he was used to listening carefully to what the mistress said. The guy said quite seriously that he understood everything, and from his eyes the miss guessed that he was full of determination. Suddenly the servant stood up for some reason and then went to the door as he took her question too literally. After checking the sign that hung on the girl's door and was named, the guy said that there was absolutely nothing wrong with her. The lady was counting on a completely different reaction, so she only raised her eyebrows in bewilderment. Since the girl was tired of sitting within four walls, she announced that she would go outside, and the guys immediately gathered with her. As a result, in this group they went for a walk in the garden, since Selena had not yet been allowed to go anywhere else. Miss hoped that if she behaved well, everyone would calm down, but it seemed as if the security around her was only tightening. The lady looked displeasedly at the guys behind her and realized that they would not soon be able to let her go somewhere alone. But the hardest thing for the girl now was to bear her parents, who came to her room every day and cried. So the mistress's desire to die only grew stronger, but she did not know how to realize it. As a result, Miss realized that she should have behaved much more seriously at the very beginning, and then there would be no such thing now. Here, ahead of her, unexpectedly, the girl saw a familiar silhouette and therefore paused. It turned out that, just like her, Aaron was walking in the garden, who immediately approached his sister. But Selena herself still perceived him not as her relative, but as the brother of the villainous. Meanwhile, the guy asked how the lady was doing, and she replied that she was fine. Such a short answer confused his brother, and he wondered what else he could talk about with his sister. And the girl herself, looking at her brother, felt that she was confused by their conversation. The lady guessed that her brother was very worried, but knowing the character of the past Selena, she was afraid to say anything. Until this moment, the guy deliberately tried not to get caught by the mistress, so as not to anger her. This shocked Miss because she could not understand how it was possible to intimidate an adult man so much. So Selena decided to talk and unexpectedly invited her brother to take a walk with her. Aaron did not expect such a proposal from his usually grumpy sister that he froze in surprise. Since she didn't get a reaction from her older brother, the lady replied that since he didn't want to, it was okay, and the guy immediately came out of his stupor and fearfully assured the girl that he really wanted to talk to her. He was the first to suggest going forward after that, and Selena was quite pleased with this. Before leaving, the lady turned to Aiden and Lucas to say that she would take a walk with her brother and return with him, but without them. The guys were clearly not happy about this turn, but Aaron promised to look after his sister, so they had no choice but to let them go. This is how the girl got rid of her guards for a short time, and this made her feel much calmer while she walked with her brother. Aaron still looked somewhat frightened at his sister, as he was afraid of her hysterics alone with him. Therefore, he even visibly shuddered when the lady suddenly asked how he was feeling. The miss explained that the guy seemed tired to her, so she decided to inquire about his well-being. To this, Aaron more calmly replied that he was fine, and the girl didn't have to worry about him. The lady suddenly said that her brother shouldn't thank her for anything, which surprised him. Since they had been walking for a long time, the eldest son nevertheless decided to ask the lady a question. Although slightly hesitant, he still asked if her memory had finally returned. Selena thought about it, and then decided to say that she remembered almost everything that once happened to her. And then the girl added that she still remembers some not very clear details of the past. Aaron asked to tell him some obscure memory, but Miss also wondered what to explain to him. She raised her head up and looked at the beautiful sky, putting off the unpleasant dialogue about the memory. And then Miss finally admitted that she remembered that she really hated her older brother. These words instantly upset Aaron, and he noticeably changed his face, which was reflected in his emotions. Selena guessed that the guy was very afraid that she would suddenly hate him again for no reason at all. But those emotions belonged to the previous mistress, and the current one did not experience anything like that. So Aaron, without knowing it, was in vain standing now and being afraid, worrying about his relationship with his sister. From her past life, the lady was familiar with the feelings that her elder brother was experiencing now, and she really hoped that such negative emotions would not become deeper and therefore wanted to help. Quite seriously and calmly, Selena asked her older brother for forgiveness for having once hated him. Miss knew that she understood Aaron's thoughts much better than the villainous and used this to her advantage. As a result, the guy was so surprised that the girl asked for his forgiveness that he froze in place. And the girl finished him off with words that she was ashamed of everything that she had told him before. Only now Aaron could believe that Selena's words were not some kind of evil joke for him. And for the first time in his life, he was incredibly touched by the action of his sister, who even asked for forgiveness several times. While waiting for an answer from her brother, the lady froze in a bow and did not intend to move at all. She was completely calm and ready for absolutely any answer, since the very fact of asking for forgiveness was personally important to her. The elder brother was finally able to say that his sister's words were very sudden for him. He really hoped that after this she would no longer attempt suicide, but he was afraid to ask about it. Seeing her brother's doubts, Selena declared that she was not joking at all and asked for forgiveness from the bottom of her heart. Aaron thought at that moment that all this was very different from his previous sister, and she had changed a lot. But the brother did not bother to get to the bottom of the lady, but instead smiled gratefully and accepted her apology. After that, the miss went further and asked the elder how long they would continue to watch her. Among other things, the girl hoped with her forgiveness to weaken the vigilance of the guards and family. But the brother replied that it was worth waiting until the Duchess had fully recovered, and then we'd see. From her brother's words, Miss concluded that he was still not confident enough in her, and it was too early for her to do anything. Suddenly, the heroine had the feeling that Aaron was now the same as she was when she was a little girl with parents who had high hopes for her. The lady realized that her brother always wants to be loved, and therefore tries his best to be good. And his main problem is that he does not show the real himself to anyone. This seemed quite paradoxical to Selena, because how can you love a person if you don't know him? She felt somewhat sad when she realized that Aaron looked a lot like herself as a child. If Miss could meet her little self now, she would definitely take her hand and talk. Selena really wanted to tell herself that the little girl had thrown away all expectations because the people around her still didn't appreciate her, but the girl couldn't say something like that to her brother to support him because it would be strange. Although she really wanted to talk about how much his real sister wanted to see him before she died. For some reason, it seemed to the lady that Aaron really wanted to see that sister, but he did not have such an opportunity. So in this regard, she considered her brother much better than herself and was even a little proud of him. But from Aaron's touched face, Miss realized that now she was much better for him than he was. Selena had no desire to convince the guy of anything, so she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remained silent. Then the girl remembered that she had one request for the elder and therefore asked him a question. A little later, Aaron independently told his parents about his daughter's request, and they were surprised that she wanted to meet Ariel. The guy convinced the adults that the lady herself took the initiative and looked calm at the same time. However, the Duke and Duchess perfectly remembered everything that their daughter had done before, and they were worried. The fact that she lost her memory and became much more pleasant to talk to really played in the lady's favor, but Selena still had too much of a bad reputation for her parents to let her go anywhere. However, unexpectedly, her brother vouched for her sister, saying that he was sure that everything would be all right. The guy talked about how the lady asked him for forgiveness, and that her memory was gradually returning. In addition, Aaron was more than sure that Ariel herself would be happy with such a meeting. As a result, the adults allowed this meeting to take place, but asked his brother to attend it carefully. The elder brother promised that he would be as attentive as possible at this meeting so that everything would be in order. And thus, Selena was able to get to the estate of the holy maiden Ariel, whom she had previously caused trouble. The fair-haired girl was somewhat disturbed by the arrival of the one who constantly offended her. But this time, instead of a villain, there was a heroine in the body of Howitt's daughter, and therefore she was not planning any dirty tricks. The lady only noted to herself that her brother and his lover looked very good together. And right now, it was not clear to Miss why the author of the novel fell in love with Ariel's close friend Aaron. But this was absolutely unimportant for Miss, because now the story flowed somewhat differently. Then Selena noticed that because of her actions earlier, the guy and girl in the front were somewhat awkward. Their embarrassment was very noticeable and reminded the ladies of small and defenseless bunnies. So Miss decided to move on to why she had come to this meeting in the first place and rose from the table. While the holy maiden looked at Duchess Howade in surprise, she asked her forgiveness for her past deeds. Selena specifically bowed to the girl while standing as she wanted to apologize as seriously as possible. Ariel immediately waved her hands excitedly, saying that Selena did not need to bow to her at all. The girl was afraid that the Duchess herself suddenly bowed so low to her, and also asked for forgiveness. In response, the lady said that she would no longer do nasty things, and she also blesses the guy and the girl. This greatly surprised both lovers, and they could not even believe in such happiness. But the mistress assured Ariel that she was absolutely serious, and would not change her mind in 5 minutes. Miss explained that, faced with death, she somewhat rethought her life and her actions. She added that even if the Holy Virgin did not forgive her, she would understand and would not be offended. After these words from Selena, the lovers looked at each other, because they believed that the Duchess wished them happiness. So, to the surprise of already Miss, Ariel suddenly also stood up from the table to say her words. The girl, smiling joyfully and cheerfully, thanked her younger sister Howitt for her apology and blessing. From such a bright radiance, the lady almost went blind, but she closed her eyes in time. The next morning, Aiden slowly opened the curtains, since he had just woken up and was very early. Then the guy began to carefully get ready, getting dressed, and straightening the elements of his wardrobe to look neat. As a result, right on time he was completely ready to work and was therefore very pleased with himself. In the main hall, the butler blessed all the assistants to work, as he did every day. Then he suddenly approached Aiden and asked if he had been getting a lot of trouble from his mistress lately. The other servants immediately expressed their joy that the guy's life had become much easier after the lady lost her memory. They remembered all too well how Selena's personal servant had taken her wrath upon himself many times, saving the others. Aiden tried to explain that he was just trying to do his job, but it was pointless. Here he was lucky, because his assistants changed the topic to another and began to think whether it was possible to change so much after losing his memory. Only Aiden felt sad from such phrases, because he was sincerely worried about Miss. The guy himself did not know whether the lady had experienced a personality change or a mental disorder. And the lady herself at that moment was lying on the bed and had absolutely no idea that anyone was thinking about her. The girl was incredibly sad and bored, and again wanted to die as soon as possible, although she could not. In addition, the lady was also worried that very soon her brother would be engaged, and she would have to attend it. Meanwhile, in the novel itself, this couple didn't even have time to get married when they suddenly broke up. And now Miss was mentally asking the real Selena how she liked the events that were happening now. Suddenly, Lucas showed up in the lady's room, albeit with permission, and asked if she really wanted to spend today in bed. To this question, Selena stated that the safest thing for her would be to just lie down. She thought about it and realized that about 2 weeks had passed since the horseman began visiting her room. But right now, the lady was not at all happy about this, because she did not want to see his gaze. As a result, in order to get rid of the feeling that the guy was about to hit her, the mistress first sat down on the bed. And then Selena said that since the swordsman didn't like her lying down, then the lady would sit. In response, Lucas said that a constant lying down and sedentary lifestyle is very harmful to health. He suggested that Miss at least walk a little in the sun, to which she said that it was possible to sunbathe in the room. In the end, the young man gave up and asked if the mistress locked herself in the room because it was troublesome for her to do anything. The girl began to say in all seriousness that it was really troublesome for her to live, when suddenly Lucas interrupted her. Since the swordsman did not want to hear something like that from Sedina's lips, he shouted loudly, and she fell silent. Such a sharp cry bothered even Aiden, although it was not actually intended for him. Selena was sincerely frightened and did not understand why the Lord behaved this way. Meanwhile, Lucas smiled sweetly and asked for forgiveness, hiding behind the fact that he was very worried. However, the Miss did not believe the knight one bit, as she guessed that he played the roles very skillfully. The only thing that saved the girl was the knowledge that Lucas was very calculating and would not just play with someone. However, the fact that sometimes a guy might even shout at her did not please the lady at all. She quickly realized that if she didn't get up, this performance could continue. Therefore, the Miss, in order to avoid further disputes, informed the Lord that, so be it, she would take a walk with him this time. After these words, Selena really began to get up, but her body did not obey her at all. Aiden, who was carefully watching the mistress, immediately noticed with alarm how she was staggering. This happened because lately the lady had been lying in bed all the time, so she became weak. With sadness, the girl realized that her own legs simply couldn't hold her up, even though she was trying to get up and walk. Since she couldn't do without help now, the lady raised her head and looked at Lucas. But Miss instantly realized that if she asked him for help, she would listen to even more reproaches later. So she called Aiden over and asked for help, and the guy immediately agreed. Selena instructed her personal servant to hold her while she walked. Just before this, the lady once again tried to walk on her own, but again she simply fell down. So, without waiting any longer for instructions, the assistant caught the lady and helped her to her feet. Looking at the servant, the Miss decided that he was also an actor, because she would never have believed that he really cared about her. And at this moment, Lucas personally really believed in the servant's concern, and this even angered him a little. Selena, having thought well, decided that now it was better for her to fear the Lord. She examined the guy from head to toe and could not understand why the villainous fell in love with him. While Aiden carefully led her along the corridor, Miss was still looking for at least some advantages in Lucas. Then the girl was distracted from her thoughts by a servant who noticed that she was dreaming about something and called out to her. However, Selena thought so much about the fact that she wanted to leave a life where she had everything that she did not answer the guy. And the assistant himself suddenly became embarrassed and did not dare ask the lady anything, but instead remained silent. Unexpectedly, the mistress asked the servant what exactly she should call him, which greatly surprised the guy. Since he did not immediately answer out of surprise, Miss repeated her question for him again. In the end, Aiden was able to say his name and didn't even hesitate, although he was very worried. Selena already felt better, and she herself went forward for some reason, starting to say something about a guy like him. The assistant did not understand anything since the lady did not finish, and therefore asked what she meant. But in fact, the lady accidentally said her thoughts out loud, so she did not explain anything. While she was walking, the lady mentally asked the villainous to look at everything that was happening around her. She remembered that next to her was a man who betrayed her, and a man who imprisoned her, and she walked sweetly next to her. Perhaps Selena would soon have become unbearable from such thoughts, but she was suddenly distracted. The girl noticed with what admiration the maids looked in their direction and smiled. Then the lady realized that next to her were two very handsome guys, one of whom was also a lord. So, for Selena personally, such attention from the ladies was natural, although Lucas laughed at the maids. Looking at the swordsman, the lady thought that she probably used her face quite often. The guy didn't understand why the lady was looking at him so intently, and so he asked her about it. But Miss had no desire to explain her train of thought to him, so she simply shook her head. Next, the mistress turned her head and looked carefully at Aiden, from whom the maids were also running with delight. Although he was a servant, the guy had very aristocratic features that went well with his gentle character. But for some reason, the assistant had been constantly gloomy lately, which puzzled the girl. The thing is that Aiden was very upset that the lady could not remember his name herself. He thought sadly that she had become unusually calm and evasive, which was unusual, and Selena herself, watching the servants' reactions for some reason, decided that he just wanted something sweet. However, right now, none of them were going to eat, so the three of them just walked on. Suddenly, Lucas said that Miss needed more physical activity. But she didn't like the idea. The swordsman justified his idea by saying that the lady would not be allowed to faint at her brother's engagement party. The lady couldn't ask about this, so she agreed to go for walks more often to feel better. The guy, pleased that the girl was obeying, also reminded her about her behavior at the table when she eats. Selena realized that it was in vain to give Lucas the opportunity to give her advice, and therefore she quickly agreed with everything. To turn the tables, she asked the swordsman to tell Aaron and Ariel all his recommendations. The horseman was puzzled by such a request since he sincerely wished the lady nothing but good things. And Selena suddenly announced that Lucas's work was over, and she herself would return to her room along with her assistant. Suddenly, the mistress asked the lord to stop playing his performance because she was not very pleased with him. Only after that did she give the command, and she and Aiden headed to her room. After the lady, the swordsman whispered that, having lost her memory, she had changed so much that she stopped showing emotions. But he really liked it, because the penetrating gaze of the new miss was very intriguing. Therefore, Lucas realized that even without requests from the family, Howitt would have started following the girl. And the lady herself a little later decided to have a nice tea party with sweets and asked the cooks to prepare a lot of things. Selena finally allowed herself to relax after that dialogue with the writer, since she was still a little worried. But unlike Miss, Aiden sat and was noticeably sad, for some reason not enjoying the sweets. The lady noticed this and decided to ask him a question, which initially scared the guy, and he flinched. The girl asked why the servant didn't eat his favorite sweets. Was he really that nervous? But Aiden began to deny this and said that it was not about his experiences at all. But Miss could clearly see from the assistant's face that he was all on edge and couldn't control himself. Then she decided to console him a little and said that from now on she was going to walk only with him. To this, the servant said in confusion that, unlike Lucas, he could not provide Miss with protection. But Selena calmly reasoned that the guy would be able to protect her, since he knew how to use magic. Here the lady froze, as she herself realized that she had blurted out too much because no one knew about it. At this point, the servant was completely petrified, which created a problem since he was fully showing his emotions. Aiden finally tried to laugh it off and said he didn't know what the lady was talking about. Selena did not argue, but instead handed the guy a cake so that he could eat it. But this time the assistant did not begin to obediently eat the sweets as Miss wanted. Instead, he thoughtfully lowered his hand and asked if he could ask him an important question. Selena was not against it, and therefore asked what exactly he wanted to know from her. Aiden asked how she could know he liked cakes when she didn't even remember his name. Miss realized that this was a very good and logical question, but she was completely prepared for it. So the girl said that she knew that the butler, cook, and maid were taking care of the assistant. This somewhat surprised the servant, but he understood that the mistress could really have such information. But she remembered from the novel that the unfortunate servant did not want to be on the street again, and therefore clung to the Duke's houses with all his might. He even allowed the evil and cruel lady to mock him in every possible way just to stay warm. All the servants felt sorry for the assistant, and therefore often fed him sweets which made the guy's life easier. In addition, the servants secretly brought him not just cakes, but high-quality treats from the tables of aristocrats. Selina remembered all this too well, and therefore, out of habit, she automatically fed her assistant sweets. Seeing that he was not eating another delicious cake, the lady herself took a small bite and tasted it. Here, the girl made a dissatisfied face because she did not like the taste of the cake at all. The guy immediately noticed this and asked Miss what was the matter and if she was okay. It so happened that the only cake that the heroine tried in her life, because her sister treated her, was chocolate. And she herself never thought that the cake was delicious, but simply tried it because her sister liked it. At that moment, the girl's tongue went numb from how sweet it was, but she ate everything. Since her sister really liked this taste, the heroine herself could not understand whether she liked it or not. Then she didn't think about whether it tasted good or bad, but simply ate it because it was necessary. The girl wanted this food to be part of their family vacation, but instead she had to eat it like a robot. At the moment, Selina was sad only because she did not understand how she could not figure out her tastes. Once again, the lady concluded that she knew nothing about herself when suddenly she heard the servant calling her. Aiden was indeed very worried because he noticed that Miss had turned quite white. Having gathered her thoughts, the lady decided for the first time to tell the truth about what she really thinks. A little sadly, but quite sincerely, Selina said that she hates all chocolate cakes. This siltation greatly surprised the assistant, since he did not think that this was the whole issue. But Aiden was not at a loss and asked permission to eat the chocolate cake himself. Instead, the guy carefully placed in front of the lady a cake with a different flavor that she liked. The lady looked at this silently and did not say anything, as she was still a little upset. But since the girl did not have time to eat, she continued to eat and tried this cake. While the lady was eating, Aiden for some reason watched her from the side somewhat anxiously. The guy couldn't understand why Mrs. Mood suddenly changed from good to bad so quickly. He also had a question about why the lady sometimes looks at him extremely sadly after waking up. He had the impression that Selina had already left this world and only a grieving child remained. This made the assistant very worried and even more careful to ensure that everything was in order with the lady. Suddenly, the girl's face brightened, and she said that she was very pleased with the taste of this cake. Noticing that Miss had returned to her usual mood, the servant exhaled with great relief. And Selina suddenly concluded that this taste was even the most delicious of all that she had tasted before. Aiden stared at the lady with his anxious gaze, and she, noticing this, asked if he was all right. To pretend that everything was fine with him, the guy immediately tried another piece of cake and smiled a little. But then he tasted it and couldn't help but show a real smile from such a wonderful sweet. Selina suddenly asked for some reason if today's cake was not the most delicious for the guy. And Aiden sincerely confirmed that he now considers it to be the most delicious taste of all possible. The servant then added that if the lady brought cakes that she did not want to eat, she could always share with him. The next morning, the maid woke Miss much earlier than she would have liked to get up as she had to get ready. However, Selina could not jump up so early at all and therefore continued to lie in bed for now. The assistant reminded her that today was Mr. Aaron's engagement ceremony, which is why she woke up the lady so early. The girl nevertheless stood up, deciding that such an event would not take too much time. But the heroine did not yet suspect how wrong she was, because it all started with a pleasant bath for her. Then they dried her hair and began to carefully comb it, which Miss endured absolutely calmly. But pretty soon the girl began to fall asleep out of boredom, because while the servants were working, she had nothing to do. Selina even remembered her own thoughts that these procedures would be short-lived, which was not the case at all. Because of the engagement ceremony, everyone was fussing around much more than usual, which greatly tired the lady. From everywhere we heard cries that something needed to be taken to one place and something else to another, from which the lady concluded that now none of the servants in the estate have a minute of free time. This is because the newlyweds decided to hold the wedding ceremony in the halls of the ducal estate, and not in the imperial palace. Then Aiden appeared on the threshold without knocking, and happily announced that he had brought all the necessary decorations. The guy had a vision of how the lady was getting ready for the ceremony, and was still dressed in simple underwear. From such a picture, the assistant immediately blushed, as he did not expect to see something like that. He felt that the blood had rushed to his face and ears, and therefore covered himself with his hand, although this did not save him. The maid, completely oblivious to the servant's condition, jumped up and took the chest of jewelry from him. She was in such a hurry that she didn't immediately remember to thank the guy for his help. But when the girl turned to Aiden, it turned out that he was no longer there, although he had just been standing there. The assistant ran away from the lady's room because he thought it was wrong that he saw her changing her clothes. But the lady herself at that time did not understand the guy's reaction at all, although she saw that he ran away. Instead of arguing, the lady just yawned because what she wanted most now was sleep. Aiden himself could not get rid of the blush that covered his cheeks due to embarrassment from what he saw. It was on the day of preparation for the ceremony that the lady realized how scary her assistants could be. They asked the girl to make a choice on absolutely any occasion, and she just wanted to finish as quickly as possible. Moreover, when Selena answered without even looking, the maid asked the miss to think a little. But this did not make the lady more careful about her choice, so she found the rest as well. As a result, almost at the very end, the assistant invited the lady to look at herself before they picked out the jewelry. Selena looked at herself in the mirror and was amazed at what she saw, because by chance the outfit she had chosen was beautiful. Looking at her current reflection, Miss could not remember what she looked like before. Therefore, the face of the daughter of the Howitt family now seemed very unfamiliar and even alien to the lady. She was sad that she couldn't remember exactly what she looked like in her past life. As a result, Selena forbade herself to think about it because the faces of the dead were always forgotten. Here the girl wondered what kind of facial expression the real daughter of the Howitt family usually had. She tried to experiment to understand, and then her face was distorted into a terrible smile. At the sight of such an expression, the maids were ready to fall dead. If only they would not look at them like that. So the lady concluded that you shouldn't grimace like that when there are a lot of people nearby who are also helping. At this moment, one of the assistants attracted the attention of the mistress, as she needed advice on which stone would be best. Miss again wanted to say at random, when suddenly she was interrupted by Lucas, who appeared at the door and made a choice himself. Selena just asked the guy if it's not nice to knock when you enter other people's rooms. To this, the swordsman replied that the door was open, so there was no need for him to knock, which angered the girl. She thought that if she told the writer everything directly, he would understand. But for some reason, the guy did not let up. It so happened that the lady's words, on the contrary, became the reason for the Lord to take off his mask, at least in front of her. When they were walking a few days before the ceremony, Miss said that she did not want to be accompanied by a swordsman to the event, but he replied that he himself would like to accompany her. Besides, she does not have much choice after falling from the tower. Selena was only glad that Lucas had at least stopped pretending to be an insufferable gentleman. However, she still thought that the guy had become too intrusive, when suddenly the maid said that they had finished getting ready. The girl looked at herself and did not even recognize her own face, which she had already learned to distinguish before in the mirror. So the lady thanked the maids, saying thank you so much for all their efforts today. In response, the assistants bowed somewhat fearfully, since Miss had never thanked them before. The girl realized that the servants were not accustomed to praise, because the previous mistress would never have said it. When thinking about this, Selena felt very sorry for the defenseless assistants, but everything was in the past. Lucas, who was carefully observing the lady, also noticed that she now behaved differently in such matters. At that moment, the heroine noticed that the guy had been looking at her for some time and looked at him. In response, he smiled as if it were a real smile, and the girl even wanted to learn how to smile formally as well. The Lord came without specifically warning the lady, as he wanted to personally accompany her to the ceremony. However, Selena still refused the swordsman, saying that she would ask Aiden for help. The writer understood perfectly well that this might be an option, so he only languidly rubbed his neck. And then he went on the offensive and said that a lady could not take a simple servant with her to an official event. Only now the girl realized how important social classes are for everyone in this story. She didn't quite like these rules, but she couldn't change them at the moment. Although Selena wouldn't want Aiden to be left behind forever, there was no other choice for now. It seems that Miss will have to endure for some time the fact that only she is ready to let a servant near the common table. So it was not at all surprising that the assistant very often fenced himself off from the dialogues of the aristocrats. And for everyone, there was nothing strange in the fact that a simple servant was not allowed to attend an official event. This angered the heroine quite a lot, and she asked if she could treat people like trash. Hearing such a phrase, the Lord at first froze in bewilderment, deciding that he had just heard it. Selena quickly corrected herself, saying that she did not mean Lucas specifically, but the aristocrats. Then the guy reminded that they were both aristocrats too, and it didn't seem to fit. And the lady absolutely confidently stated that it turns out that they too are just like garbage. These words made the swordsman grin, but in his heart he supported and understood the Mrs. position. So the writer calmly stated that apparently it was so, and did not even argue in response. Looking at the Lord's nasty grin, the girl shuddered as it reminded her of the villain's grin. Having finished the dialogue, Selena asked Lucas to leave if he finished all his business in her room. She asked him to call Aiden, and for some reason the guy reacted somewhat strangely to her request. He suddenly opened the door sharply, and behind it was an assistant whom he didn't even have to call. Trying not to be confused in such a situation, the servant obediently bowed to the Duchess and Lord. Selena tilted her head to the side in confusion as she did not understand why Lucas was putting on such a performance. But he clearly calculated every action he took, and these words were no exception. Only Aiden did not understand that something was wrong in the room, and therefore he was completely calm. He suddenly remembered how in his childhood evil boys often beat him from around the corner. The boy was in pain, cold, hungry, and very scared, but no one came to help. Until one day a little girl walked into this alley, accompanied by 2 assistants. Noticing the approach of the aristocrats, the boys immediately ran away and left the beaten child all alone. He barely raised his head to see who was approaching him, since he had no strength at all to run away. And he saw in front of him a very beautiful little lady who seemed to have come to him from heaven. The girl smiled and said that the homeless man had a very beautiful face, and he could come to her if he wanted. And little Aiden simply could not refuse such incredible luck and help, so he accepted the outstretched hand. It joyfully flashed through the boy's head that he could still live at least for a little while now. That's how the homeless man became the little lady's servant, and at first he perceived everything around him as a fairy tale. But in an instant, this illusion of a wonderful life was destroyed by the girl herself. Since childhood, Selena had a very scary character, so she screamed at everyone even for a small offense. Having become the mistress's personal servant, Aiden took on the role of a real lightning rod for her constant anger. He still couldn't get out of his head the memory of how sweetly she smiled when they first met. Innocently and good-naturedly, the girl asked that from now on the boy obey only her alone. And little Aiden was ready to belong to only one lady, since she really picked him up and saved him with this. Then, holding the little lady's hand, the assistant felt warmth and hope that now everything would be fine with him. He ended up in the Hawaii family and saw how Aaron grew up and only became better every day. In response, Selena felt more and more jealous and therefore could not control her bad temper. The girl threw books in different directions and shouted that she did not understand why her brother knew more things than she did if they read the same books. She even began to blame the servant for not taking all the books, and therefore the girl did not read all the information. Although Aiden was not aware of Master Aaron's training, he still tried very hard to please his mistress. And the lady screamed that the assistant was absolutely useless to her, and she had never given him shelter in vain. The boy was most afraid of these words, so he immediately asked what he should do to correct the situation. In response, the mistress demanded that the servant not only find out what books her brother was studying from, but also steal these books. Aiden tried to explain to Miss that he could not do anything like that, as he could be punished. However, Selena did not listen to the boy at all, but instead began to get even angrier. The girl even pushed the child and shouted that it would be better if she had not picked him up that day. For some reason, the lady completely lost her temper in this situation, and with her words greatly offended the servant. Selena even said that she never wanted to see him again, and he should go far away. All the assistant could do was try to beg for forgiveness in order to stay on the estate. He had to endure such insults and screams, and sometimes beatings day after day, which was very humiliating. But the boy still continued to think that if it weren't for the mistress, he would have frozen long ago, somewhere on the road. Therefore, while he had his own bed, warmth, and food, the child tried to hold on and remain calm. But at 17 years old, Aiden suddenly wondered how his current situation differed from life on the street. It was the day that Aaron graduated as the best student at the academy, and so the lady became furious. She once again shouted at the assistant that he had absolutely no idea what he could do for her. Since the guy was too tired and did not react to the lady in any way, the girl grabbed the box and threw it at his head. Since the box was very heavy, it broke the assistant's head and immediately fell bloodied to the floor. At this moment, Aiden froze in shock, as such an incident was the last straw in the ocean for him. The lady was very frightened, not because she had harmed a person, but because she saw blood. The servant, putting on a friendly smile, asked if his mistress was okay, as she had noticeably turned pale. The girl, trembling with horror, told the assistant that he had blood on his face, which worried her greatly. To this, Aiden replied that it was unforgivable for him to remain in front of the lady like this, so he would call someone else. After these words, the guy immediately left the room because emotions overwhelmed him, and it was difficult for him to contain them. At first, the servant walked very slowly and calmly, and the blood still continued to drip from his forehead onto the floor. But literally after a few seconds, he realized that he could not stand it and still ran with all his might. Right now, Aiden was simply bursting with resentment and anger for everything he had endured at the estate. He felt that at that moment, something in him had completely broken, and the desire to kill his mistress eclipsed even the pain. Along with the blood, his tears now began to drip onto the sheet, as the guy was in great pain in his soul. He wiped his face as best he could, and then tried to calm down, because he thought that the tears had started at all inappropriately. Aiden was surprised that during all the beatings on the street and humiliation of the mistress in the estate, he did not shed a single tear. But for some reason, right now it seemed to the guy that he had been completely betrayed, which is why he roared. Suddenly, somewhere in the room, saturated with the emotions of the assistant, magic appeared in the air. Aiden noticed an incomprehensible glow and turned around, finding a bright clot of energy flying around him. This was the first time the guy had seen something like this, but he immediately guessed that he had magical powers. He looked carefully at the formed piece of his own energy and was not afraid at all. And the sphere, still silently circling in the air, gradually gained strength, occupying more and more space around. Even though he was bleeding, the guy couldn't stop watching his own magic. He was so surprised that he did not immediately believe his own eyes, although everything was already clear. Finally, it dawned on Aiden that his cry from the soul had turned into such a clot of energy. This made the assistant laugh evilly because a lot was now changing in his life. The servant realized that the blood of magicians flows in his veins, and he can kill his mistress thanks to this accident. The magician was very interested to see the lady's expression when she found out that an ordinary servant had magic. And he wanted even more to know what the girl would think when she met her terrible end at his hands. Aiden didn't even care what would happen to him after everything. The main thing for him now was to take revenge. However, right now he was very smart as he decided to hide his ability to use magic. Although the guy was tempted to ask to go to the wizard's tower to study there if he could. But in the end, Aiden decided to act more pragmatically so that no one would try to use him. So the guy completely hid his strength and continued to endure all the humiliation further, as before. After that incident, Selena's attitude towards the assistant became softer, but this only made it harder for him. Perhaps the lady even began to fear that the servant might do something back to her, so she was careful. But Aiden, observing the girl's behavior, considered her whole performance simply pathetic. A few years later, the guy didn't expect to hear the miss say that she, too, was trash. He smiled somewhat bitterly, remembering everything that had once happened to him through her fault. The assistant believed that, although the girl had lost her memory, hearing the same phrases from her was still very funny. Meanwhile, Selena was talking with her brother and suddenly knelt down in front of him, which no one expected. The lady insisted that every time Aaron asked her for forgiveness, she would kneel down and convince him of her guilt. This is because when they first met, the guy started their communication again with an apology that Miss didn't like. Then the eldest son of the Howite family promised his sister that he would try not to apologize to her just like that. Only after these assurances from her brother did Miss calm down and ask the assistant to lift her to her feet. Aiden immediately jumped up to the lady and even shook her off a little after helping her up. Having put herself in order, Selena wholeheartedly, albeit a little in advance, congratulated her brother on his engagement. Aaron was very happy that his sister was finally acting like a real lady. From behind, all this was watched somewhat anxiously by the assistant, who had behaved warily with the miss after her attempt to die. He guessed that the lady wanted to personally congratulate all family members on the event, and not just the family. And indeed, after talking with her brother, the girl went to Ariel's room, who accepted her words with delight. The only thing is that in front of the doors to her parents' room, Miss visibly froze in indecision. The heroine remembered that these people looked with adoration, but she believed that it was not at her, but at their previous daughter. With sadness, the girl thought about what a shock her parents would experience if they found out the truth. However, the lady had no reason to avoid her own family at the moment, so she knocked on the door. Miss waited for a while, but no one answered her, so she decided that her parents were not there. Then suddenly the mother opened the door, which scared the girl, and looked who came to her. As soon as she saw her daughter, the Duchess immediately hugged her tenderly, since she had rarely seen her lately. Selena was surprised by such unexpected tenderness, since they had dinner together last night. Unexpectedly, the father also approached his daughter, who was proud that she had come to congratulate them on the ceremony. The heroine silently looked at the friendly gestures of her parents, their gentle voices and warm words. She suddenly felt sad because this is exactly what she wanted to get in a past life and couldn't. So now the lady was experiencing trembling all over her body from such strong affection and love, although she was not the real Selina. This couple still saw their dead daughter in the girl, so their new miss did not deserve love. The heroine thought that she should be aware of her position and behave carefully so as not to relax. But the lady was still little able to please the adults, and therefore she specifically addressed them not by their names, but by their nicknames in the form of Mom and Dad. This really made the Duke and Duchess very happy, who had not heard such an address from their daughter's lips for a long time. And the lady suddenly thanked the man and woman on her own behalf for receiving her so warmly. The Duchess told the girl that it was completely natural for them, because Miss was their daughter. After talking with her entire family when Selina was walking back, she did not understand at all why the villainess was dissatisfied earlier. After all, she had absolutely everything that the heroine herself could only dream of in a past life. Therefore, the girl had even more questions about why exactly she ended up in this body. Selina walked forward, deep in thought, when suddenly for some reason the assistant carefully called out to her. The guy noticed that Miss had paused and came closer to her to find out if everything was okay. Turning to the servant, the Duchess asked if they had first met on the dark road when he lay in rags and beaten. The magician was surprised by the girl's unexpected question, but still confirmed this situation. He even found the strength to smile, although for him it was a somewhat difficult moment in his life. Then, a little sadly, the lady asked if she had really once thrown a box at the guy. Remembering how blood flowed from the wound on his head, the assistant was plunged into very unpleasant memories. In the end, he admitted that this had happened, barely restraining his own emotions about it. The girl only now finally realized how cruel she had been all this time. With a heavy heart, the lady turned away from the guy because she couldn't find the strength to say anything to him in the end. In fact, Selina specifically asked all these questions because she wanted to check whether the same actions as in the novel were really happening to her, and this turned out to be the case. No matter how much the girl convinced herself, it still turned out that she ended up in the body of the villainess from the novel she read. So it seemed to the heroine more and more that she had no place at all in this world, and among all these people. Selina didn't understand why she needed all this warmth around her, if she was going to die soon anyway. The lady made the final conclusion for herself that this whole world and the people around her greatly irritate her. Therefore, in front of Aiden this time, Miss fell down the stairs on purpose, knowing that she would die. The assistant followed directly behind his mistress, although at some distance, so that he could see that she was falling. Despite the fact that he once wanted to kill her, now for some reason Aiden rushed straight after the lady with an excited cry. In a second, he covered the few meters that separated the assistant from the mistress, according to etiquette. But this still turned out to be not enough, because the servant did not have time to grab the mistress's hand to save her. And the lady flew down, as she had long wanted to do in order to end her life completely and irrevocably. Selina looked at the face of the assistant, who for some reason decided to save her, and was a little surprised. It seemed to her that Aiden hated her very much for everything that happened before, and could never forgive her again. Although, on the other hand, Miss thought that lately she had been favorably disposed towards this guy. But that didn't explain to the girl why Aiden's face looked so sad now. Finally, the lady allowed herself to appreciate the servant's appearance, and thought that he had very beautiful golden hair. And the assistant himself at that moment was very worried about Miss, which is why he could not think about anything else. Since the guy was overwhelmed with emotions, he managed to use magic and stop the mistress's fall. As a result, he himself moved to the very bottom of the stairs and smoothly lowered Selina into his arms. With the help of magic, the girl landed very softly, and only her eyes were closed for now. To avoid holding her in his arms, Aiden lowered the lady a little to the floor, but still held her. The assistant looked at Selina with great concern, really hoping that she was okay. The girl opened her eyes and silently looked at the servant who had just saved her for some reason. She understood perfectly well that if she had fallen down those stairs, she would have easily broken her neck. When the guy tried to ask the lady again if everything was okay with her, she covered his mouth with her hand, and then the lady absolutely seriously and calmly asked why the assistant had just saved her. Aiden was silently horrified by such a question, because he did not expect anything like this, but he did not have time to answer, because at that moment, the servants came running and began to ask what happened to the lady. The magician looked at Selina with poorly concealed anger while she answered the assistants that she just fell and Aiden saved her. A little later, the girl was brought to her room and left alone by everyone except her personal servant. And before Aiden could leave, Selina turned to him and asked if he used magic when he saved her. Knowing that the servant would worry about this, the lady immediately clarified that she did not blame him at all. Since the guy still didn't want to talk about such things, he simply said that he would call the maids to the lady. Before Miss had time to object to him in response, Aiden had already run out of her room and was deep in thought. The only thing the magician understood was that, in theory, he shouldn't worry about something like that. But for some reason, he couldn't calm down. He remembered that the lady had lived all her life caring only about her own opinion, but now her eyes were very empty. In addition, for Aiden himself, the question remained why he still saved the girl, because he himself once wanted to kill. The assistant still remembered all too well those moments when little Selena constantly humiliated him. Suddenly, this thought about killing a lady seemed incredibly wrong and alien to the guy. He remembered the sad and empty eyes of the mistress, who looked at him without evil or expectation. Only now did the magician realize that he could not bear to watch Selena die, and would die after her. The assistant realized that from the moment of their very first meeting until today, he was grateful to Miss. So right now, the guy suddenly burst into the girl's room because he wanted to talk. The lady was putting herself in order at this moment, but did not mind listening to the servant. Aiden was having a hard time articulating his thoughts and was stuttering when he was suddenly interrupted. Lucas suddenly entered the room and said that he had come for Selena, since the ceremony was about to begin. The swordsman immediately noticed that Mrs. Hare was disheveled for some reason and asked if she had fallen. The Lord was completely oblivious to the servant's condition at that moment and asked him to bring the maids to help his mistress with her hair. Since the guy did not immediately react, Lucas asked why he did not carry out his order. In response, Aiden asked for forgiveness for his slowness and said that he would immediately bring his assistance. Selena stopped the servant because she remembered that he wanted to tell her something before the horseman arrived. But the blonde couldn't speak out in front of the aristocrat, so he replied that he didn't want anything. As a result, Aiden left the girl's chambers very sad and disappointed because he still wanted to talk to her. Lucas noticed the assistant's emotions and guessed that at the last moment he had lied, although he did not know why exactly. The ceremony itself had amazing preparation, delicious tables, and many guests and servants. The Lord was very pleased with the event, and also with the fact that it was he who accompanied Selena to it. The lady herself regarded the guy's presence rather as something inevitable and would prefer loneliness to his company. Lucas already knew where to go, so he quickly brought the girl to the table with her entire family. Miss was in no mood to argue now and therefore obediently sat down on a chair and allowed the swordsman to look after her. A little later, the magician came running to the rest of the servants, and the friends immediately noticed that he was delayed. Almost immediately after the lady's arrival, the butler announced that it was time to greet the bride and groom. All those invited immediately clapped, as was proper etiquette, and began to wait impatiently. Aaron and Ariel walked out to the people greeting them together and were visibly happy at the moment. Then the elder brother, looking around, noticed his sister, who was sitting at the table with her parents. The guy immediately waved to her, because he was still afraid that the girl, as before, would begin to behave badly. Of course, Selena immediately saw how radiantly the son of the Howite family smiled at her. This immediately made the heroine feel sad, because she was not the real sister of her loving groom. The guy almost immediately noticed what mood the girl was in, and was surprised at her change. The heroine realized that it would be very strange if she did not greet her brother, because she herself was not against his wedding. So, although not smiling, the lady waved at Aaron in response to his smile because she essentially had to. Seeing this, the bride and groom beamed with joyful smiles and everything immediately became good for them. Selena herself at that moment hoped that Ariel would be able to take care of the guy who was about to become her husband. Loud music started playing, and congratulatory champagne began to be poured out to the joyful guests. Somewhat later, when everyone had eaten and drank, the guests began to communicate with the entire Howite family. But the lady did not at all like the need to constantly talk, which Lucas noticed. Miss admitted that she urgently needed a chair, since she was no longer able to stand on her feet. The Lord was a little afraid for the girl's condition, but did not say anything, since he could not help now. He only reminded the lady that she would soon have another appearance, so she needed to be ready. Suddenly, the invited ladies actually noticed Selena and immediately ran up to her. Such pressure frightened the girl very much, although she assumed that something like this would happen. She turned around and found that Lucas had moved away just in time so that no one would talk to him. At that moment, a lady approached the younger Duchess of Howate and said that she was glad to see her completely healthy. Miss replied that she didn't feel that bad, so everything was fine now. The girl said that she could not help but worry because she knew the lady even before she lost her memory. She suddenly noticed that it was not Selena who was standing in front of her, but a completely different person. This young miss in the yellow dress was named Vivian, and she decided to ask if Howat remembered her name. In response, The girl said that it was better for the lady not to get close to her because she plans to die in the near future. Then a red-haired lady approached Selena, immediately reminding her that her name was Mia. The heroine tensed as she remembered that this girl was also a villain in the novel and her right hand. It was she who shaped the character of the daughter of the Howite family, and therefore was also to blame for her death. So the lady deliberately said Mia's name wrong and said that her memory had not fully returned yet. The girls around watched with concern the conversation between the two former friends. Then the red-haired villainess decided to come from the other side and suddenly turned to Vivian. She asked if the girl would mind if Mia talked to Selena, and she immediately gave way. The heroine herself did not like this, but for some reason no one asked her opinion in this situation. The red-haired villainess approached the mistress and asked in a whisper whether she had really lost her memory or was up to something interesting. Selena immediately pulled away from the girl and said that the fact that they were close before doesn't mean anything now. The lady added that she was somewhat embarrassed by Mrs. Pressure, so she would be glad if she kept her distance. Mia was shocked by these words and tried to remind her that they used to be almost sisters. The words of the younger Duchess Hawait were immediately heard by the girls around and began to whisper about it. This made the red-haired girl very angry, as she had been trying to get closer to Selena for a very long time. The girl even always supported the mistress's bullying when she did not see the point in it. Moreover, Mia specifically tried to give the girl the most expensive gifts possible, attracting attention to herself. And finally, the lady constantly said all sorts of forced words to Miss so that she would consider her her friend. And after all this, Selena looked at Mia with an unbearably empty gaze, which was unbearable for her. The red-haired girl decided to create a bad situation in which her friend had previously participated, so that she would remember everything. To do this, she called Aiden over to her, knowing full well that Selena had often mocked him before. The magician immediately sensed a catch in the aristocrat's actions, but he could not contradict her and therefore approached her. The lady with a smile asked the guy to bring her a glass of lemonade since he came to the event anyway. As soon as the blonde walked away, Mia turned to Selena and winked at her with a sly smile. The girl did not understand for what purpose the villainess was winking at her, but so far she had not said anything in response. At that moment, Aiden brought the same glass of lemonade that the red-haired girl asked for. She extended her hand and impatiently demanded to give her a drink as soon as possible because she was very thirsty. Although the assistant very carefully handed the glass, the miss deliberately tilted her hand and the contents spilled. Moreover, the lemonade ruined the lady's beautiful dress, which she absolutely could not stand, like other girls in the area. Mia immediately began to loudly scold the servant, shouting at him that he would never buy such a dress in his life. Aiden immediately bent down and began to ask for forgiveness, and he himself frowned, because he expected something like this. But this was not enough for the villainess, and she said that the guy would not get off with a simple apology. The girl reminded her that Aiden was only here because of Selena, so he should have done a much better job. The magician did not want to go back to the street at all, so such words touched him to the quick. Lucas, who was standing nearby, also immediately realized that everything that was happening was a setup, but he just sighed. No one expected it, but at that moment Selena suddenly became very angry about everything that was happening. The villainess continued to scold the blonde and did not notice at all how the mistress's mood had changed. Mia, in all seriousness, wanted to humiliate Aiden as much as possible, since they had not seen each other for quite a long time. The guy understood that this whole situation was a setup, because this was not the first time this had happened. And as always happened in the worst cases, Aiden was ordered to kneel as an apology. The magician was forced to forget about his pride and dignity, since he was very different in status from the aristocrat. Therefore, he began to kneel down, and at the same time asked for forgiveness, as it should be according to all the rules. Suddenly, the assistant felt a hand holding him from landing on the floor. The blonde was very surprised when he saw that it was Selena who prevented him from getting to his feet. Mia didn't expect this any less than the guy, who immediately asked why the girl did it. Lucas watched everything that was happening very carefully and tensed up significantly when he saw the mistress's actions. And the lady with a serious face asked the guy to get to his feet and not apologize for anything. The magician, although somewhat hesitantly, still obeyed, and the miss said that she was unpleasant to listen to the red-haired woman's foul language. The villainess did not expect this, and therefore froze in fear in place, because this had never happened before. Selena said that today was her brother's important ceremony, and therefore she did not understand why the girl was making such a fuss. Such an accusation was very offensive to Mia, since in general she was rarely scolded by anyone, and even so publicly. The red-haired girl tried to prove that she was a victim, because the servant spilled a whole glass of lemonade on her. In response, the lady stated that she saw the lady accidentally do it herself, and the assistant had nothing to do with it. The villainess couldn't believe that she was now being accused of shifting the blame onto others. And the lady specifically said that she wanted to hear other ladies' opinions about this situation right now. As a result, the girl found herself surrounded by invitees, who all said at once that it seemed to them too as if she had tipped the glass herself. Mia never in her life could have thought that she would have to answer for her evil actions in public. Out of despair, she ran up to Selena and asked why Miss had treated her in such a cruel way. Mia tried to convince her youngest daughter, Howite, that she was completely different from herself now. Selena calmly responded to this that she did not remember her past self and did not see the need to behave the same as before. Aiden, who had been told to stand aside silently, was very surprised to hear such words from the previously capricious Duchess. Meanwhile, the girl scared the red-haired girl that she would fine her for inappropriate behavior. Until the very end, the villainess tried to explain that they used to be friends, and Selena is now making a big mistake. But the mistress, barely restraining her irritation and disdain, took the girl's hand off her shoulder, and then Selena announced that from now on, she and Mia were no longer friends as they had been before. Moreover, the lady in a cold voice asked the girl not to try to establish communication with her anymore. This greatly shocked the villainess, who was confident that she was completely close to Howite. But Lucas, who was standing nearby, on the contrary, could not help smiling at such confident and loud words from the lady. The swordsman decided that it was time to intervene and approach the lady, saying that it was time for her to return to the estate. He cast an angry glance towards the red-haired girl, adding that Selena was no longer looking very good. This attitude from the Lord frightened Mia even more, and she retreated a few steps, changing her mind about arguing. The heroine suddenly said that she really didn't feel well, although she would really like to continue to be at her brother's ceremony. The horseman gallantly offered his elbow and offered to escort the miss to her chambers on the estate. Selena agreed and called out to Aiden before leaving, which surprised the guy a little as he wasn't expecting it. The girl, already moving towards the exit, called the assistant to go back with her. The magician no longer remembered how long it had been since the last time Miss called him like that, like a friend. He looked at her outstretched hand and heard the girl once again call the servant to leave the event together. This reminded Aiden of how, once in his childhood, Selena had called him to follow her from the cold street in the same way. So the guy quickly took the lady's hand, so as not to make her wait for him anymore for some reason. The lady reminded him in a somewhat authoritative voice that she was still only his mistress. And Aiden, with a happy smile on his face, agreed with this phrase because he loved the girl very much for this. When the magician came closer, Miss scolded him so that he would never dare to kneel in front of someone again. The blonde honestly admitted that he did not expect such a reaction from the mistress, so now he was pleasantly surprised. In response, Selena recalled the status system, according to which she was one of the main ones at this event and had to be obeyed. Then, proving her status, the lady specifically addressed all those invited and told a joke that was not at all funny. There was a bewildered silence in the hall, because no one understood the meaning of the words the lady said. But the youngest Howite did not calm down and made a sign with her hand for everyone to laugh and not be silent. And immediately everyone except Mia began to laugh, which was quite expected for Selena, because she was almost the main one at this event. At this point, the lady moved on contentedly, as she considered that her work here was completely done. She turned around and asked the assistant if he realized how powerful his mistress could be. Aiden allowed himself to smile back and nodded, as he understood everything perfectly. The only person who was terribly unhappy in this situation was Mia herself, since she had been building a relationship with Selena for a very long time. Then the girl felt someone's cold gaze on her and, turning around, found that her father was looking at her like that. The man was extremely dissatisfied that someone of his name allowed himself to be lowered so low in public. Mr. Ratchapel gave the order to his assistants to prepare a carriage for him, since he no longer wanted to watch his daughter's shame. Mia heard her father give the order that they travel separately, which made her feel pain. That night, Selena again had a very strange and incomprehensible dream, which she could not stand. In it, the former daughter of the Howite family, who was very cruel, for some reason cried bitter tears. And the heroine, watching all this from the side, could not at all understand the reasons for the girl's behavior. Meanwhile, the villainess tried to say something every time, but the girl could not hear her words. She only promised that she would try to die soon, and then everything would truly end. Seeing the former lady shedding tears, the current lady was sad because she could not help her. She only asked to give her a little more time, and not to call after her so strongly and sadly. That night, Selena woke up after such a dream in a very sad mood, which was not surprising. The girl promised herself that after her death, she would definitely kick the villainess's ass, which was now preventing her from living peacefully in her body, at least for a short time. That same morning, going outside, Miss noticed that the season had already changed, and she woke up in this world in the spring. However, summer was gradually approaching everywhere, and this made life a little more pleasant for the lady. Then Selena was called out by Lucas, who was already completely ready for their trip together. He came closer and asked if the girl was okay as she was still pale, and she replied that it was because of the ceremony. The swordsman could not believe that the lady's health was so precarious, since several days had passed since the ceremony. Selena could not admit to the writer that she had not slept well all this time, as she was dreaming with herself. Suddenly, servants approached the talking couple and asked why the lady was dressed so simply. In response, the lady said that she would like to take a walk, but not attract too much attention. She warned the parents about this in advance, who only demanded that their daughter walk accompanied by someone. Aiden knew about this whole situation, and he was somewhat sad that Selena was told to take Lucas and not him to help. The swordsman noticed the way the blonde looked at the lady and abruptly approached him to talk. The horseman asked the guy to tell the dukes that he and the lady would return before dark. And then the lord leaned over and told the magician that he was like an open book, so he should better control his emotions. Aiden didn't want others to notice what he felt for his mistress, so he immediately blushed. And at that moment, the assistants began to whisper that there were two handsome guys nearby, which distracted the guys. While the swordsman and the magician were talking, Selena had already gotten into the carriage and was ready to depart. The servant could not understand what Lucas meant, because he tried not to show his emotions. In response, the writer asked the servant to be even more careful so as not to accidentally harm the mistress's honor. Already in the carriage, when they drove off, the lady asked the guy why he was behaving somewhat strangely. Lucas, although very displeased, still admitted that there was someone who irritated him very much. Selena thought for a while, and suddenly decided to support the swordsman, saying that he was a good person, no matter what he decided in the end. But the writer didn't really believe in the sincerity of the girl's words, which only angered him more. Then the carriage accidentally stumbled upon a stone and violently shook the girl and guy who were inside. At the same time, the lady hit her tailbone quite hard against the wall, so much so that she couldn't even stand the pain. Lucas noticed Mrs. Condition and immediately asked if she was okay, because she was silent. In response, the lady showed causeless aggression, although the guy himself was not to blame for anything. He recalled that he often asks Howard about her health because she almost always feels bad. They spent the rest of the way in silence, and when they arrived, Selena really quickly became worse because of the crowd around. The girl could barely breathe due to the sudden panic attack and lack of oxygen. Lucas politely tried to find out from the lady what exactly she was experiencing right now. But in the end, I realized that Selena was so unwell that she couldn't even speak properly, and decided to transfer her to another place. A little later, sitting almost completely alone, the girl was surprised because she could not be in the crowd. But in her past life, she did not have the opportunity to walk along crowded streets, so she never found out about it. Suddenly, the swordsman applied a cold handkerchief to the daydreaming Mrs.'s face to cheer her up, and the Mrs. screamed. The writer recalled the situation that just happened and said that this is why he often asks how the youngest Howite is feeling. Such a caring statement somewhat surprised the girl, but she tried not to show it. Instead, she said she noticed that Lucas had recently started calling her by her name instead of her title. The heroine did not understand why the hero from the novel, who was famous for his manners, suddenly became more familiar. Looking at the guy, Miss struggled to understand what was going on in his head since he changed his behavior. Suddenly, it dawned on Selena, and she asked if the Lord was trying to make friends with her. The writer did not expect to hear such an assumption, and therefore asked again in some surprise. And the lady once again repeated her question about whether the guy was trying to make friends with her for some reason. Lucas couldn't find anything to say in response, so he just remained silent and thought for a while. And then the Lord suddenly smiled joyfully and asked, "Why don't they really try to become friends?" But Selena immediately and rather sharply asked him to stop talking about something like that. However, the swordsman did not take offense, but instead asked where they would start their walk. And the lady agreed to change the topic and therefore replied that first they would go to uninhabited places, all because Miss was trying her best to find a suitable place for her near death. A little later, while eating ordinary food from the street, the girl looked up at a high tower. Lucas still walked next to the lady and tried to carefully monitor that everything was fine with her. So the guy noticed the girl's look and said that he would never let her go up there. The lady immediately replied that she had not planned anything at all, although this was not true, but she did not want to admit it. In response, the swordsman only sighed but did not find out anything else, as he realized that it was useless. Instead, the lord noticed that the lady often ate the food of commoners and said that this bothered him. The lady thought to herself that initially she didn't have much choice in that life, and she simply ate what was given to her. And the rider, watching the girl, suddenly smiled, although he didn't really notice it. Unexpectedly, Miss heard an adult man rudely scolding someone. The fact is that one aristocrat hit a homeless man with his carriage and now demanded moral compensation from him. The boy, who clearly suffered much more than the man himself, could only ask for forgiveness in return. A crowd quickly gathered around them, but no one was in a hurry to intervene, since they were of low status. Lucas, looking at this incident, invited the lady to get away from him before even more people gathered. But to his surprise, the lady got up and went straight to the epicenter of all the events. Turning around, Selena briefly asked if that man swung at her. Would the swordsman stop him? The horseman, although he was very surprised by the lady's question, immediately said that he would definitely protect her. Suddenly, the meaning of Mrs. Question dawned on the lord, and he immediately jumped up, because he was against such actions of hers. And the girl at that moment was not ready to listen to the guy, because she remembered what happened to her a very long time ago. These were memories she desperately tried to put out of her mind because of their cruelty. It was from them that all his life that he worked on the estate he tried to isolate Miss Aiden so that she could not stand still. Selena stood between the aristocrat and the poor man and asked the man to stop his actions. But the man was not used to the fact that someone could contradict him, so he ordered the girl to get out of the way. However, Lucas immediately stood up for her and demanded that the aristocrat, despite his status, watch his language. The man realized that this lady could also be an aristocrat, so he said that he just wanted to teach the guy a lesson. The crowd around immediately began to whisper that the aristocrat himself was to blame for what had happened, driving the carriage at great speed. The lady heard this perfectly well, and she understood that the uncle used his cane for beating. So the heroine snatched this very cane from the hands of the arrogant man, which he did not expect. Then, while everyone was just standing and watching, the girl suddenly broke the cane against her leg with all her might. This act greatly surprised and at the same time angered the aristocrat, and he began to threaten violence. In response to threats to call the guards, Selena said that she would say that the man himself attacked her, and the crowd would confirm this. And indeed, the people around were ready to protect the boy, who simply happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The lady explained that just as the aristocrat wanted to shift his blame onto the child, so she would blame him. These words caused wild laughter from Lucas, who had previously been watching the lady's actions with great interest. In addition, the common people also began to say that the unknown girl was acting very fairly. They confirmed the fact that under guard they would stand up for the beautiful stranger and help her. After this, the swordsman, still laughing, asked the man what he would do and whether he would call the guards. The aristocrat realized that he had lost and tried to threaten the unknown lady with his status. However, he quickly changed his mind and rushed away, saying that he had his own business. But just before leaving, he cast a very angry glance at Miss as he was dissatisfied with his loss. The lady noticed exactly how the man looked at her, but did not attach any importance to it. Instead, Selena turned to the boy, who was still sitting on the floor next to her. She suddenly sat down and asked the child to be much more careful next time, because they wouldn't always be able to help him. The boy felt enormous gratitude to this noble lady, who for some reason still helped him. But Lucas distracted the lady from the dialogue, reminding her that it was time for them to leave so as not to attract attention. Therefore, Miss only had to listen from afar as the child happily shouted words of gratitude to her. While the girl and the guy were walking down the street, he suddenly noticed that her dress had become dirty. Selena noticed that the swordsman was looking at her strangely and asked him what was the matter. The rider immediately asked if the youngest Howitt's knee was hurting, because she said that she didn't like pain. And the girl admitted that she had no intention of breaking the cane, but she became very angry and could no longer stop. The lady said that she wanted to go home, and the lord led her to the carriage while some men followed them. Lucas suggested that the lady take the shortest, albeit crowded, road, and she agreed because she was very tired. The swordsman took a careful look at the Miss's face and agreed that she looked unwell again. He even, with sparkling eyes, suggested that we hurry up, but right after he dealt with the rats. The men who were chasing the two aristocrats did not expect that they would be noticed so easily by some guy. Selena, seeing these thugs, was very surprised, since there was not a word about them in the novel. But the heroine didn't want to deal with anything now and simply left it all to Lucas. The guy at that moment took out the money and said that this is all he has now, and if this is enough, then they will part with the world. The lady guessed that the Lord was desperately trying to avoid violence since she was nearby. But one of the bandit leaders said that money alone would not be enough for them to simply leave. The rider, slightly angry, asked what else the men would need to leave them alone. The guys explained that they were ordered to teach a lesson to the girl who was pretending to be an aristocrat. The lady immediately guessed that this whole gang was hired by that nasty guy with the carriage. And these words completely angered Lucas, and at the same time gave him the will to act, so that he drew his sword with a crazy face. The Lord announced that he guessed that these bandits simply did not know their place. He warned that in order to get to the lady behind him, the guys would have to stand for their lives first. The bandits immediately felt the swordsman's incredible thirst for blood and were quite frightened. At this moment, the lady watched the Lord's face very carefully and was finally able to see him completely serious. The girl reminded the guy that her parents would be worried if he suddenly massacred her. This caused Lucas to give the men one last chance and invite them to leave if they wished. But one of the main ones in their gang suddenly decided that it would be inappropriate for him to just run away. He shouted for all the men to gather and attack at once just one swordsman and a defenseless girl. Realizing that he would have to fight, the Lord apologized, and then pulled the lady closer to him to protect him like that. This surprised the lady very much, but in this situation she could not object in any way. And the swordsman began to try with all his might to protect the most valuable thing that was now in his hands. And, having recognized the level of his opponents, the guy even began to easily deflect their blows with a provocative smile. And the lady at that moment was experiencing difficulty breathing because of how tightly the guy pressed her to his chest. The Lord noticed that Miss was experiencing certain inconveniences, and admitted that it was much more difficult to fight this way. At that moment, one of the bandits attacked them once again, but the rider deftly parried his jump. Realizing that it was dangerous to leave the lady unattended, the guy asked her to hug him tightly and not let go. Although the lady was not happy with such a request, she was not in the position to argue. In addition, the warmth that the swordsman gave her somewhat calmed the girl, so she obediently pressed herself against him. Lucas, who was now very attentive not only to the battle, but also to the miss, glanced at her. At that same second, Selena raised her eyes and met the gaze of the Lord, who was trying to understand what condition she was in. The guy and the girl felt somehow special right now in each other's arms, but the crowd of bandits had not gone away, and they still needed to be resisted somehow. Since all their tactics failed, the men decided to once again try to attack the Lord with the whole crowd, and in the estate at that time, a red-haired maid named Jane was struggling with the mice. Her assistant, trembling with fear, praised the girl for doing her mission so well. And Jane responded by saying that there was no place for rats or mice in the Duke's house while she was working here. Aiden, who did not participate in the general fuss, held out the bag and asked to put what was left of the mouse in it. A little later, making sure that no one was watching him, the guy went alone into the garden. Just in case, he looked around, because it was important to him that no one would catch him. And then the blonde sat down and carefully laid the body of the mouse that had been beaten on the estate on the ground. As always before, the magician used all his abilities to revive the unlucky baby. And he succeeded, because the mouse moved its antennae and began to move little by little. Aiden turned to the baby with a smile, saying that he was very lucky to survive the blow from Jane herself. In response, the mouse began to lick the wounds that the assistant could not cure, since he did not have much control over his abilities. The blonde made a promise to himself that he would learn more about healing magic in the future. In the meantime, he was still just an ordinary servant, which somewhat upset Aiden. He remembered Lucas's words about not knowing his place, and because of this, he abruptly jumped to his feet, which scared the mouse. But since the guy was not going to keep it, he followed the mouse and advised her not to go into the estate anymore. After that, the magician turned around and tried to mentally compose himself because he did not want the mistress to know about his feelings. He didn't even care if the whole world started making fun of him. But the opinion of his lady alone was always more important to Aiden than anything else. Therefore, the guy could not bear it if the girl suddenly looked at him with contempt. At this moment, Miss was still under Lucas's protection, and her hands began to tremble from the overexertion. She thought that it was too hard to simultaneously try not to disturb the Lord and hold on to him. But the girl was silent because she understood that it was much more difficult for the swordsman than for herself. The only thing that confused the lady in this situation was that she was so close to the rider that she even heard his heartbeat. During one of the calmer moments of the battle, the Lord glanced at the miss who was desperately clinging to him. Lucas could not even imagine that the mistress would be so worried, while trembling with excitement. Such a sweet appearance of the girl brought a sincere smile from the guy, although it was barely noticeable. He gave in to an unexpected inner impulse and hugged the girl tightly, but at the same time, tenderly. However, just a few seconds later, the Lord had to let the lady go, as the danger had passed. The guy announced that everything was fine now, so the mistress could stop clinging to him. Brushing the hair that had become disheveled during the battle from the younger Howitt's face, Lucas asked her to tell him if she felt bad. He suggested that they now find a place where they could rest before moving on, but then a bandit appeared behind him. But with one precise and powerful blow, the swordsman threw the man as far as possible because he was ready. The horseman said with a satisfied look that he could not be reached by such an obvious attack. Any other time Selina would have been amazed at Lucas' skills, but right now she was too tired. They quickly went to the carriage, but the lady did not have time to walk even a couple of steps before she felt pain. Because she was strong enough, Miss immediately fell to her knees directly on the floor. This frightened the Lord incredibly, and he immediately jumped to the girl, asking how she was feeling. The guy could not understand how exactly the lady could have been injured, because he protected her very well. While Selina and Lucas were walking somewhere, Aiden still couldn't find a place for himself in the estate, waiting for them. The magician was also worried because it was going to get dark soon, but those two didn't arrive. But then the clatter of the aristocrat's horse's hooves was heard, and the guy decided that it was the lady who had arrived. So he asked Jane to take the flowers he had collected to the lady's room, and he ran off to meet her. Aiden was in a big hurry because he was bored, although he didn't admit it. Suddenly the guy noticed that for some reason much faster than him, the senior butler ran up to the carriage. Only now was the magician able to realize that it was not Selina and Lucas who were sitting in the arriving carriage. He wondered who had arrived then, and then an old man with a very powerful aura came out of the carriage. The assistant watched in great amazement at how majestic this man was. By the silver brooch and indigo-colored clothes, the servant recognized the visiting magicians from the famous tower. Aiden's friend whispered that these two were from the Imperial Magic Parliament itself. That is why the senior butler was so courteous with the arriving guests, and immediately informed them that the Duke was expecting them. When two skilled magicians passed by the assistant, he even held his breath because of his admiration for them. The surprised guy's eyes shone happily, and a slightly embarrassed blush even covered his cheeks. Then the old man who walked ahead and was a more powerful magician suddenly turned towards the servant. He knew how to recognize aura very well, so he immediately sensed Aiden's powerful potential for magic. It was for this reason that the grandfather smiled widely and cheerfully at the guy, because he recognized him as one of his own. The assistant was greatly shocked by this behavior of the magician and immediately bowed awkwardly to him out of excitement, and the old man himself, deep in thought about something of his own, turned away and went further to the Duke. Aiden's friend suddenly said that it was the first time he had seen the magician himself come to the estate, because they usually send representatives, and the blonde was still amazed because the great imperial magician himself smiled at him. At that moment, the old man grinned and said that he had just seen an interesting young man, which his assistant could not hear. While such events were happening in the estate, Lucas was very angry with the lady for her silence. The girl did her best to avert her gaze so as not to meet the eyes of the disgruntled guy. The swordsman sighed, as he had only just found out that the lady's leg hurt after she broke her cane. Selina calmly explained once again that she had broken her knee, and only now it began to hurt. The writer could not believe that the miss, under his supervision, managed not only to break the cane, but also her knee. In response, the mistress quipped, saying that knees do not have any special way to break. The guy reached out to touch Miss's knee, and she immediately groaned, which made him stop. As a result, Lucas came to the conclusion that it was worth first checking the extent of the bruise itself. True, he did not know how to look at the girl's knee, and she resolved everything herself by lifting her dress. This instantly made the swordsman blush, since such a thing was unacceptable. The girl herself was absolutely calm and said that she just wanted to see what condition her knee was in. The writer tried to remind the shameless girl that she was an aristocrat and she couldn't just lift her dress. However, in the end, the Lord had to come to terms with this circumstance, since he noticed the state of Miss's knee. Lucas immediately realized that it must have hurt for a long time, and quite badly. The lady, looking at the guy's face, realized that he was angry with her for silence and very powerfully. Suddenly, the guy and girl were interrupted by someone's hesitant voice that addressed them. The Lord, just in case, immediately took a defensive position and asked what was the matter. And the guy who came up explained that he had heard about the lady's wound and thought that he could help her. The younger Howitt took a closer look at the guy, and it seemed to her that he was somehow pale and gloomy. And the one who approached suddenly introduced himself as Priest Young and said that he had holy power. The swordsman asked to show the stranger his sign from the temple, and he calmly extended his hand with the mark. Then Selina decided to take a risk and asked Ian to help her if it would not be difficult for him. The guy smiled faintly in response because he liked to help other people. He gently touched the girl's knee and began to cast a special spell to cure her. From such words, his hands began to glow, and Miss suddenly felt that she was really feeling better. Just a few seconds later, the mistress's knee was completely fine, which she could not have expected. The guy and girl warmly thanked the priest for his unexpected but necessary help. As a result, although somewhat late, they still returned to the estate, barely making it before dark. Lucas watched the girl's condition carefully and a little anxiously all the way. He was surprised by how much Miss had changed in such a short time that he didn't even recognize her. Before parting, Ian said that he decided to help them because he saw Selena's good deeds. However, all this did not explain to the swordsman the reason why the lady had changed so dramatically in her actions and character. Previously, the youngest Howitt was a person whom everyone called behind her back an indifferent monster, which could not be said now. Lucas even had the feeling that a completely different soul had moved into the body of the previous villainess. Then the guy noticed that the girl opened her eyes and began to look out the window without stopping. At the same time, Selena's gaze was extremely empty and lifeless, which even frightened the Lord. The horseman also could not understand the reasons for such a look, because everything was good in the lady's life. He looked out the window to see what Miss was looking at so intently, and saw the clock tower. This allowed the Lord to guess that the girl still wants to die in the way she originally chose. In addition, the guy also felt bad at the sight of the sunset, since bad memories were associated with it. Suddenly, the heroine noticed that not everything was all right with the swordsman, and therefore turned to him. For some reason, the guy even clenched his teeth and felt a cold sweat, although everything was unchanged. As a result, he thought that he would never allow his mistress to die, no matter how much she wanted it. That night, although the lady returned in perfect order, Aiden still could not sleep. The guy tossed and turned from side to side as he was tormented by various thoughts that prevented him from sleeping. He finally came to terms with the fact that he wouldn't get any sleep today, so he opened his eyes. The blonde still remembered that great magician from the Empire, who was very respected. There was a legend that it was precisely such magicians who were considered real aristocrats for their skills. And although the old man's assistant looked like an ordinary person, this legend also completely applied to him. Aiden was very worried about what those two might say about a commoner like him. The guy looked at his work uniform as an ordinary servant and sighed sadly because of his fate. All that remained for the magician was to simply go to the window, because he was not like those two. But even Aiden knew that the power of mana depends on the phase of the moon and how much you have accumulated. However, the blonde still wondered why exactly he received this ability. That night, Lucas, who was sitting peacefully in an easy chair in his room, could not sleep either. This evening, the guy was so upset by the sunset, he saw that memories of long-ago events now prevented him from sleeping. Many years ago, he was an ordinary happy boy who loved his parents very much. When they all walked together, little Lucas always ran far ahead, enjoying the walk. The father repeatedly asked his son to move slower, because his mother could not walk so fast. When the boy remembered his mother's poor health, he immediately returned to her. Lucas loved to rush into the arms of this sweet, albeit fragile woman and feel her warmth. And the mother always defended her son, convincing her husband that she was feeling well today. However, Dad still asked his son not to be so selfish and to think at least a little about others. He invited him into his arms, but little Lucas stubbornly hugged only one mother. To this, the father calmly and good-naturedly just shrugged his shoulders, and the woman laughed merrily. In fact, Lucas was from a family of fallen aristocrats, which is why he lived in a house on the outskirts. His father hid his status and went to work every day at dawn to earn food, in order to help his parents at least a little. The boy endured cold and hunger, no matter how bad he felt. He was ready for this because most of all he wanted his mother not to die and leave him alone. The woman always noticed when her son was cold and invited him to lie down next to her. Little Lucas could hardly hold back his tears when he saw how much worse his mother was getting every day, but when he lay down next to her, he was ready to believe in the words of his mother, who convinced him that he would soon recover. Because of such a difficult family situation, the child allowed himself to cry only when he prayed to God. But pretty soon he learned that his family found itself in this situation because of his own aunt, which made him disappointed in people. The boy was almost constantly sad that if it weren't for his aunt, he would have had money and his mother could have been cured. As a result, due to poverty, my father volunteered to join a squad to fight monsters for the sake of money. His wife, having learned about what he was planning, became worried because it was a very dangerous idea. But her husband convinced her that this was the only way to cope with the disease because the troops had promised him this. The man assured that in just a couple of months he would return to his already healthy wife. And Lucas stood nearby and listened sadly about the sacrifice his father had to make. Dad sat down next to his son before he left and asked him to look after his mother. Finally, the man hugged his little son tightly and said that he loved him very much. But no one knew that literally 3 months later the funding from his father would stop, and the boy would have to ask his aunt for money. With tears in his eyes, Lucas knocked on the doors of the evil woman's estate until the last moment and begged him to give him money for medicine. Finally, after a few hours, the doors opened and the lady's assistant handed the child a bag of money. He threw him on the floor and threatened that if Lucas came again to ask for money, he would not return alive. Barely holding back tears from insult and humiliation, the boy nevertheless picked up the coins that were given to him the last time. Leaving his aunt's estate, he no longer cried, although the tears still slowly continued to fall down on their own. Suddenly, Lucas noticed that it was sunset, which meant that he urgently needed to run to the hospital. Quite quickly, he rushed to the doctor and began to beg him to help his mother with the money he had. But the doctor very rudely and coldly refused to help, saying that the money was too little. After that, the man callously slammed the clinic door right in the face of the pleading child. Only now Lucas realized that no one else would help him, and even he himself could not change anything. However, the boy still did not intend to give up and decided to figure out what he should do. Meanwhile, through the fields colored by the sunset, the son ran to the house to see his sick mother. After some time, he arrived home and carefully opened the door so as not to disturb the woman's rest. It was only when Lucas approached the bed that he realized that his mother was lying too still. In addition, the woman's face looked incredibly tired and exhausted, and there was no medicine. The boy, his voice slightly trembling with fear, said that he had come home, and after his words, the mother still opened her eyes and called her beloved son by name. The child immediately carefully leaned against his mother's bed, but did not feel the warmth from the woman's body. And at that moment, she very slowly raised her trembling hand and carefully stroked her son's cheek. Mom tried to say something, but instead coughed up blood very painfully. When the coughing fit went away, Miss began to whisper the name of her son, whose hand she did not want to let go of now. Lucas couldn't look at his mother without tears and tried his best not to let go of her hand. Suddenly, the woman's hand finally cooled down and fell on the bed, no longer moving. For the boy, who immediately understood everything, this came as a real shock, and he froze in place. Blood flowed from the woman's mouth again, and her last tears flowed from her eyes. The child began to shake his mother's cooling body, refusing to believe in her death until the last moment. Lucas begged the woman not to leave him alone, because he couldn't cope without her, and he was scared. But all the baby's tears that evening at sunset were absolutely useless and meaningless. That is why the future Lord forever remembered such a terrible time of day for him now as sunset. A few days later, he had to personally bury his beloved mother, because it was impossible to leave her in the house. People around began to whisper in confusion about how a child from an aristocratic family could bury a member of his family in such a place. But Lucas was so hurt by the death of a loved one that he didn't pay attention to anything. After the mother's death, all that was left for the child were her bloody sheets and blankets. But little Lucas had no strength or desire to clean the house or do laundry. Instead, the baby continued to sit dejectedly near the now empty bed and try not to cry, since it did not help. He sat almost motionless near his mother's bed when it was daytime and didn't even eat anything. And as night fell, nothing made the child move. He was so hurt by the loss of such a loved one. And so it went on day after day until the doors of their little house on the outskirts opened and a man walked inside. It turned out to be the surviving father of the boy, who immediately ran up to his son and began calling him by name. The kid looked up, trying his best to understand what was happening, and then noticed the man. The boy's eyes filled with tears because he recognized his father and felt joyful at the sight of him. Dad hugged his son tenderly and tightly because he no longer hoped to see him after everything that happened to him in the war. And only now, in the arms of his father, Lucas allowed himself to finally give emotion to the feelings that had accumulated inside. Suddenly, the boy noticed that there seemed to be something missing in his father, and he froze in horror with the realization. He pulled away a little from the man and asked him where his left hand was and why it was not there. At that moment, the child realized that not all of his dad had returned from the war, although he was alive and almost healthy. It was then that Lucas decided that, no matter what, he would survive in this evil and cruel world where few people help each other. And for this he needed strength, so he turned to the Duke of Hawaii, who was saved by his father by sacrificing his hand. However, even after becoming a lord, the guy could not trust anyone and continued to wear various masks. The only ones he actually swore allegiance to were the Hawaii family. At that moment, Aaron stopped by to see his old friend, saying that he noticed that his light was on and therefore came to talk. The Lord was glad to see his only reliable friend, so he immediately invited him to sit next to him. Aaron stated that it is important to always have a friend nearby who can drink, to which the swordsman reminded that the guy just likes to drink. The eldest son of the Howite family did not argue with this phrase and simply poured a glass for both himself and his friend. Then the guy remembered the purpose for which he came to visit, and he instantly became very sad. The younger duke turned to his friend and said that he still couldn't stop thinking about his sister, which made the Lord freeze. Aaron shared his thoughts that Selena seems carefree, but he can't help but feel like she just wants to disappear. So the brother came to his friend to find out if the lady seemed at least a little stable to him. The swordsman looked carefully at the guy and thought about what exactly he should answer such a question. The rider remembered how empty the lady's gaze was sometimes and shook his head negatively. The brother admitted that he just wanted everything to be fine with his sister, but did not know how to help her. Then the Lord remembered a priest named Yang and realized that he could help them, so he began to tell his friend about him. A little later, when the rider had finished talking to Aaron, he stood on the balcony and thought. The elder brother, having heard about the priest, decided to find him at all costs because he believed that he could help. He was tensed by the fact that even the aristocrats of the noble family knew nothing about such a powerful priest. Suddenly, the guy looked into the garden and saw the silhouette of a young man standing there and watching the moon. The rider recognized the guy as Aiden and was surprised to see him awake so late at night. He turned to the servant and he immediately turned his head because he did not expect to meet anyone else. In response to the Lord's words about insomnia, the magician silently bowed to him and was about to leave. But Lucas wasn't going to let go of a guy he wanted to talk to anyway. He pushed off from the balcony and jumped down, not at all afraid of getting hurt, since he was in good physical shape. In toga, the aristocrat landed right in front of the servant, who did not expect such actions from him. The Lord didn't just go down to the assistant. He announced to him that he would soon leave with Aaron for a few days, and the guy would have to keep an eye on his mistress. Aiden replied that the swordsman should not worry, because he himself was worried about the safety of the miss. Such a daring answer somewhat angered the rider, but he decided to ignore it. The magician himself realized that he had lost his composure and responded more rudely than he should have, but it was too late. He clenched his fist as he realized that right now he had no desire to bow his head. Aiden perfectly remembered the lady's words that only she was his mistress, and he could not bow down to others. So the assistant reassured himself that it was the Lord who started it first, and told him that it was already late and it was time to leave. But as soon as the servant turned to leave, Lucas once again stopped him. Such pressure surprised and somewhat frightened the blonde, but he tried not to show it. The aristocrat said, in all seriousness, that the assistant would not be allowed to let Selena go anywhere alone. Aiden did not expect that the swordsman would repeat over and over again that under no circumstances would Miss be allowed to go anywhere. Moreover, the guy said that the lady should never have gotten into the clock tower. The magician did not know what the rider meant, so he simply asked to let him go now. But the Lord demanded that the guy promise him that he would fulfill all his conditions, since this was important to him. Aiden sharply pulled his hand out in response and said that he understood everything perfectly, and there was no need to repeat it again. The next morning, as Lucas had warned, he and Aaron went on a short trip. Selena was not at all worried about their departure and briefly replied that she understood everything. The girl looked at her brother and realized that he would love his sister until the very end. So she took his hand, and the guy immediately beamed at the display of such tenderness towards him. And the lady herself at that moment thought that she was still just a fake who should have died by now. The only thing Miss dared to mentally pray for was that no one would get angry with her. Lucas suddenly interrupted the brother and sister's farewell, reminding his friend that it was time for them to leave. Aaron immediately shouted at the Lord, who allowed himself too much with such a gesture. But the girl herself did not think anything bad about the Lord, unlike her cultured brother. She realized that this was her last meeting with the rider, and therefore asked him to look after the younger Duke of Howite. With sadness, the lady thought that a lot had happened during her stay in this world, and she managed to cause trouble for the guy. However, the lady was very grateful to Lucas for all his help to her, even though he annoyed her at times. The guy and girl could have talked some more, but then Aaron interrupted their farewell. The younger Duke smashed the hands of those bidding farewell with one hand, since it seemed to him that the Lord had not let go of his sister for too long. Then the brother pulled his friend along with him, saying that it was high time for them to hit the road. Lucas noticed how tense the Duke was and joked that he now looked like Selena's fiancé. Aaron did not appreciate the joke, and as a result, said goodbye to his sister somewhat tensely, without releasing the hand of his friend. Before leaving, the swordsman saw through Aiden's eyes that he was quietly standing a little behind the mistress. With just his lips, the aristocrat whispered the word tower, trying to remind the blonde of their conversation yesterday. The magician tilted his head to the side in bewilderment, since he was not good at reading lips. And the writer finished the sentence, still hoping that the assistant would be able to understand his words. When insight appeared in the servant's eyes, Lucas addressed him out loud, asking him to look after the lady since he understood him. Aiden bowed obediently, although he could not guess why the Lord was so worried about the clock tower. As soon as the two friends drove away from the estate, Aaron noticeably became gloomy for some reason. Lucas smiled slyly and asked the guy what was the matter and why his face had changed so much. It turned out that the elder brother was terribly dissatisfied with the Lord's behavior towards his sister. In response to all the threatening words of the younger Duke, the swordsman only laughed because he was amused by this situation. Aaron, meanwhile, claimed that even he could not sometimes hold Selena's hand, let alone others. To this, the horseman said that the day would come when someone would constantly hold the lady's hand. This realization shocked his brother so much that he even froze in place and stopped cursing. Lucas, meanwhile, hinted that even he could very well become such a person in the future. And these words raised another wave of indignation from the Duke of Howite, who was absolutely not ready for something like that. Aaron demanded that the Lord stop making jokes, but the guy still continued to chuckle. After some time, the brother was still able to calm down and exhaled, as he realized that there was little he could change. He remembered that before losing her memory, the lady really loved Lucas very much and often tried to attract his attention. But the guy also knew that at that moment his sister was not at all interested in the swordsman. So Aaron was surprised that the changes in Selena somehow made Lucas change his mind. Looking at his satisfied and smiling friend, the brother thought that he could not find a truer comrade. And he was even ready, without a shadow of a doubt, to give his life for this man who helped him in many ways. But he was afraid to give Selena to him, because she was just as lonely as the rider himself, which would be dangerous for the two of them. They both needed another person who could heal their deep emotional wounds. At that moment, the guys drove past that same clock tower, and the Lord immediately drew attention to it. With poorly concealed irritation, he asked if he should tear it down, otherwise it was an eyesore. These words frightened Aaron, who was not aware of the whole situation and considered his friend abnormal. And right now, at the estate, Miss was sorting out invitations to various events and tearing almost everything in half. Aiden watched the girl's actions with great concern, but did not dare to contradict her in any way. Selena, meanwhile, got to the next letter, which was an invitation to an embroidery evening. The lady was pretty tired because there was no end to the letters, when suddenly the blonde asked her to stop. To save time, which the heroine spent on unpacking letters, the magician himself got to work. At the same time, his movements were so polished and skillful that Miss involuntarily fell in love with him. Selena could not have expected that she would be able to see the guy once so calm. Aiden noticed that the mistress was looking at him and looked up questioningly in response. But the girl immediately pretended to continue reading the letters and accepted an invitation to an evening in the rose garden. And suddenly, it was this letter that interested the lady enough that she wanted to go. The magician noticed Mrs. Interest and explained that she was holding in her hands an invitation to a tea party, which is often held in the summer. And after these words from the assistant, the lady finally decided to go there so as not to sit still. So a few hours later, when Aiden came to Miss to bring tea, she surprised him. Selena told the guy that they were leaving for the city together right now and he needed to get ready. At the same time, she threw sugar into a cup of tea, which the assistant carefully brought to her to give it time. The girl specifically emphasized that the two of them were leaving together, and at that moment she looked with empty eyes at her reflection. So the magician quickly ran back to his room in order to get ready to go out with the lady. He abruptly opened the door to his room and tried to leave the dishes as quickly as possible. And then he quickly ran away, leaving the tea set clinking lonely on his table. But suddenly the guy changed his mind out of worry and rushed into his room again to get ready. The magician went to the mirror and looked carefully at himself, trying to identify the slightest flaws. Either the blonde didn't like the way his hair lay, or he wanted to nervously straighten his tie. And in general, the assistant caught himself thinking that the lady's offer to go somewhere together made his heart flutter. Previously, the servant could not even think that he would ever have such an opportunity. He understood that this did not mean anything, but he was glad that neither Lucas nor Jane would be near the girl. Aiden consoled himself with the thought that Selena had chosen him and joyfully rushed towards her. Unlike the servant, the lady was not in as good a mood, but at least she managed without a blank stare. She noticed that the blonde had a face like a contented child, and she was glad. True, this trip was overshadowed for the girl by the fact that she still wanted to die. So for the last time, as she thought, The heroine looked at the estate that sheltered her. The maid, Jane, accompanied her mistress, completely unaware of her thoughts at that moment. Selina looked around at the butlers, who tried to help her in everything just like her personal servants, and she thought that this foreign place had even managed to become somewhat familiar to her over these months. However, now the time has come to say goodbye, including to the parents who continued to love their daughter. But the current Selina could no longer take the place of the past, and therefore decided that today she would finish everything. Therefore, the girl absolutely calmly got into the carriage because she was not at all worried about her future fate. She even began to fall asleep when she suddenly felt that some shadow had fallen over her eyes. The lady opened her eyes and found that Aiden had tried to shield her from the sun with his hands. The guy asked for forgiveness for accidentally disturbing the miss because his goal was different. And then he continued to pull his hands forward, trying to block the mistress from the light. Selina could not stand it, and taking the assistant by the hand, pulled him to the place next to her. The younger Howitt explained this action by saying that this should make it easier for the servant to cover her with a shadow. In response, Aiden smiled joyfully and said that the girl could sleep peacefully while they were driving. This was exactly what Miss needed right now, so she actually closed her eyes. When they arrived at the cafe, Selina specially prepared as many cakes as possible to please the blonde. It was at this moment that the girl decided to quietly leave the guy and go to the clock tower herself. But when she got up from the table, Aiden immediately stopped eating because he wanted to wait for the lady. The mistress realized that if she disappeared right now, the servant would never eat anything without her. This is because the magician will faithfully wait for his mistress and will not touch a single piece without her. Therefore, the lady sighed and sat down, saying that she had changed her mind about going somewhere for now. Setting an example for the assistant, Miss began to eat some of the cakes that she herself had ordered, and Aiden immediately followed Selina's example, since in fact he had difficulty restraining himself. The guy was incredibly happy about how delicious they were eating, and honestly admitted this to the girl. The servant tried to guess what kind of ingredients this restaurant uses, since he had never tried anything like it. And the heroine, looking at the servant, thought that she had given him the most ideal last dinner. Although, in her opinion, she ended her life too sweetly eating cakes. But the lady was pleased with the fact that she would soon finish everything, and she would no longer have to worry about anything. Then Aiden noticed a chocolate cake on the table and became noticeably sad because he forgot to ask him not to take it out since Miss didn't like it. But Selina reassured the guy that he could very well eat this cake instead of her. Then the assistant asked the girl to eat something with him while he ate the chocolate treat. And she, watching the servant order her more food, wished him to enjoy this last moment as much as possible. Unexpectedly, Miss noticed that the servant looked very joyful and happy at this moment. She was pleased that she was able to make the guy glow with happiness, because in the estate he was always serious. The magician immediately apologized for being too relaxed during their tea party. The lady was not at all offended, but instead suddenly asked if Aiden wanted to do what he liked. She hinted that he could open a pastry shop, and she remembered that the young man had every chance of becoming a magician. Aiden did not at all expect that the lady would suddenly lead the conversation in such a vein, and therefore was not prepared. Tilting his head down, the guy suddenly admitted that he had once calculated how much money he would need to leave the estate. However, now the assistant has come to the conclusion that he has changed his mind about leaving this place and his mistress. Selina was somewhat upset by this answer and asked if it would be better for the blonde to do what he really liked. The servant greeted these words with a gentle smile, because he was pleased with the miss's care. He rose to pour tea and said quite seriously that he would like to continue serving his mistress. This statement greatly surprised the heroine, because she expected to hear different words from the servant. For some reason, the girl remembered the tower again and said that if it weren't for it, the magician would be able to do what he loved. This memory of the fall caused the lady to fall out of reality for a moment due to her own thoughts. She woke up in the same restaurant when the window became somewhat darker due to the passage of time, and Aiden, who managed to arrange for the check to be paid and for the carriage, said that it was time to go to the salon where they were originally going. The girl caught herself thinking that, at least a little more, she wanted to spend time with the servant, but there was no such opportunity. At the luxury store, Selina was immediately greeted at the entrance by Vivian, who organized this evening of roses. The heroine absent-mindedly accepted the girl's joy, since she did not expect that it was she who was calling everyone. The owner of the salon also greeted the youngest Howitt very politely, as long as she didn't leave. Before the lady could say a word, she was dragged away to try on dresses and choose the best. They started with a dress that would be perfect for any special occasion. Then, for some reason, they looked at a morning dress that would ideally express Selina's nobility and sadness. Then we moved on to a dress that might be suitable for a small and modest evening. Suddenly, on a common hanger among all the clothes, the lady saw something that really interested her. So the youngest Hawat came up and asked about the ordinary white dress hanging among the others. The hostess explained that these are clothes for everyday wear and not for formal evenings. But Selena was very attracted to the neat white dress, which in itself was associated with death for her. But right now, the heroine needed to take her mind off such thoughts, so she praised the owner's salon. The woman immediately blossomed, as she had not received good words from the Hawite family for a long time. And the lady went further and noticed that the shape of the rooms was surprisingly very unique. While the hostess was telling her what it was all about, the miss asked if they had an emergency exit in case of fire. And the saleswoman immediately explained that such an exit is located right behind the locker room for convenience. This more than satisfied Selena, and she even decided to move on with her plan, when suddenly she heard screams. It turned out that Lady Ratchapelle came to the salon and demanded to be admitted immediately. Mia categorically did not accept the word no and even swung at the maid that she could not let her through. But then the younger Hawat entered the quarrel and asked the villain to stop and not commit bad actions. The red-haired woman cast an angry glance towards the lady, but did not contradict her because of her status. She realized with a sigh that it was Selena who had taken over the locker room the moment Mia herself arrived. Then Vivian jumped out from behind the lady and asked if Lady Ratchapelle was trying to use violence again. The words of the unfamiliar girl greatly angered the villainess, and she immediately started screaming loudly. But then Miss gritted her teeth and turned away, saying that she would return after the ladies were finished. But then Selena realized that Mia could be useful for her plan, and therefore invited the girl not to leave, but to choose dresses with them. Such an offer immediately tensed the red-haired girl, but it was too profitable for her to refuse. The girl tremblingly remembered a recent conversation with her strict and cruel father during dinner. Then the man said that his daughter needed to do only one thing. Mia herself knew that she was ordered to stay as close to the daughter of the Hawat family as possible. The father even allowed the girl to resort to any dirty tricks in order to carry out her plan. Therefore, it remained a big mystery to the Duke how the lady could get to the point where she was hated not only by the servants, but also by the aristocrats. The girl tried to explain that her entire plan was disrupted only because Selena lost her memory. But this didn't bother her father much, who threatened to write his daughter out of the inheritance anyway if she didn't succeed. Mia was afraid more than anything that her father would simply kick her out into the street, leaving her penniless. The lady blamed everything with all her might on that damned amnesia of the younger Duchess of Hawite. It also seemed to her that it was Vivian who took the opportunity to get closer to Selena from her. The girl noticed that the red-haired girl was looking at her incomprehensibly and immediately asked what was the matter. The lady's malicious intonation greatly angered Ratchapelle, and she began to swear again. The hostess, hearing the screams, entered the room to find out if the aristocrats needed tea. But as soon as the woman saw the mood prevailing in the room, she herself concluded that tea could wait for now. Even the servants laughed a little at what bright and negative emotions Mia was experiencing. The red-haired girl noticed the mood of Vivian's assistants and angrily asked them what they were laughing at. The guy and girl who had been giggling before immediately fell silent and guiltily stood in line. To prevent the assistants from getting too much of the lady, Selena distracted Mia by calling her name. She gently reminded that Miss had again begun to attack Aiden, whom she was now forbidden to scold. Lady Ratchapelle did not immediately understand what exactly her ex-friend was hinting at, and therefore looked at her in bewilderment. Then the lady said in a menacing voice that the red-haired woman should not dare raise her voice towards her people. Vivian was extremely delighted at the sight of such a strict and angry younger Hawite, but Mia herself fell into shock because no one had ever dared to scold her before, except her father. Aiden, who was still standing in the same place, felt gratitude towards his lady. Then the lady turned to the assistant and asked him to find her an antipyretic as she began to feel unwell. The guy was a little scared for the girl's condition, but was ready for such a turn of events. N took a bag out of his pocket and said that he had foreseen this, so he took the pills with him. The magician also added that if Miss is cold, he can bring a blanket for her from the carriage. Selena was visibly surprised that the assistant had done so well and taken so much. Aiden said he also had a first aid kit for wounds, spare shoes, and even prepared some cookies. The girl thought sadly that this was very similar to the usual behavior of her faithful servant. But she did not intend to retreat, so she asked the servant to bring her an antipyretic with strawberry flavor. The girl said that she was not going to drink anything else, and hoped that the blonde would find a cure. Aiden noted with concern that in this case, the lady would be left completely alone. However, the heroine assured the magician that she would be in the company of girls, and therefore she would not be bored. Vivian immediately confirmed that she would definitely take care of the youngest Howitt, so that everything would be fine. Since the assistant could not come up with any more objections, he bowed and went to look for the medicine. But before he went outside, he suddenly froze and turned to Selena, wanting to ask her a question. With noticeable concern, Aiden asked if he could ask her something. The girl, looking up from her delicious tea, allowed the servant to ask her for the information he needed. And the magician, knowing full well how stupid he sounded, asked if the lady would stay here. The lady was surprised at how precisely the servant got to the point with his question. But then Vivian answered for her, saying that there was no point in a guy worrying so much about something like that. And Miss was never able to admit to the assistant what exactly she was going to do after he left. So she just told Aiden to go get his medicine already and not to linger any longer. At this moment, Lucas and Aaron reached the very church where Priest Ian served. The men got out of the carriage and warmed up properly after a long and sedentary journey. Then they noticed that someone who served directly in the church was finally running towards them. It turned out to be one of the priests, who did not know in advance about the arrival of the aristocrats to them. Nevertheless, the man tried to meet such noble gentlemen as politely as possible. Aaron reassured the priest that today they were not here on an official visit, but to pray to God. Then the assistant led them inside, and the friends noticed how people were praying almost at the entrance. But the priest did not allow Lucas and Aaron to pray here, saying that the place was too dirty for them. Both guys didn't understand how this happened, because they were in a real prayer room. To this, the priest tried to soften his words and explain that this room was just for commoners. So he called the aristocrats to follow him into another room, which made them quite angry. Lucas could not believe that in the eyes of God, aristocrats and commoners were not equal. A little later, when they sat down, friends reported that they were looking for someone among this temple. The priest was surprised because parishioners usually don't care who exactly they turn to. Aaron explained that a couple of days ago, one of the priests helped his sister, and therefore he would like to see him in person. The man immediately beamed and asked what exactly the name of that good minister of their church was. The eldest son of the Howitt family said that the unknown guy's name was none other than Yang. This name was clearly familiar to the assistant, as he stopped beaming and looked at the guests in surprise. For some reason, the man suddenly hesitated, clearly not wanting to talk about that priest. Lucas and Aaron did not expect such a reaction, so they began to watch the servant warily. As a result, the swordsman could not stand it and asked to invite Yang to them, since they would like to thank him. So the priest had no choice but to obediently call the guy, because they could strengthen the relationship with the Duke. The man even hinted to the aristocrats about a donation, and they immediately made it, just to achieve their goal. Approaching Ian's door, the servant pounded on it with his foot and began calling for an assistant. When he heard no sound after a few seconds, he became angry and slammed the door open. It turned out that Priest Yang was praying earnestly at that moment and therefore did not hear anything. The senior man hit the guy rather rudely to attract his attention to himself. The boy immediately asked for forgiveness and explained that he was too lost in thought, and that was the only reason he didn't answer. The servant grabbed the assistant and began to scold him. Allegedly, he was only pretending to be serious. But since the guests were still waiting for Ian, the priest let him go and told him to put on normal clothes for the meeting. Somewhat later, the man nevertheless brought what he considered an unlucky assistant to two aristocrats. The boy did not know what to expect, and therefore looked with alarm at the arriving guests. Lucas immediately recognized the priest that he had recently helped his lady and greeted him joyfully. The guy also recognized the knight he had seen the other day and was very surprised by his unexpected appearance. Then a man shouted at the boy to say hello as required by his manners. The Lord did not like this cry very much, but he still knew too little about the situation, so he decided to observe. To get rid of unnecessary eyes and ears, the writer asked to speak privately with the junior priest. But the man said that Ian was still too inexperienced, so he would stay with them. The Lord reminded the Holy Father where his place was, and also said that he did not like to repeat himself twice. Such a terrible look from the aristocrat even made the priest sweat out of fear. So he yielded. So the man immediately stepped back and said they could talk as long as they wanted. Just before leaving, the Holy Father still reminded Ian to behave accordingly. He squeezed the boy's shoulder tightly, forbidding him to tarnish the name of their church with his behavior. Lucas noticed this and could not understand why, despite his good abilities, Ian was clearly not liked in the church. So the Lord even wondered if asking the priest for help was really a good idea. However, the swordsman remembered the Duke's instructions that they bring the Holy Father, who could heal, to the estate. Then Aaron took control of the conversation and thanked the frightened guy for helping his sister. In response, Ian said that anyone would have done the same in his place because the lady struck him to the core. He said that she sacrificed herself to save the child and stood up against the bandits, which her brother did not know about, so his face darkened. The eldest son of the Howite family slowly asked the priest everything that he had just told. And then he attacked Lucas, who said that Selena just fell on the way home. Meanwhile, Aiden tried unsuccessfully to find a strawberry-flavored antipyretic, but all the sellers shook their heads. The guy was already quite out of breath, and therefore, in desperation, asked if the old man could tell me where it even was. In response, the seller laughed that such a medicine in principle did not exist, so the young man was looking for it in vain. The magician tensed when he heard that there was no trace of such an antipyretic, since he did not like it. For some reason, the guy could not get rid of the strong feeling of anxiety that sat somewhere deep inside him. He remembered the lady's eyes before he left, and they again seemed too calm and almost empty to him. Those eyes made Aiden completely uneasy, and he realized that he could no longer look for a cure. The guy finally decided for himself that something was wrong, so he quickly ran back to the salon. And in the salon at that moment, Vivian was blithely discussing outfits with the youngest daughter of the Howite family. The red-haired girl called the girl a sucker for the fact that she called almost every dress ideal for Selena. The lady herself, while the girls next to her were quarreling, sat calmly and drank tea as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, she turned to the hostess and said that she would like to try on something else while the two ladies were arguing. The woman immediately said that she would immediately help Miss with the fitting and bring everything she needed. But in response, the mistress said that she would go and choose everything herself and leave the hostess to watch the girls. The woman was not eager to stay in the room and try to help the two evil ladies, but she had no choice. The heroine actually went behind the screen and took off her outerwear to put on the simple white dress she had chosen earlier. The girl tried it on and was very pleased that it fit her figure perfectly. The owner of the salon was still trying to calm down the two devils who did not stop quarreling, and Selena at that moment opened the emergency exit door, knowing full well that she had enough time to leave, and left the salon. While the lady walked towards the clock tower, Ian denied it and said that he could not be the personal priest of the Howite family. Neither Lucas nor Aaron could understand what the problem was, because they said the conditions were favorable. The junior priest said that he was not yet experienced enough for such a thing. The guy clasped his hands in excitement and added that he would only disgrace the name of Howite, so he would prefer to pray silently. The guys began to convince Ian that he would not cause anyone problems at all, because he had abilities. But the priest began to argue, insisting that his skills were not amazing. Moreover, the guy sincerely believed that his abilities were simply terrible, and for them he needed to pray to God every day. He suddenly asked why the aristocrats needed such a mediocrity like him when there were many skilled doctors in the country. Lucas and Aaron looked at each other because they were horrified by what the boy thought of himself. For a moment, there was an awkward and at the same time shocked silence at the table. As a result, the eldest son of the Howite family found his words and again turned to the priest that he did not believe in himself. He said that only the guy could help his sister again, thanks to his abilities. According to Aaron, Selena was sick with a very serious illness that other doctors were unable to cope with. Yang was surprised that there were such diseases that only he could cure. Seeing that the guy began to doubt, the brother once again asked him for help, as he was afraid of the death of his mistress. He said that he does not know exactly when a girl might break down and wish to die again. At this moment, one of the butlers in the estate disturbed the peace of the Duke, who was working in his office. The assistant reported that he had heard about the order of 4 knights to accompany the master's daughter in the city. The man confirmed that this was indeed an order that he himself had given not so long ago. To this, the butler said that the young lady slipped past the knights and ran away somewhere. This news made Mrs. Father jump up in fear, as he was greatly afraid for her life. The butler asked for forgiveness, since he saw that the lady was leaving with Aiden, but remained silent. In response, the Duke demanded that the assistant immediately gather all the knights of the estate to search for his daughter. Only now did he notice that his wife had come to him with a tray and heard everything perfectly. The man reassured the woman, saying that he would definitely return Selena home safe and sound. But out of concern for her own daughter, the lady still could not hold back her tears. As soon as the Duke left the room, Miss fell to the floor and dropped the dishes. A few minutes later, very out of breath, Aiden finally ran to the salon where he had left the lady. He immediately called the owner of the salon to his place, as he was in a great hurry to find his mistress. When the woman approached the entrance, barely thinking due to extreme fatigue, the magician asked where Selena was. In response, the hostess assured the guy that the lady had gone to the fitting room to choose more dresses for herself. This calmed Aiden, because for a moment it seemed to him that everything was really okay. The woman nodded in agreement and then paid attention to the time while being surprised. It turned out that the mistress lingered in them quite a lot, but the hostess did not notice. This fact frightened the magician very much, and he demanded to be immediately taken to the fitting room. The saleswoman did not argue, and they ran together along the corridor in the right direction. But when they both arrived at the fitting rooms and the hostess called Miss, she did not respond. So the woman warned that she was going inside and began to gradually open the curtains. But Aiden finally couldn't stand it and opened the screen himself, although this was forbidden for him. However, to their great surprise, there was no one in the fitting room. The assistant immediately began to blame himself for the girl's disappearance because Sir Lucas had warned him. The woman noticed how the atmosphere around the blonde had changed dramatically and got scared. Suddenly, the magician remembered the very clock tower that the swordsman had told him about. This caused the servant to run as fast as he could past the poor woman, looking for a way out of the building. As soon as the guy turned the corner, he saw an emergency exit and immediately understood exactly how Selena escaped. So Aiden, without any hesitation, also opened this door to go out through it. Before running away, the assistant asked the madam to immediately send someone to the estate and report that the lady was going to the clock tower. The woman, still not understanding what was happening, nevertheless promised to fulfill this request. The servant also asked not to talk about the escape to the girl Vivian and Mia, who were still fighting. The magician believed that now it was impossible to allow the spread of rumors and hoped that he could rely on the mistress. And the saleswoman demonstrated with all her appearance that she would do everything as expected. Just leaving all these instructions, Aiden rushed as fast as he could to the bell tower, knowing that he would find the girl there. While he ran forward with all his maximum speed, the blonde could not believe that this was exactly what Miss was trying to achieve. After all, only now did he realize that Selena had originally planned to go to that clock tower. A cart suddenly appeared on the magician's path, but he ran too fast and was unable to brake. So the guy crashed straight into her and fell to the ground, hitting him hard and throwing apples everywhere. The commoner who was driving the cart approached the servant and asked if he was okay, but the guy stood up silently. And then Aiden clenched his teeth to control himself and ignore the pain. With all his might, the assistant prayed to the girl to just wait for him, and he did. So the blonde was not paying attention to anything now except his target in the form of a tower. And Selena walked towards her quite calmly and thought that this time everything was exactly the same. For some reason unknown to her, in the last minutes of her life the girl was not thinking about herself at all. She again recalled the image of her younger sick sister who had spent her entire life in the hospital. The girl always asked the heroine to read the very novel she ended up getting into. And even when her older sister had a terrible sore throat, she still had to read. Otherwise, the sister began to cry and declare that the girl was acting very dishonestly because she was waiting for her. The girl began to shed sad tears and say that the eldest didn't care about her at all. The sister could not bear such a scene, and her heart sank painfully at the sight of such a thing. She immediately hugged the crying child and said that she would do anything so that she would not cry. The lady remembered now that her sister was always angry with her, no matter what she said. Suddenly, a flock of beautiful white doves flew into the air and made Miss pause for a while. She looked up and saw the very bell tower that she now had to climb. The heroine remembered very well that she could not hate the girl, no matter what. While the lady was walking to the tower, her father was looking for his daughter throughout the city, commanding many troops at once, and Selena's mother waited for the girl to return to her home and not disappear like that again. And at this moment, Aaron and Lucas were still trying to persuade Ian to serve them for a while. Aiden, very out of breath, was still running through the crowded streets of the city. The guy barely managed to make his way through the crowd, which greatly slowed down his movement. It was hard for the lady, too, because she had to climb what seemed like an endless number of steps. She looked up and realized that her path was much longer than she initially thought. But Miss understood that she could not stop, so she hit her legs so as not to slow down. Time was not on her side, because almost at any moment someone could come to the bell tower. Then the tower struck 3 o'clock in the afternoon incredibly loudly, and Selena even had to cover her ears. When everything calmed down, the lady slowly removed her hands from her ears and looked up with displeasure. However, no matter how much more she had to climb, the desire to die strongly motivated the girl. Around this time, an assistant came running to the tower and began to try to restore his breathing a little. The guy raised his head and realized that he had no time to even rest, because he had to climb further. So stumbling and falling, Aiden still began to climb to the very top of the bell tower, following the lady. The magician pushed his body with all his might to move as quickly as possible, almost to the limit of his capabilities. After many minutes of time, he finally reached the very top of the tower and went inside with a frozen heart. As soon as the guy opened the front door, he immediately called Selena, hoping that he had time. At this moment, Miss was sitting on the very edge of the huge window and was preparing to fall down. The mistress slowly turned her head towards the servant, as she was generally expecting his appearance. Aiden could barely speak due to the fact that he was so out of breath and looked at Miss with disappointment. Then he noticed that the girl had taken off her shoes and carefully extended his hand in her direction, trying to stop her. But Selena said in a cold and harsh voice that the assistant should not dare approach her. This made the servant obediently freeze in place, but with his words he continued to beg the lady not to jump. But the girl looked at the blonde with the same indifferent and sad look. She said that she told the guy to leave and therefore did not understand why he came now. Selena stated that their paths must now completely diverge at this point, no matter what he thought. The girl did not ask the servant to forget about the pain that she caused him, because she understood that this was impossible. However, Miss hoped that Aiden would be able to move on with his life and would now turn around and leave. Although the heroine did not consider that she had the right to give such advice to her assistant, she still said it. In response, the magician, with a trembling voice, offered to help the lady climb back down, but the girl still answered indifferently that she had already decided everything a long time ago, and there was no need to interfere with her. The guy shouted at Selena not to do what she was planning, but it was too late. The lady asked the servant for forgiveness for everything that she had done to him, but there was a lot of bad things. And then the girl easily pushed off and fell backwards, flying straight to the ground, which was far away. But the miss did not take into account that such an outcome would not suit the blonde at all, since he wanted her life. So the guy pushed off from the edge of the roof and ran to jump down after his mistress. Selena didn't notice this at all, as she focused all her attention on the beautiful sky. At this moment, Jane was tidying up the youngest Howitt's room so that everything would be sparkling when she arrived. But the assistant was daydreaming and didn't notice the vase of flowers, so she accidentally hit it with her elbow. The vase inevitably fell to the floor and broke, which greatly frightened the girl, who did not expect this. Jane didn't quite know what to do with the flowers and the fragments of the vase in this case. And like a vase, Selena also flew down easily and quickly, not regretting anything right now. Aiden literally jumped down a few seconds later, praying to have time to save the lady. He decided to use all the mana that he had accumulated over the past 2 months, if only it would help. And the lady fell down absolutely calmly and no longer thought about any consequences. However, the magician really wanted to save the girl, who unexpectedly became much kinder to him in recent months. So he intuitively created a spell, roughly imagining what exactly he would like to receive. A beam of light and pure energy burst right out of the guy's hand and flew towards the girl. There was a huge and bright splash, and the beam completely enveloped Selena, who managed to lose consciousness. As a result, the magic slowed down the miss's fall, which is what the assistant desperately tried to achieve. He managed to catch the youngest Howite and wrap his arms tightly around her to ease the blow from the ground. Aiden's magic was not enough to completely hover in the air, but the guy and girl lost some of their speed during the fall. Having fallen to the ground, they both rolled further along it, since the inertia of the fall was very powerful. The blonde still could not hold the lady in his arms and rolled away from her a little further, unclenching his hands. The guy's whole body was pierced by terrible pain, which is why he was ready to lose consciousness. But then the magician remembered Selena and therefore forced himself to move to get to her. Barely able to move due to pain all over his body, the servant called the girl's name, hoping that she would answer. But the lady, badly wounded, lay absolutely motionless and did not even seem to breathe. When he saw Miss, tears welled up in the guy's eyes because he still had not heard an answer from her. Aiden saw that an excessively large pool of blood was beginning to spread from Selena's head. This shocked the assistant to such an extent that he froze in place, unable to move. He immediately realized that Miss's condition was extremely terrible because something like this should not happen. For some reason, the first thing the servant did was start crying, deciding that the lady had died after all. He was very sad that even all the accumulated mana was not enough to save his mistress. The magician began to blame himself for not being able to save the most precious thing he had, thanks to his magic. And while the blood spread further and further around Selena, the guy continued to sit silently near her body. Then he heard the voice of the Duke, who ordered to search the entire perimeter around the tower. The man was very frightened when he saw the condition of his daughter, who was lying on the grass covered in blood. He immediately jumped up to her and gently hugged her, while flooding the girl's face with his own tears. The magician looked somewhat distantly at the father and daughter, and also experienced suffering. Suddenly, the lady let out a quiet but noticeable sigh, which meant that she was still alive. The Duke was incredibly glad that Selina was still breathing, although she was seriously injured. He immediately ordered an urgent carrier pigeon to be sent to Aaron so that the guy would hurry up with the priest. At this time, the assistant still stood motionless nearby because he could not believe that the lady had survived. The servant looked very confused at the girl, who could still be tried to be saved. He, barely moving due to the pain, managed to get to his feet and turn to the Duke, coming up with a plan. The girl's father raised his head and looked at the assistant, waiting for what he would tell him. Aiden stated that he would personally go to the temple and bring a priest who would heal Selina, which greatly surprised the gentleman. At this moment, the magician forced himself to gather himself and concentrate all his strength to use movement. The guy kept whispering that he needed to get to the place where Aaron was now. As a result, a flash of light absorbed the servant and then disappeared along with him, leaving the Duke with only his daughter. The owner of the estate would never have thought that one of his servants could have such strong magic. At this moment, Aiden tried his best to direct his body towards the voice of the girl's brother. He understood that under no circumstances should he dissolve in this space, and therefore he quickly opened its doors. As a result, the guy fell right in the church where the priest, Ian, and Aaron and Lucas were now. The swordsman jumped up to the assistant as soon as he saw his condition and asked what happened. The servant was barely able to say that he needed help because he was incredibly exhausted. Then the magician whispered the word, "Mistress," and the rider immediately realized that something had happened to the lady. And Selina could have died at that moment, so Jane and the other assistants ran back and forth, bringing water and clean pillowcases. Due to a very strong rush, the assistant collided with another girl and almost spilled all the water. But Jane did not slow down, but only shouted to the maid to get ready. The assistant was on edge because she was very worried about her mistress, and therefore she yelled too much at the poor girl. But she had no time to think about it, since the lady still could not stop the bleeding. The doctor gave a grim prognosis that he was not sure whether Miss would survive the night. The parents stood not far from their daughter's bed and tried to restrain their emotions so as not to disturb anyone. As a result, the lady could not stand it, and she almost fainted due to overexertion, but the gentleman caught her. The butler immediately noticed the Duchess's condition and asked her to at least sit on a chair. But the woman pulled herself together and said that she didn't need it at all, since she could handle it. Gathering all her strength, the mother began to hypnotize her daughter with her gaze so that she would come to her senses. The woman conveyed a mental signal to the girl that she was really waiting for her, no matter what. At this point, Lucas was shaking Aiden and screaming, asking how the younger Howitt could die. In response, the assistant was barely able to say through crying and heavy breathing the words about the clock tower. After these words, everything became immediately clear to the swordsman, because he himself suspected something similar. Here Aaron pushed his friend away, because he wanted to personally ask the servant a question about his sister. The guy asked in a trembling voice if Selina was alive now, and the assistant confirmed it. However, he added that the girl hit her head hard, and if they hesitate, it will be too late. This made the aristocrats turn to the Holy Father, who stood hesitantly behind them. Aaron began to beg the guy to save his sister, convincing him that only he could do it. The rider also began to beg Ian for help, realizing that now everything depended only on the decision of the priest. The guy said with fear that he was not sure that he would be able to cure such a serious injury. Then Aiden, who was still standing in tears and on his knees, suddenly turned to the young priest. Unexpectedly for everyone, still shedding tears, the assistant bowed to Ian. This act greatly surprised the Holy Father, since he could not have expected something like this. And the servant was still on his knees and had no intention of changing his position just yet, since he had something to say. The guy said that all he could do now was ask the priest for help to save the lady. Therefore now, shedding tears and humiliation, despite the pain, the assistant asked with all his might for help. All Aiden wanted now was for the mistress to be given another chance at life. The priest could not ignore the situation when someone prayed to God so sadly, so he pulled himself together and said that he would at least try to cure Miss, even if he didn't have enough strength. Aaron thanked the guy, and Lucas immediately shouted for them to get a carriage immediately. But then the magician stopped the aristocrats and the Holy Father, saying that they wouldn't make it to Selina in time. He took Ian by the hand and said that he would personally take him and let his friends come later. After these words, the assistant began to direct all his energy to the place where the lady was now. Lucas was very surprised to learn that the guy somehow possessed such strong magic. Meanwhile, the blonde disappeared with the priest in the light of sparks, and later the flickering went out. Only after this did the swordsman once again command that it was time for them to move out as soon as possible. But then he noticed that his friend, for some reason, sat down and began to cry instead of driving. The Lord leaned over to the guy and said that he wouldn't achieve anything by doing this now, so he should get his act together. Aaron suddenly said that he realized that then the girl was saying goodbye to them at the carriage forever. And now he blamed himself for being a terrible older brother who didn't even realize it. Remembering that moment, the writer was forced to admit that the lady really acted as if she had seen him for the last time. This made him grit his teeth in anger and indignation because he did not want her to die, and Selena threw herself into the arms of that world as soon as the guys left the estate for a while. At that moment, the girl really seemed to be in the afterlife, where she was flying head down. There was pitch darkness around her, and she could not understand exactly how and where she ended up. Then the lady noticed a bright butterfly, which meant that Selena was somewhere near her. She turned over and said with a smile that she had finally met the spirit of the lady in person. And now everything was finally over for the heroine, just like for the villain. She was able to rewrite the end of Selena's past all alone, with death in the love of loved ones. So now the girl wanted with all her might the youngest Howitt to finally find her peace. She extended her finger forward, and the lady did the same, which is why they began to mirror each other. Suddenly, the heroine realized that she was not looking at another person at all, but at herself. But she couldn't understand why she looked exactly like the villainous from the book novel. Then the miss heard a childish voice calling her, which belonged to her sick sister, and therefore turned around. And in front of the girl, a little girl actually appeared, who was absolutely healthy, and even had her hair done. My sister asked if long hair suited her and said that she had grown it on purpose. The heroine ran up to the girl and gently touched her because she could not believe her eyes. But the baby's body felt warm and she smiled cheerfully, seeing how incredulous her older sister was. Only now did the lady believe that it was really Megumi in front of her and hugged her tightly. And at that moment, the magician, having expended all his strength, successfully delivered the priest to Selena. The doctor and butlers were very frightened at the sight of the magic, but immediately recognized the assistant. As soon as Aiden closed the portal, his legs stopped holding him, and he fell down under the frightened cry of Ian. The guy could barely breathe, but still continued to think only about his mistress and tried to look in her direction. And at that time the girl, still bleeding, lay motionless on the bed. So the servant, tightly grasping the Holy Father, once again asked him to help the lady as soon as possible. Only now Ian looked around and realized that he was in the chambers of the youngest daughter of the Howitt family. They explained to him that Miss had hit her head very hard, and none of the doctors had yet been able to stop the bleeding. Ian immediately got to work, although he was worried that due to such a huge amount of blood, he would not be able to help. Selena's parents told the priest that no matter what the outcome, they were still grateful for his coming. This calmed the Holy Father somewhat and gave him confidence in his own strength. So before starting treatment, the guy took a deep breath and concentrated. And then he applied his magic to the lady's forehead, begging God to help save this miss. In the afterlife, the girl suddenly asked her sister how she ended up here with her. The heroine didn't really want to admit that she killed herself, so she chose to remain silent. But since she still needed to answer something, she looked at her sister's face and said that she had arrived. Megumi immediately joked that the girl really wanted to see her that much. But without waiting for an answer, she called Miss to the chair and said that she really wanted to show her something. The heroine looked around in surprise, as she did not notice exactly when they ended up in the cinema. Nevertheless, she was interested, because it was her first time in such a place, so the lady sat down on a chair. Megumi suddenly said that she knew that because of her, her older sister did not have the opportunity to visit such places. Then the screen turned on and the girl fell silent, saying that the film itself was already starting. The heroine herself suddenly appeared on the screen, who was still a little girl before joining the family. Then the frame in the film changed, and it was shown how the girl was accepted into the family by her future mother and father. Next, a situation arose on the screen where the baby was left without attention because the mother was caring only for her youngest daughter. Then a moment was shown of how the youngest daughter was lying in the hospital, and her parents were still worried about her. Then the heroine saw how she was reading that same novel to her little sister who was lying in bed. But when the girl died, her parents kicked their adult daughter out into the street without pity. And the last shot was about a girl flying from a high-rise building head down. At this point, the sister closed Megumi's eyes so that she would not see the worst. She explained that it would be better for the girl to never see or experience such a terrible act. In response, the baby removed her hand and smiled joyfully, saying that everything was fine with her. And then she said that she had already seen her own life in exactly the same way when she died. When remembering her past life, my sister became noticeably sadder, although she continued to smile. She suddenly said quite seriously that she understood perfectly well what her sister had to go through. Megumi added that she still wanted to know something from her sister herself, and therefore asked permission to ask a question. She took the girl by the hand and began to remember the past, naming her sister's 9-year-old age. The girl asked if her older sister really wanted to kill her at that moment in her life. Because of this question, Selena's hand, which was still alive, twitched slightly, but it was unnoticeable. And Yang still tried his best to cure the stupid lady who tried to die. The mother touched her daughter's feet very gently and carefully, warming them, and begged the girl to wake up. And the heroine herself recalled her past and the fact that when she was 9, she just wanted her mother to praise her. The girl tried to study without a single mistake and showed her marks to her mother with a smile on her face. But this time, having picked up the test, the woman suddenly did not show due attention, but instead remained indifferent. To the girl's great horror, her mother suddenly tore up her test, saying that her sister was sick, and for some reason the eldest was bringing her papers. This frightened the heroine so much that she pressed her head into her shoulders and asked her mother for forgiveness. In response, the woman handed the child the remains of her dough and said not to make her angry anymore. After that, the mother headed to the hospital and, without even turning around, called her daughter to follow her. Already in the hospital, Mother's face radically changed, looking at her own daughter with a tender smile. The heroine did not understand why her mother was so different in her emotions towards her and her sister. The girl had the feeling that before her sister was born, she had a jar of sweets in her hands. But after the birth of the baby, the mother began to treat her adopted daughter very cold-bloodedly. Quite often, instead of listening to her older daughter, she talked to doctors about her younger daughter. And the girl was forced to carefully monitor the baby, who was already in fragile health. At some point, the heroine asked herself the question, if her sister's heart stops, will her mother love her again? She thought that if the baby disappeared, would her older sister's life become happy again? Therefore, with very bad thoughts, the girl reached out to her little sister's neck. But before she had time to touch her, the mother grabbed the girl by the hair and pulled her back. The woman threw the child to the floor with such force that the heroine hit her back against the wall. The mother, with an angry face, began to find out what exactly her adopted daughter wanted to do right now. Moreover, the woman used not only words but also kicks, causing pain to the girl. The heroine could only lie on the floor, shielding herself from the blows, and cry loudly, asking for forgiveness. When the woman was tired, she pushed the eldest into the basement and left her there for some time. The girl forever remembered her mother's indifferent and angry face when she closed the door behind her, and the baby was left at that moment completely alone in a dark place and continued to cry from grief. It was then that she realized that her jar of sweets had broken, and she would never be happy again. And right now, Megumi was still waiting for an answer to the question of whether the elder really wanted to kill her. Because of unpleasant emotions, the girl pulled away her hand, which her little sister was holding. But then, the heroine thought a little and again took the girl by the hand as they were sitting before. The girl already knew what Megumi would say, and turned to say it, looking into her little sister's face. Taking the baby's hand tightly, the heroine said that she would never harm the girl. After all, for her, Megumi has always been, is, and will be a younger sister who needs to be taken care of. The girl added that then the girl's collar on her clothes was simply bent, and she wanted to fix it. These words made the little girl incredibly happy, and she beamed dazzlingly. And then, just as joyfully and cheerfully, she threw herself into the arms of her older sister. Unexpectedly, Megumi said that it was she who called her sister into the world of the novel, which greatly surprised the girl. The girl explained that people can be given several lives over a long period, and the heroine also had such a life. And this life turned out to be none other than the villainess in the book's novel named Selena. The girl was shocked by the information that all this time she had been living her own life, and not someone else's. For some reason, until the very end, Miss could not believe that she was Selena, and asked her sister about it. Living the life of a young duchess was exactly what the heroine was even afraid to dream about. And only now the lady realized that all the love she received really belonged to her. And all those people with whom she communicated were not strangers to her at all, but very close relatives. For some reason, the most pleasant thing for the lady was to realize that it was with Aiden that she had a real right to communicate. Megumi suddenly admitted that she never thought that everything would turn out in such a negative way. She remembered that from the very moment of her birth, she spent all her time only in the hospital room. The girl admitted that she always relied on her older sister for everything, while at the same time envying her health. But in spite of everything, my little sister really loved her eldest, who was often scolded by her parents. When she saw the girl always smiled sincerely and even began to enjoy life. Only after her death did the little girl realize that she had always been selfish and took her elder's care for granted. But in fact, both her parents and her sister greatly spoiled the life of the main character, although she was silent. Therefore, in the afterlife, Megumi prayed to God to give her sister another chance at a normal life. The little sister wanted the girl a world in which there would be no sick relatives and selfish parents. The lady listened with surprise to her sister's story that it was she who wanted Mist to be loved and to love herself. It finally dawned on her that it was only thanks to Megumi's pleas that she received a second chance. The girl confirmed this and asked that her eldest never again try to live for the sake of someone else. The baby also tearfully asked that the girl not die for the sake of someone, but at least now think only about herself alone. Megumi guessed that the heroine wanted to die only because she believed that Selena herself wanted it that way. The girl was indeed mistakenly convinced that this was her responsibility, and that she was destined to do this. Folding her hands across her chest in a sad gesture, the little girl admitted that they made her like this. While Ian was treating the mistress, Aiden, barely alive, sat quietly in the corner and tried not to disturb anyone. The butler carefully approached him and noticed that the guy was also wounded and should rest. But the assistant shook his head, because he wanted to know what would happen to the lady next. The butler realized that he would not force the servant to budge, and together with him he looked at Selena. The Holy Father was still diligently treating the girl, who also lay motionless in place. Suddenly, the magic that came from the guy's hands died away abruptly, leaving only a faint glow behind. And the young man himself, unexpectedly for everyone, fainted because he had completely exhausted himself with the treatment of his youngest daughter, Howat. The Duke immediately ordered that the priest be taken to another room and taken care of. And the servants obediently and quickly began to carry out the master's order regarding the Holy Father, who lay unconscious. The doctor suddenly looked at the lady and announced to everyone that the blood on her face had finally stopped. The man carefully examined the girl and realized that even the wounds on her body had disappeared. Only hints of them remained. The Duchess was already overjoyed, but the doctor said that this did not guarantee that Selena would wake up soon. Then the woman carefully sat down on the bed next to Miss and tenderly stroked her head. At that moment, Aaron and Lucas, who only just managed to get there, burst into the girl's room. The lady was still lying peacefully on the bed and snoring quietly, having some unknown dream. Mother explained that the hardest part for the lady was over, so now all she had to do was wait for her to wake up. She stroked her daughter's head again and whispered that she was really looking forward to her return. The heroine herself in the afterlife was now convincing her sister that she no longer had the right to return. But the girl exclaimed joyfully that Selena's body was still alive, so everything was in order. Suddenly, the little girl stopped smiling because she realized that it wasn't even about the mistress's body. She came close to her sister and said that it seemed the problem was not at all what she initially thought. The girl was actually very afraid that her family would be disappointed in her now and completely stop loving her. She was sure that she had caused them so much heartache that she could no longer be forgiven after everything. But the lady didn't want to live in a world where everyone would turn away from her and didn't see the point in coming back for that. The lady understood perfectly well that she would regret it if everyone around her turned away from her after her return. Because of this, Selena even began to cry sad tears in the world of the novel. The girl was so worried. That night, everyone who drove past the Howite estate was surprised to notice that even at night their lights were on. Some did not know what to think, and some suggested that the aristocrats were waiting for someone to visit. And indeed, the kitchen assistant suggested that the chef take a break, since she was already running around. But the woman assured that no one could make sure that the fire in the stove did not go out better than her. The butler still carefully ensured that the young lady's doors were closed, and she was resting. In the end, Jane, as one of the main maids, took over the duties and told the others to rest. One of the assistants tried to offer her services, saying that she could stay just in case. But Jane replied that it would be better if they changed places when they were completely rested. When most of the servants left, the guy and girl who remained at the lady's door waved after them. Then the butler said that he really hoped that the lady would wake up soon, and the maid said that she had no doubt about it. In response, the assistant glanced quickly at the girl and immediately looked away, only sighing silently. He noticed that Jane was now working harder than ever, but the girl said that this could not only be said about her. Everyone who has been looking after Selena for the past few months has been very concerned about her condition. The guy was forced to agree that there was indeed truth in such words of the maid. But it was hard for him to believe that just a few months could change a person and the people around him so dramatically. Even this not closest servant noticed that she began to care more about her assistants. He remembered how he once brought her an umbrella because it was raining heavily near the estate. Miss immediately noticed that the butler was standing outside the umbrella, which was why he was quickly getting wet. So Selena snatched the guy's umbrella and told him that he didn't have to follow her around everywhere. Aiden, however, still rushed after the girl, as he was more worried about her than he was afraid of getting wet. The lady said that if the guy wanted to follow her, he should take an umbrella, and the butler still stood behind in surprise. Jane laughed at this story from a guy who turned out to be quite sentimental. The butler was absolutely sure that being cold outside, Selena was worried that her servants might get caught in the rain. These words caused the maid to burst into tears, because she really wanted everything to be fine with the daughter of the Howat Dukes. The girl whispered that the lady simply had to come back and shuddered with tears, and the guy calmed her down. At this moment in the afterlife, Megumi asked her sister to listen carefully to the voices from above. She pointed her finger in the direction from which various sounds descended to them. The girl obediently raised her head up and listened, trying to understand what her little sister was talking about. Suddenly, the heroine heard all the voices that were begging her to return, and which Megumi was pointing at. The sister could not believe that for the first time in her life, someone was calling her with love and with all her heart. Meanwhile, she heard the voices of her parents who asked her not to give up and return. She also recognized the voice of her brother, who asked for forgiveness, and Lucas, who stated that she could not die now. To the lady's great surprise, she heard both Jane's crying and the butler's pleas to wake up. Miss could not explain to herself why they all grieved so much just because of her alone. Then the gloomy darkness of the underworld was pierced by a voice calling the lady by name, which she immediately recognized. It was Aiden, who cried sobbingly and could not calm down, because Selena did not come to her senses. The sister listened to the intonation of the guy's voice and realized that his voice was full of sadness and pain. The heroine even clasped her hands in her lap as she began to worry along with the others. Then the magician said that if the miss heard him, then he had something to tell her, but only after her return. For some reason, the girl blushed at the assistant's words and was eager to return. Suddenly, a train passed behind the heroine at incredible speed, almost blowing her away. He stopped near the sisters and gave a sign that he was ready to leave immediately. Megumi reported that this train came to the call of the eldest, since she decided to return. And the girl finally agreed and said that it was really time for her to come into the world of the novel. At this, my sister smiled joyfully, because now she has achieved everything she wanted. She took the lady's hands and said that life as Selena remains her gift to her older sister. Therefore, the girl would like her sister to try to live as long as possible, and she nodded. Megumi sincerely thanked the girl for everything and said that they would see each other again, but not soon. Only then did Selena board the train, completely reassured by all the events. The younger sister at first simply waved to the older one, and then ran after the train because she wanted to say something. But because of the roar of the train wheels, the lady could not hear what her sister was shouting to her. Meanwhile, the girl screamed with all her might that she was asking for forgiveness for her selfishness in that life. Finally, Miss heard her sister screaming that she had lived without noticing the suffering of her elder. And now, because of this, she was very ashamed, so she cried and asked her to forgive her. Megumi knew that Miss was her family, but she had never considered this concept at all before. But at that moment, the girl repented both for her parents and for herself in that life. Such words even made the older sister's throat tighten, because she really wanted to hear something like this someday. As a result, the lady was still able to shout out to the girl so that she should not run so fast, because she could fall at any moment. Suddenly, after this scream, all in tears, Selena finally woke up, now in her body. While the older sister was leaving on the train, the younger sister was still standing below and watching her. The girl smiled because in the end, it was the eldest who was most worried about her. Suddenly, a butterfly landed on the baby's shoulder, and she asked if Selena would be all right on the other side. The butterfly answered in the affirmative, and then reminded that Megumi, in return, would no longer be able to get to the other side. But the little sister put her finger to her lips and asked God not to reveal their shared secrets. And in the world of the novel, as soon as the lady opened her eyes, Aaron immediately noticed it and rushed to her. Then the guy came to his senses and called his parents, who were no less worried about the lady than he was. Selena couldn't stand it and burst into tears because she was finally seeing the faces she had gotten used to. She saw the tear-stained face of the Duchess, who, somewhat hesitantly, reached out to her with her hands. As a result, the woman could not stand it and gently but tightly hugged her daughter while she was surprised. But Miss quickly accepted the fact that she was loved and therefore hugged her mother back for the first time. The Duchess, through tears, said that now, finally, everything would be fine with her daughter. The happy family reunion was quietly observed from afar by Aiden, who had no intention of coming closer. Several hours passed, but he still hadn't slept, and he was still very wounded, but at least he was happy now. Lucas, out of the corner of his eye, noticed the figure of an assistant standing at a distance from all of them. But as soon as the swordsman turned his head in the direction where the magician had stood before, there was no trace of him. The blonde was trying to get to his room at that moment, but he was too weak for that. So in the end, Aiden couldn't stand it and slid down the wall, not even halfway to his place. While the magician was lying on the floor, completely exhausted, Lucas suddenly approached him, which he had not expected. The Lord stood right in front of the wounded and beaten assistant and silently began to look at him. Since it was difficult for the servant to play staring contest for a long time, he lowered his gaze and asked the rider for forgiveness. The guy explained that, contrary to Lucas's words, he was never able to stop the mistress. Aiden was still worried that a little more time would have caused real trouble. In response, the aristocrat suddenly helped the assistant up, not blaming him for anything. The swordsman said that now the lady is alive only thanks to Aiden and thanked him for that. True, he immediately added that if Selena had died, then the servant would most likely have died along with her. However, now that everything had turned out this way, the guy had no complaints about the magician, so he let him into the room. A few days later, when Mrs. Health improved, even the gardener calmly trimmed the plants. The chef, who prepared delicious food, invited the knights to enjoy the meat. Only after this did Lucas let his students go, saying that they could rest for today. And at the estate, the Duchess, the Duke, and their son studied the reports together and compared them with the previous year. Looking at all this, only Selena could not find a place for herself and sat silently in a chair by the window. Jane came running to the girl and asked if she wanted to take a walk in such good weather. But all the maid's proposals did not impress the mistress one bit, and she simply remained silent. The girl understood this and only sighed good-naturedly, since she still didn't want to force her. She left the room a little later and met a girl of lower rank, to whom she gestured that the lady would not come out. Although the doctor said that everything was fine with the lady, after her awakening she continued to remain silent. Jane was worried because she, like everyone else, was waiting for the moment when the youngest Howite would be full of energy again. In the evening, the maid came to see Miss again and noticed that it was colder after sunset, so she covered her up. Suddenly, Selena covered Jane's hand with her palm, which greatly alarmed the assistant. The mistress finally said that she needed to say something to her parents and brother. With this news, the maid was ready to run to the Howite family right now and call them to the lady. But suddenly, Selena stopped the girl, catching her hand and for some reason not letting go. The maid asked in confusion what else the youngest Howite would like to convey to others. And the lady at that moment, shining with clear and bright blue eyes, looked carefully at the assistant. She said she heard Jane's voice while she was unconscious for several hours. Selena clarified whether it was really the assistant who was crying and asking Miss to come back. The girl was very surprised because the mistress actually heard her voice while unconscious, and the lady at that moment thanked the maid for faithfully waiting for her and praying. These words brought tears to the eyes of the girl, who was sincerely waiting for her mistress to awaken. Miss found out that the assistant was very afraid that she would never open her eyes again. Therefore, the lady apologized once again for making the maid worry about her so much. After having a heart-to-heart talk with the younger Howite, the assistant left to call the girl's family and left her alone for now. The heroine herself took a deep breath and then exhaled as she was worried about the upcoming dialogue. For the first time in several days, she felt the strength to get up from her chair on her own and start doing something. One of the last to arrive at the gathering place was his brother Noisily, as he was glad that his sister was back in action. But as soon as he saw Selena, Aaron was incredibly surprised by her appearance and therefore froze in place. A beautifully dressed girl greeted her brother and at the same time thanked him for coming. The Duke explained that he invited his daughter to the table, but she refused to sit down, so he decided not to touch her. However, now that the whole family was assembled, the lady had another reason to sit down. But instead of sitting down next to her family, Selena suddenly froze in place. The mother noticed her daughter's gaze and was quite scared because of it, and therefore asked if everything was okay. And at that moment, the girl herself pursed her lips, trying with all her might not to cry in front of everyone. Unexpectedly for the Duke and Duchess and their son, Miss suddenly fell to her knees in front of everyone. Aaron immediately ran up to the girl and asked what happened to her that she was behaving like that. But at first, the mistress could not squeeze out a word because of the emotions overwhelming her. As a result, Miss was able to admit that she still does not fully understand what exactly the word live means. The guy, who did not expect to hear something like that from his sister, still listened to her carefully. The Duke also did not interrupt his daughter because he understood that it was important for her to finish her words. One mother emotionally sympathized with the girl and spoke sadly about broken trust and distance. Selina at that moment was ready to fall through the ground from pain but continued to speak. For her, asking for forgiveness from her family now was much more terrible than standing on the roof once. For the first time in her life, the lady understood how difficult it is to feel when you want something and are afraid of losing it. When the heroine finished speaking and fell silent, her mother slowly approached her and called her by name, thereby frightening her. But then the woman knelt down next to her daughter and gently took her hand. This gesture greatly touched the youngest Howite, who was even ready for complete rejection. But instead, her mother's face looked sad and loving, which was warming and made her want to cry at the same time. The Duchess said that Selina is indeed a difficult child, and no one can argue with that. Miss herself remembered very well that she had trampled the feelings of her own family into dust over and over again. But then the mother said that she did not hold any grudge against her daughter, which greatly surprised the girl. The woman added that everything that once happened between them was already in the past, so she forgave her daughter. Selina was glad to hear that no matter how many bad things she did, she would still be loved. The father and brother who were nearby completely agreed with the Duchess's words. Mom kissed Miss on the forehead and said that she no longer had to doubt herself. As a result, the heroine concluded that the past Selina would not have died alone in any case, because the entire Howite family loved her to the very end, no matter what the villain did. However, the former heroine of the novel could not believe it, despite all the evidence from the family. So now the girl burst into tears quite sincerely, asking for forgiveness once again. She said that she was very guilty and this would never happen again in her life. And the Duchess hugged her daughter with a satisfied smile because she immediately believed in her words. Even the Duke found the strength to smile absolutely happily, looking at how the lady repented. As a result, the whole family surrounded Miss and hugged her tenderly, warming her with their love, as they always did. And behind the wall, without indicating his presence in any way, Lucas stood very quietly and unnoticed and listened to everything that was happening. The next morning, due to the huge number of tears shed, the heroine woke up in a not very good state. The girl felt as swollen as possible, which was not at all surprising after yesterday's conversations. She looked outside the window of her room and saw a clean and clear sky that beckoned her to look at it. The thought appeared in the lady's head that she would never have thought that she would linger in this world. However, now the room in which the mistress was truly completely belonged to her. Selina still thought everything that was happening was a wonderful dream, but she even liked to continue sleeping in it. After all, now she was definitely sure that the people close to her in this world would never leave her. So from that day on, the girl decided to live a full life as Selina. She decided that she would no longer doubt herself because she had nothing to fear anymore. Then Miss looked down and saw Lucas and Aaron walking down the alley towards the estate after training. The brother accidentally noticed the silhouette of his sister somewhere above as they passed just under her balconies. And so quite happily the guy waved to the girl from below as he was glad to see her. At that moment, the swordsman standing below also met the younger Howite's gaze. But unlike Aaron, the guy did not wave warmly to the lady but instead turned away. The girl realized with a bitter sigh that the rider was still offended at her for trying to die. So, while the eldest son of the Howite family waved to Selina as best he could, the lord, on the contrary, stubbornly turned away. The lady was not very surprised by this behavior of the rider, although she was somewhat offended by it. The guy could be understood because he sincerely cared about Miss, and she jumped off the tower as soon as he left. The heroine was not sure that after such an act of hers, anyone would even be able to forgive her. Selina decided that if Lucas was still angry the next time they met, she would ask him for forgiveness. And at the moment, Aaron noticed that his friend for some reason became sad and did not say hello to his sister. The guy could not tolerate such a disrespectful attitude towards the Howite family and therefore approached the swordsman. And then he began to apply a hold on his friend, cursing him for looking at the girl angrily. In the end, Lucas admitted that he doesn't hold a grudge against his mistress, but he's not ready to talk to her yet. A little later, the maid laid a table full of various sweet foods for Selina. But instead of calmly drinking tea, the youngest Howite felt some strange and uncomfortable feeling in her soul. Jane, who was nearby, noticed this and asked if Miss didn't like sweets. And the lady became sad because she remembered Aiden, who for some reason did not come to visit her. The assistant tried to ask Miss various questions to find out what was the matter, when suddenly the lady interrupted her. She anxiously asked if the maid knew where Aiden was now and what was wrong with him. Jane did not expect such a question and therefore was very surprised and even froze in place. Then the assistant wondered what of all she had learned that she could now tell the youngest daughter of the Howite family. Selina perceived the maid's doubts as a reluctance to say something bad, and she was immediately struck by fear. The girl jumped up and demanded to know what happened to her personal assistant. The lady could not believe that because of her the blonde could be severely punished, and yet he was not guilty of anything. Miss couldn't even think that something like this could happen, and now she blamed herself for not asking earlier. Then Jane sat down next to the mistress and asked her to calm down, because everything was fine with the assistant. Hearing this, the lady asked a completely logical question about why she didn't see the blonde anywhere. The thing was that after Selina fell from the tower, Aiden had terrible nightmares about it every night. The guy woke up several times a night, and it even began to seem to him that he was slowly going crazy. A little later, the magician calmed down and put all his thoughts in order, although it was difficult. For him, this nightmare that he constantly dreamed of was worse than ever, but the assistant could not get rid of it. What hurt the servant most was that he believed that the lady was simply using him at that moment. Aiden told himself that now this situation would be a good lesson for him, so that he would not trust so easily anymore. The magician himself was firmly convinced that the lady took him with her only as a diversion, and he had already managed to think of a lot for himself. Then the butler entered the servants' room and said that the Duke was urgently calling him. Aiden had no desire not only to go to the Duke, but in general to get out of bed. However, the assistant could not disobey, so he obediently bowed his head, saying that he would come soon. The guy himself did not believe that something good was waiting for him at the Duke's reception, but his friends only supported him. The butler actually said that he believed that it was only thanks to Aiden that the mistress was ultimately saved. For some reason, the guy was sure that they wouldn't call the assistant so officially just to scold him. However, it was noticeable that the magician himself personally did not at all believe in the good outcome of such an invitation. Then the friends suddenly remembered, and therefore asked what was going on with Aiden's magic, which surprised him. The servant knew very well that many in the estate began to whisper about where he got such strength from. But the guy did not want to provide any new information on this matter, and therefore remained silent. Suddenly, the butler hit the blonde on the back with all his might, causing him to even jump. But the guy asked his friend to cheer up, because he didn't think that he was even guilty of anything. Aiden was surprised by such support from the butler and could not even say anything in response. And the brunette hugged the assistant and told him to make his face simpler, otherwise the Duke would think that the magician was really to blame for something. Such funny words from his friend made the assistant smile, and he gratefully thanked him. However, Aiden himself was more than sure that the owner of the estate was very angry with him. After all, he hid such powerful magic which was under the strictest prohibition. So the worst that a servant could hope for, in his opinion, was to be removed from office. And most of all, now he was afraid that he would be branded a traitor and even tortured in prison. However, in any case, the assistant had no choice and had to go to the Duke. At that moment, the owner of the estate was told that the assistant he had called had come to him. The man immediately gave the order to let Aiden into his office as he was waiting for the guy. The magician entered the room and thought that he did not regret anything in his short life. If he could go back in time, he would have saved the lady in the same way, using all his strength. The Duke, with a smile, asked the servant to look at him and asked whether he had fully recovered from the fall. Aiden was visibly surprised that the man would even ask about his health. And then he said that for a person like him, the help the priest provided was more than enough. Just a day ago, Ian visited Aiden with the goal of helping him with his abilities. The Holy Father admired the fact that the magician could heal himself because he was very bad at it. But the blonde himself was not delighted with his magic after everything that happened with the mistress. However, right now, the conversation was not about Aiden's abilities, but about treatment with the help of the priest's powers. While Yang helped the servant, he thanked him for saving the young lady's life. Literally, after a few seconds of such treatment, the magician's shoulder was almost completely restored, which he was surprised at. The Holy Father suddenly told the assistant that he was a very kind person and that he would definitely be rewarded. And almost immediately after this, the guy fainted from yet another exhaustion of his magic. Already today, Aiden told the Duke about this situation, and he sighed because of Ian's well-being. The owner knew even without the guy's words that the priest had overdone it and was now sleeping. Here, the magician could not stand it and asked why the Duchess sent the Holy Father to help him. The Duke replied that otherwise, it would have taken the assistant several months to recover. This answer did not really clarify the situation for the servant, but he did not bother to find out anything else. Then the owner of the estate suddenly began to lament that he had made some important guest wait. To the blonde's great surprise, the Duke suddenly called Sir Allegan, saying that this was the same Aiden in front of him. The assistant did not immediately understand who this sir was, since he knew few of the master's guests by name. But as soon as the magician turned around, he froze, his mouth parted in complete amazement from shock. After all, in front of him stood the magician himself from the Magical Association, who was at its head. The old man smiled at the unfamiliar boy just as cheerfully as he had once before. And this time, Aiden didn't understand why this respectful man was smiling at him so much. Sir Elegant said that they had not seen each other for a long time, but he immediately noticed such a rough diamond. Jane, who told all this, ended by saying that after that conversation, the assistant did not leave his room, but she did not know the details. Wiping the table, the maid added that no one had complained because the lady had granted Aiden an indefinite leave. The assistant completely stopped following the words and accidentally said that the mistress's fall had left a mark on the guy's psyche. Only after saying this did the girl come to her senses, because she had let it slip right in front of Selina. So the maid immediately apologized for spreading such gossip. However, Miss was not at all offended, but instead asked if Jane could wrap 2 pieces of cake for her. When the maid did this, the lady gave one of the pieces to her, which greatly surprised her. The mistress explained her action by saying that Jane had had too much trouble because of her lately. In addition, Selina wanted to ask the maid one more question, and she was only happy to help. And the heroine found out from her assistant exactly where Aiden's room was, asking her to leave it between them. The guy at that moment was recovering from another nightmare, and therefore was all wet with fear. Then he suddenly heard a quiet knock on the door of his room, and therefore opened his eyes. The lady, trying to speak as quietly as possible so as not to attract unnecessary attention, called the assistant by name. Aiden jumped on the bed, because he still didn't understand who exactly had come to him. And Selina also quietly and carefully asked if the servant was sleeping and if she could talk to him. Only now did the magician realize that it was the youngest daughter of the Howite family who had come to him, which frightened him. Aiden, although he clearly heard the mistress's voice, could not believe that she had come to him. At that moment, the girl timidly repeated her question about whether they could talk. Then the lady noticed that the guy's shadow was falling on the floor and could be seen from behind the door, although he was still silent. Since Miss did not know what to do next, she sighed with a little sadness, and then Selina stubbornly sank to the floor right next to the servant's door, because she was still going to talk to him. The mistress said that now everything is happening as it should be, no matter what the blonde feels about her. The youngest daughter of the Howite family reported that a magician can pretend to be asleep if that is his desire. She added that she heard the servant's words while she was unconscious, which surprised him. Then the girl admitted that she did not remember what happened to her after the jump, but assumed that the guy jumped after her. Selina sat in silence for a while as she collected her thoughts and calmed her emotions. And only after plucking up the courage did the lady ask Aiden if he wasn't scared. This question made the servant cry again because he had really suffered greatly. And the lady kept trying to find out why the assistant saved her by sacrificing himself. But the blonde was not able to speak now, but instead hid his face in his hands. Selina recalled that the guy wanted to tell her something personally while she was unconscious. Tears froze in the magician's eyes when he remembered what exactly he wanted to confess to Missy. Then suddenly the voices of servants were heard in the corridor, discussing what they would do tomorrow. This forced Aiden to suddenly open the door to his room, which the girl could not have expected. Literally a second before the servants passed by, the guy pulled the lady in and closed the door. More than anything else, the assistant was afraid of harming the Mrs. status, and her presence near his room would be very harmful. When the butlers left and their voices died down, Aiden allowed himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did he look down and realize that he was hugging his mistress by the shoulders. This made the blonde blush out of embarrassment and immediately move away so as not to touch his mistress. Turning away, the magician asked what the lady would do if a servant saw her in such a place. He went to the curtains and, just in case, closed them in order to completely keep Selina's stay with him a secret. Meanwhile, the girl quickly sat down right on the assistant's bed and silently looked at him. It was the first time Miss had been in the servant's room, and therefore looked at it with keen interest. She noticed that the guy was quite empty, but at the same time, very clean everywhere around him. So the lady concluded that this room was a complete reflection of the assistant. Aiden did not respond to such words, but at least he dared to approach the youngest daughter of the Howite family. However, this was not enough for Selina. So she took the servant by the hand and pulled him even closer, saying that she wanted to see his face. Carefully, because she was afraid to once again embarrass the magician, the miss invited him to sit down next to her. Despite all the mistress's efforts, the servant's face was still covered with a slight blush. Nevertheless, he did not refuse the girl's request and sat down exactly opposite her on the chair, but at the same time lowered his head, Selina realized that it would be best if she started the dialogue first, so she turned to the guy herself. Completely unexpected for Aiden, Miss suddenly asked him for forgiveness, which made him even forget how to breathe. But these were the words the guy really wanted to hear, so he couldn't hold back his emotions at that moment. The girl, looking at the assistant, felt strong pity but simply gave him time. While the magician's whole body was shaking due to sobs, the lady sat silently on the bed and waited. She understood perfectly well that the servant just needed to finally cry and stop keeping everything inside. After a short time, Miss said that she knew how wrong she was in deciding to die. So the lady sat down next to Aiden, to whom she had caused severe mental trauma, and once again asked for forgiveness. Several hours passed by talking, and the candle that the guy lit still continued to burn. Selina was able to convince the blonde that she was no longer going to put her life in danger. Then the assistant noticed something, because of which he was quite embarrassed in the end. He said with excitement that he was fine, and the lady didn't have to hold his hand anymore. Miss immediately let go of the servant's hand as she started talking and completely forgot about it. The fact that Selina smiled so joyfully at him for the first time once again made Aiden blush. Seeing the magician's reaction, the lady even wondered if she had gone too far and began to behave too much with him, like a child. Having recovered a little, the assistant stole a glance at the youngest daughter of the Howite family, who had come to him herself. Selina at that moment looked truly satisfied and happy, which reassured the servant as well. He allowed himself to conclude that the girl had been speaking to him very sincerely all this time. The guy also noted that it was the first time he had seen Miss laugh so carefree next to someone. The lady replied that now she finally feels completely safe. However, for his own peace of mind, the servant still asked the lady to promise him that there would be no repetition of her jump. Noticing that the guy even began to tremble from the memories, the girl quickly made him a promise. Then she remembered the purpose of her visit and asked how about having something sweet. And Aiden really lit up at the mention of cakes because he loved them so much. But it unexpectedly turned out that the magician did not have a fork in the room, which Selina did not take into account. However, when the assistant was about to leave to get the dishes, she did not let him go anywhere. The lady said that there was no need to bother going to the kitchen because you could just eat the cake here. Aiden tried to object, but the lady had already handed him a piece of sweet, not accepting a word of refusal. So the magician quickly accepted his fate and answered the miss with a grateful smile. And then the guy quickly took the sweetness into his mouth because he couldn't wait to try it. The taste, as he expected, was incredibly delicate and attractive, which the servant loved very much. Since they did not have any equipment, Howit's daughter could only watch the guy eating. But he enjoyed the sweet with such a contented look that Miss wanted to try it too. Aiden, having licked his lips contentedly, only now noticed that the mistress was watching him with interest. And the heroine really rather unceremoniously stared at the servant who was eating the cake. So he suddenly said that he couldn't eat everything without tea, so he needed help. The heroine thought a little and decided that this whole situation was only to her advantage. Therefore, the lady quite calmly asked the assistant to share at least a piece with her. While the guy, with some embarrassment, was trying to explain something to the lady, she had already snatched the cake from him. And then Selina, carefully holding her hair, took a small bite from the cake. The assistant was incredibly surprised that Miss did not disdain to try something after him, and the youngest Howit, as if nothing had happened, said that this piece of cake was too sweet for her. This amused the servant greatly, so that he laughed sincerely at the girl's reaction. Selina displeasedly asked the servant why he was laughing at her at all, although she had no intention of being offended, and the magician suddenly announced that the lady was sometimes so unpredictable that he was often surprised. These words of the assistant made the lady herself blush this time, but she did not confess at all. Then Aiden noticed that the lady was a little dirty, and therefore reached out his hand to wipe her face. The servant assured that he used a clean handkerchief for this, so the miss did not have to worry. But looking at the magician, Selina for some reason did not even think about worrying about something like that. It is not known what was going on in Howit's head, but she changed the subject and offered to eat the remaining piece of cake. But the guy pointed out that Miss accidentally ate the whole half, so now only his part was left, which is what they agreed on. The next morning, the girl managed to get up more or less cheerfully, despite the fact that she went to bed late. Miss was even able to see off her entire family, who had gone away on various errands, leaving her alone. Selina decided to go for a walk and came across a doctor who was giving medical commands. The old man was helped by a priest who easily found his place in the estate, although he had long since cured his mistress. The girl noticed that the two doctors got along quite well with each other, which pleased her. Then the youngest Howard accidentally noticed Lucas's silhouette in the distance and therefore hurried to turn around. Not only did Selina see the swordsman, but the horseman also noticed the mistress's bright dress. He looked after the lady, who was running away somewhere as fast as she could, and immediately understood everything. The lady decided for herself that she should not distract people with something like a swordsman, so it was better to go far away. But she didn't take into account the fact that the rider had already noticed her and was very angry because of her escape. Lucas was not at all happy with this game of catch-up, so he was the first to decide to stop it. And at that moment, the lady fell into the hands of the maids, who were putting her in order in full force. Even these girls, who didn't have many responsibilities related to her, seemed incredibly busy to the miss. Feeling a desire to do something too, Selina approached her mother with this question. The woman was noticeably surprised that her daughter showed interest in the classes, but still listened to her. For some short moments, the Duchess remembered how much her daughter had changed and therefore smiled. She said that as a child, little Selina for some reason was always dissatisfied with everything. And even as a teenager, the girl was still trying to become better than someone else, and not better than herself. The worst thing began when something did not go as Miss would like, because the servant suffered. The lady knew this story from her past, but now she remembered the words of her sister that you need to live with benefit for others, but in moderation. And the mother reminded that she always loved her daughter, no matter what grades she got. However, at that time, their sincerity was completely unheard by the younger Howitt. The Duchess admitted that she didn't have a girl class right now, but she suggested they think about it together later. The woman advised Selina to enjoy every day for now and not worry too much. But Miss couldn't help but think that she was still too unstable in terms of life. However, right now, the lady only nodded as she completely agreed with her mother's plan. The Duchess suddenly burst into a smile and said that her daughter had not called her mother for a very long time, which she did now. Selina could never have imagined that such a nuance could be so important for an adult woman. And my mother said that she was very pleased that the lady still perceived her this way. So the girl promised to address the Duchess as her mother, at least when they were alone. In return, the woman hugged the miss with great love, as she was pleased with such an agreement. Suddenly, the Duke flew into the room, breaking the privacy of the two beautiful ladies. And after the man, Aaron also flew smartly and brightly into the room, not at all embarrassed by his loudness. The guy saw that the mother was hugging her daughter, and he wanted to join in similar procedures. So the brother himself hugged the beloved women of his family, declaring that he was very glad to see them. Finally, sitting among the people who loved her, the heroine was able to understand what a real family is. A little later, Selina went out for a walk in the garden, as for now she was completely calmed down thanks to her mother. Miss decided to get some fresh air and finally put all her thoughts in order. Suddenly, the girl noticed a familiar silhouette ahead, which she would recognize almost anywhere. It turned out that right along the path of her movement, Lucas was standing near the road and peacefully waiting for her. The swordsman was clearly in no hurry, and on the contrary was very calmly waiting for the lady. Of course, the guy instantly saw the lady when she was not far from him and looked at her, but Selina had already turned around and walked away as quickly as possible. The rider, terribly angry, said that they had not seen each other for a very long time, but he would like to talk. But then the Lord realized that the girl managed to run far enough away from him and did not hear anything. Only Lucas could walk so fast, so he instantly caught up with the fleeing mistress. Selina told him that she was heading to her room, so there was no need to accompany her. Then the swordsman reminded the lady that her room was in a completely different direction, which took her by surprise. But the youngest Howitt was confused for a moment, and then turned around and said goodbye to the knight again. The guy realized that it was time to move on to a serious dialogue, and therefore sighed with a smile. He said that he held no grudge against Miss, but hoped that she would give him some time. The Lord then asked how long the girl was going to constantly avoid him. Somewhat dissatisfied, Selina turned to Lucas, realizing that a serious dialogue could not be avoided. The guy really waited very calmly until the lady could talk to him normally. Turning fully to the rider, the younger Howitt asked if he didn't hate her. Lucas approached Miss and asked if she really felt guilty towards him. Tilting her head down a little, Selina once again analyzed all her feelings. And then she looked into the Lord's eyes and honestly said that she really felt guilty, and therefore asked to ask for it. The guy noticed for a long time that the girl's gaze no longer looked as devastated as before. And since the Miss herself asked for forgiveness, he said that if she really was sorry, then a little later she would fulfill one of his requests. The younger Howitt couldn't foresee such a situation, but she didn't really want to agree to something like that. Lucas smiled sweetly and asked if he really asks for so much in his life. The lady had nothing to object to this, and she realized that she would have to agree. However, the lady warned that she would complain to her brother if the swordsman came up with something strange. The Lord concluded with a smile that they had reached an agreement, and this more than satisfied him. The guy threw his hands behind his head and said that he would still escort Selina to her room. A little later, the enthusiastic squeals and squeals of the maids were heard quite loudly in the estate. The girls could not contain their emotions because their beloved and very handsome Aiden returned to them. Even the servants who were of his gender supported the blonde, although it was not in their interest for him to return. Seeing that he was treated well, the magician asked for forgiveness for his long absence, but no one was offended. Selina also heard about the return to work of her personal assistant, to whom all the words reached through the open window. Jane shared with the lady that the guy became so popular because he romantically saved her from death. The maid noticed that even the men began to admire the assistant's magical abilities. And Aiden, without expecting it, found himself in the midst of praise and a desire to communicate with him. Selina looked at the guy and suddenly remembered their conversation last night, which remained between them. Then she asked if the magician would tell her what he wanted to tell her when she finally woke up. From the expression on the guy's face, it became clear that he understood perfectly what was being said and knew what he wanted to communicate. But for some reason, once again, the servant replied that there was nothing important in his words. The mistress sincerely said that she was sorry because she hoped that Aiden would confess to her if she asked. But the magician in response asked to postpone this conversation until some next time. Remembering all this, the miss suddenly asked her assistant to call her personal servant to her chambers. Jane, although slightly excited, immediately agreed to carry out this order. Both the maid and the butler thought that the youngest Howite had a very scary aura, but they did not understand why. A little later, completely uninvited, Lucas came to visit the lady and silently began to watch her. Miss tried her best to pretend that she didn't notice the guy who had just come to her, but it was quite difficult for her not to notice the man who was literally standing in front of the girl. Lucas, meanwhile, couldn't resist and asked if they could continue their recent conversation. Only now did the lady turn her attention to the swordsman and ask what he wanted to tell her earlier. The horseman admitted with a sigh that there were rumors in high society that all was not well with Selina due to her fall. He added that all the knights from the estate are working hard to refute these rumors. Selina listened carefully to the guy, and then it dawned on her that for some reason he was telling her everything very easily. She directly told Lucas that his straightforward behavior was very different from everyone else. To this the Lord replied that he believed that the youngest Howite should herself know the whole truth about such events. The girl thought about it and was forced to admit that the writer's words sounded very logical. Then the miss asked if the knight would mind helping her in one difficult event for her. The girl honestly said that she would also like to try for her own reputation, but did not know what was best for her to do. To resolve this issue, she asked the swordsman to become her personal assistant, which would make her life much easier. The writer's first reaction was sincere surprise because he did not expect such words from the lady. And then the guy smiled affectionately and agreed with the position offered to him. But she didn't like Lucas's first proposal to throw her mistress into someone else's hands. The next morning, Vivian lay in bed and was sad that Selina did not come to her meeting. Also, the lady disappeared again and didn't say anything, causing the lady to go into a crying fit. Then the assistant came running to the miss and urgently called out, but the lady asked to leave her alone. But the maid did not back down and said that the youngest Howite had written a letter for the lady. From such news, Vivian opened her eyes in shock and froze in place in bewilderment. The fact is that the day before Lucas invited the lady to organize her own meeting in the garden. He was sure that new acquaintances would not be superfluous for the girl, and besides, she would prove that everything was fine with her. Selina's appearance at the event will almost completely dispel the rumors that people are still spreading. Miss quite calmly and logically decided that she would need to take charge of the entire organization. However, the youngest Howite herself, if she wanted to invite anyone, would only be Vivian. Therefore, the girl asked the swordsman to help her and make a list of all the noble guests. The guy smiled softly in response because he was happy to see that Selina was trying to develop. So the Duchess received a letter inviting her to an event she didn't even know about. But what pleased the girl most of all was the fact that Selina began the letter to the lady with the address Dear. Vivian happily rushed around the room, concluding that the youngest Howite valued her. In Lady's eyes, Selina said in a very sweet voice that Miss was most likely surprised when she disappeared that day. Everything is also cute. According to Vivian, the youngest Howite said that she just felt bad then, but now she asks the girl to come to her evening and decorate it with her pleasant presence. As a result, the lady stated that she was obliged to go and support her friend at such an event. For some reason, Vivian decided that poor Selina felt very bad and sad without her, since she even offered to make peace. The younger Howite asked the girl to keep this letter between them, and the lady wondered if this was what she was thinking about. Was there really such a shared secret between the two girls now, just for the two of them? Dreaming, Vivian screamed in tears that she would definitely defend her friend's honor, but then she realized that she had no time for that now, because she needed to answer the letter as soon as possible. A little later, Mia also found out about the event and was angry that no one invited her there. The red-haired girl was very afraid that her father would sell her to some old and scary rich man. Therefore, the miss was going to prove her worth to the Duke of Ratchapel at all costs. And for this, Mia decided to start by talking with her father over tea, which is why she took the dishes with her. But as soon as the lady approached the door to the Duke's office, dissatisfied dialogues were heard from behind her. The red-haired girl knew that the owner of the estate did not plan any meetings for today, so she was surprised. And at that moment, the guest secretly invited to Ratchapel again hit the table with his fist with all his might. The man in the cloak swore very strongly at the youngest Howite, since she had ruined all his plans. The Duke listened to his partner with poorly concealed irritation, but for now remained silent. In the end, the gentleman explained that everything that happened was just an accident, and Selena clearly did not know that Priest Ian could not be taken away. Mia, who remained standing at the door, did not understand what kind of victims we were talking about. Then the stranger in the raincoat noticed that someone was standing silently behind the front door and eavesdropping. Following the guest, the Duke himself drew alarmed attention to this and was greatly surprised. The girl did not expect that she could be heard at all, but she noticed that for some reason the conversations in the office had died down. Then the guest opened the door very sharply in order to hit the person standing behind it, and thereby teach him a lesson. Daughter Ratchapel immediately felt the blow, which is why she accidentally dropped the tray with the service. The girl turned around with fear and met a gaze that was full of hatred and malice. At that moment, for the first time in a long time, the Holy Father walked completely calmly through the beautiful garden. The guy had never before had the right to behave so relaxed, but he understood that he really liked it. Then Ian heard a man's voice calling him many times from behind, gradually approaching. It turned out that Aiden was trying his best to catch up with the priest, and the assistant still succeeded. The Holy Father, smiling sweetly, asked the magician how his shoulder and body in general were now. In response, the servant boasted that he was as if he were brand new again, although anyone else in his place would have taken a long time to recover. Aiden once again thanked Ian for his help with treatment, since he believed that without him, he would have been recovering for a long time. But the Holy Father, bowing his head a little, said that the blonde had nothing to thank him for. Aiden didn't understand why the guy thought he was indebted to the entire Howite estate. In fact, Ian was very pleased that he could make someone happier thanks to his powers. The priest closed his eyes and for a moment remembered his whole life, trying to analyze it. The Holy Father, no matter how hard he tried, could not find at least something positive in his life. Unexpectedly for Ian, the assistant suddenly handed him a letter and said that it had only been delivered in the morning. Then the magician, with a kind smile, explained that this envelope was sent from the church to which the priest belonged. What a surprise the magician was when he noticed how much the guy changed at the mention of the church. Ian stared at the envelope as if it were a poisonous snake and had no intention of accepting it. Many years ago, in the very church where the boy became a priest, certain events took place. Little Jan could not restrain himself then and helped one parishioner who had a problem with his hand. The man had never encountered magic before, much less such a strong one, and therefore was very surprised. The satisfied boy very soon announced that he had finished, since this was not difficult for him. The parishioner said that the young priest simply has unprecedented strength, and he is very grateful to him. Ian was incredibly happy to help a random passerby who was clearly in pain. But then a heavy hand from an adult fell on the child's shoulder, and he immediately recognized it, and therefore became gloomy. The young priest, trembling with fear, slowly turned to the Holy Father who stood behind him. The man told the parishioner that God sees everything, so he asked him to keep what happened a secret. That same evening, Jan was taken to the basement and severely punished, hitting his hands with a whip. The priest ordered the child to stop crying and asked if he was tired of using the power of God. The boy tried to explain that the man's arm was very painful, and he just helped. In response, the Holy Father again swung at the baby, declaring that he was a priest, not a doctor. A little later, he lay on the bed and sobbed quietly due to the severe pain in his hands. Unexpectedly, a senior priest came to the child, whom he did not expect to see so late. The boy stood up alarmed, trying not to touch anything with his hands, as he wanted to bow. But the man gently put his hand on Ian's head, thereby stopping his rise. Then the Holy Father asked if the child really thought he had done the right thing today. He said that when a young priest uses his power, arrogance awakens inside him. Yang tried to argue that all his actions were committed only at the request of other people, but the senior priest stated that the baby himself does not even notice how proud he is becoming. The man asked if the child was not ashamed to brag, hiding behind the name of God. And after such dialogues, there was always a heavy punishment, because of which Ian still flinched. The guy was so lost in thought that he did not notice his name being called, and therefore belatedly raised his head. At this moment, Selena asked him if he wanted to go back to the church. Yang did not give a direct answer to this question. He only said that he had no right to be on the estate. The lady asked with interest who told the Holy Father such nonsense about rights. Yang suddenly admitted that the kindness of those around him had clouded his mind, and he even forgot where he was. The guy very nervously clutched the letter from the church and said that it was time for him to return to his place. The girl could not hide the anxiety with which the young priest thought about returning. So the lady sighed and said with a smile that the guy didn't have to rush into such a decision. She explained that her parents hired him as a minister and the church had already received money for it. Then Miss stood up, since for her the conversation was almost over and she was about to leave. But finally, the youngest Howitt said that if Ian wants to stay on the estate, then he has the right to do so. Selena did not force the priest to make a choice at all. She only asked him to think carefully. The Holy Father, having heard such warm words, was noticeably surprised because he was always told something different. The guy still doubted what decision he should make, but he didn't really want to go to church. After a dialogue with the Holy Father, the lady took Aiden with her and went for a walk in the garden. Suddenly, the lady stopped in her tracks, and the assistant immediately asked what happened. Selena still continued to stand in place, and in response asked the magician to take 3 steps towards her. The guy was very surprised by such a request, but there was nothing suspicious about it, so he obeyed. Only after this did the younger Howitt move on, pleased that she could now see the blonde's face. The girl honestly told the guy that she missed having his face next to her, which is why she asked him to keep pace. This statement surprised Aiden, since he had already heard a similar phrase from Miss, but did not think that she would repeat it. Selena herself suddenly moved on silently, because she had already said everything she wanted. Suddenly, the girl told the assistant not to worry too much about Priest Ian. The guy thought for a while, and then with a smile he promised that he would not worry too much. Here, the mistress asked that the servant always continue to walk only next to her during the conversation. Aiden visibly blushed due to embarrassment at such a request, but agreed for the lady's sake. Suddenly, the assistant paid attention to their hands, and he had a desire to take the miss's hand. But the servant ordered himself not to dare to perform such an action because his status did not allow him. Instead, the guy continued walking with Selena through the garden, enjoying nature. At this moment, broken dishes were still lying around the Ratchapelle estate, and the daughter and father were quarreling. Mia couldn't believe that the Duke really wanted to marry her to the man she had just seen. But the owner of the estate could not tolerate it when his opinion was not taken into account, and therefore he struck his cane menacingly. The girl was very frightened by this sound and therefore shrank, even stopping swearing. Her father suddenly announced that he preferred to receive money from everything in which he once invested, and all his life he provided for his daughter, providing her with a house, clothes, and food, and receiving nothing in return. So he came up with a way to make the girl pay off for him and told her to get ready for the wedding. Before finally leaving the lady alone, the man reminded her not to dare enter his room when guests arrived. The red-haired lady was very upset to hear from her loved one that she was pathetic and worthless. Miss fell to her knees and burst into bitter tears, but no one came to calm her down. Because of this, the villainess made a terrible conclusion for herself that only she can now protect herself. And Mia made the decision to make her life better, even if it ultimately hurt her family. This afternoon, while Lucas had time to rest, he took great pleasure in spending it on a book. Then the guy who was sitting in the room of the youngest daughter of the Howitt family noticed that something was wrong with Miss. The girl, clearly puzzled, sat and looked at the guest list, rereading it over and over again. The swordsman asked what exactly was bothering the lady and if he could help her somehow. The lady said that the writer had already helped her a lot by making a list of all the invitees. The only problem was that the ladies would obviously come with the gentlemen, and Selena didn't know their names. To this, Lucas promised that he would stand next to the girl and tell her names. He also reminded, trying to ignore the maids nearby, that everyone knew about Mrs. Memory Loss, and there shouldn't be any special problems. And the assistants really still couldn't take their eyes off such a beautiful aristocratic couple. The girls loved to discuss various rumors, including those about who could be a couple with whom, but they tried to do it so that they would not be heard. And now the assistants thought that it would be great if Lucas and Selena started dating. The swordsman at that moment stood on the balcony and heard what the simple-minded maids were whispering about. He turned around to look at the face of the lady with whom they were trying to attribute a relationship to him. The girl looked absolutely calm, and it was clearly clear that she was no longer going to die. The assistant, who was still politely silent, poured tea for her just as carelessly and patiently. The Lord watched Selina closely as she, in turn, looked at Aiden. Suddenly, the corner of the younger Howitt's lip lifted slightly into a smile, which did not go unnoticed by the swordsman. This made the guy turn away with displeasure, as he felt very uncomfortable. Lucas only now realized that he had been wrong all along, and now it was too late. The horseman believed that it would be enough for him only that the lady would remain alive. However, seeing the lady smiling at someone else, the Lord felt a feeling of jealousy, which indicated his own feelings. He understood that the magician, no matter what, due to his low status, had no chance with Miss, but still could not calm down. And Aiden himself, after pouring tea for Selina, began to carefully arrange the flowers on the table. Then the lady turned to him, and the guy immediately looked up from the flowers to listen to her carefully. The girl said that it was already quite late, and the magician should go and rest himself. Only after these words did Miss the assistant notice what time it was and realize that he had been too slow. He said that he would quickly tidy up the table since he started, and then go to his room. But Selina did not calm down and asked why the servant never went to the magic tower. This question took the guy by surprise, and he almost dropped the vase of flowers in surprise. With a very worried look, the assistant looked straight at the lady, not understanding the meaning of her questions. Selina said that she heard that Aiden's father introduced him to a high-ranking wizard, but the guy didn't tell the lady about this situation because he didn't know how to deal with it. At that moment, the assistant did not agree with joyful cries to the proposal to become a magician, which surprised the Duke. The man began to convince the servant that he could get a lot if he agreed to such a lucrative offer. Aiden was given time to think things through as his abilities were highly rated. A high-ranking magician named Sir Alogen suddenly announced with a smile that he liked his assistant, which scared the blonde. The old man explained his words by saying that, apparently, the servant loved his job so much that he did not want to leave it. And indeed, even then, at the mere thought of leaving, the guy was in severe shock. Aiden didn't want to leave the lady alone and leave the estate for good, as he liked everything. But in the end, the lady herself now forces the assistant to leave, which caused him great pain. However, the guy still did not draw his own conclusions on this matter, but instead asked the miss a question. With noticeable pain in his voice, the assistant asked if the girl really wanted him to leave. The youngest daughter of the Howite family looked at the servant in surprise, because she did not put the same emotions into her question as he did. The lady could not understand why her words hurt the assistant, and asked if he himself did not want to become a magician. Aiden exclaimed somewhat hysterically that Miss spoke as if she knew everything about him. The guy was clearly unhappy and annoyed, and asked how Selina could know what he wanted. The girl froze in shock, trying to understand what was happening, because she made assumptions based on the situation in the novel. She remembered very well that the servant from the book desperately wanted to get into the magic tower. The heroine also knew that the magician ended up there immediately after he condemned the villainous Howite. I didn't understand anything. The girl allowed the guy to make his own choice because it was his life. Aiden glanced at his mistress but said nothing as he was still too upset. The next morning, as Selina began to go about her business, the butler suddenly approached her. Miss very rarely had the opportunity to talk to the main assistants, so she was surprised. The man said that, coincidentally, neither the Duke nor Duchess was at the estate at the moment. The youngest daughter of the Howite family knew this very well and therefore asked what was wrong. The butler explained that a man from the church had arrived to see Priest John without an invitation. Moreover, this man was not an ordinary priest, but the high priest of their community himself. And since the man was their guest, the butler thought that the lady should know about his arrival. Selina hurried to meet the priest, and he greeted the lady with a kind smile. However, this tensed the girl as she guessed that he just wanted to make a good impression on her. Here the priest called young Ian by name very loudly, and he was even very frightened. The man hugged the guy and began to affectionately say that he missed him very much, but not a word from the boy. Selina realized that the priest was pretending to be friendly too much, and even Ian was uncomfortable. A little later, when the four of them sat down to talk, the head priest said that it was time for the assistant to return. The guy immediately turned white from this news because he was clearly not ready to return to church. The priest put pressure on the poor doctor, declaring that even without his reminders, he would have returned soon. And Ian had no choice but to nod in agreement, lowering his head down guiltily. Hearing that the boy wanted to return, the man laughed cheerfully, pleased with this outcome. Here, Selina, who had previously been silent and carefully watched what was happening, unexpectedly entered into the conversation. Neither the priest nor Yang expected that anyone would interfere with them sorting things out, so they turned towards the girl. And the lady, absolutely confident in her words, suddenly said that she did not know all the circumstances, but saw that the guy wanted to stay. The junior priest shuddered in fear, because the lady had hit the nail on the head, but he was afraid to admit it. The priest could not tolerate such a turn, so he rose to his feet and addressed the younger Howitt. The man sat down next to Ian, hugging him, and said that the boy had lived in the temple all his life and could have gotten lost in a family of aristocrats. Hearing that the guy didn't deserve to live in the estate, Miss irritably asked who else could be as capable as Yang. The girl explained that she just lays around all day, but she is still treated like a mistress. The priest looked at Howitt incomprehensibly and said that she was the mistress, so everything was correct. Selina agreed to this, but added that she did not have the authority of an older brother who would inherit the family. Moreover, Miss even said that she does not have the same magical power as her assistant Aiden or Ian. She was just a mistress and was treated accordingly, but the girl did not understand why she deserved this. The high priest looked at the lady in fear because he did not want to admit that she could not do anything. And Selina ended her speech by saying that Ian has every right to independently choose where to live. The guy was surprised by the words that the people he helped really want to continue to see him on the estate. Here, the head priest tried to put pressure on the younger one again, asking him to say that everything was wrong. But for the first time, Yang plucked up courage and declared that he wanted his power to bring happiness to people. So the guy got down on his knees and asked the spoiler to stay on the estate, where he would continue to work modestly. For a moment after these words of the priest could not stand it, and his face was distorted into an evil grimace. He clenched his fists with incredible strength to force himself to calm down and not show his true emotions. Then the man suddenly burst into an incredibly kind and radiant smile, showing that he was supposedly very happy. The priest put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he had grown a lot in a short time. The younger priest waited until the last minute for a catch, while the older priest praised him for his ability to express his opinion. The high priest said in all seriousness that he was proud of his successor, continuing to play his good role. Selina and Aiden watched in silence as the man lied to the art, praising them too for caring about Ian. The girl looked at the guy with alarm, catching his gaze, because they both noticed the true expression on the priest's face. And the magician, no less than the mistress, was worried about this, but they could not prove anything. As a result, as the priest got into his carriage and drove off, he clenched his teeth in an incredibly evil grin. The man was not happy with the fact that Yang became bolder as soon as he emerged from the shadows, and mentally he was already preparing chains for him. But what angered the priest even more was that in parting, Selina asked him if he met Ian to contact her first. The lady stated that the minor priest was now part of their estate and the Duke's family, so they would look after him. The priest was incredibly angry because he specifically came for the guy during the absence of the Duchess and Duke. And now Miss dared to take his victim for 4 whole years, promising to take care of him. As a result of the dialogue with the Holy Father, the lady became very mentally tired because he was a difficult person. Ian suddenly approached her and sincerely thanked her because he did not believe that without the lady's help he could talk to the priest. Although she didn't say anything to the guy, she admitted to herself that there was a moment when she almost lost her temper with anger. The girl could not stand the sight of the doctor's frightened gaze, which reminded her of herself as a child. While Selina was thinking, Ian was still standing and waiting for an answer from her, not understanding why she was silent. So the lady said that everyone is able to say what he wants, given the proper desire. Aiden looked with a quiet smile at the junior priest's admission that he really wanted to stay at the estate. In the evening, the assistant, as always, carefully put the youngest Howitt to bed, covering her with a blanket. The guy at that moment tried not to think about anything, because this was a normal part of his work. However, this time Selina, blushing a little, wished the servant good night. In response, the magician asked the miss for forgiveness for being emotionally rude to her yesterday. In fact, the heroine thought the assistant's droning yesterday was quite cute, but did not tell him about it. Instead, the girl sat up in bed because she wanted to talk to the guy. She suddenly told him that she wanted Aiden to always do as he wanted. But this permission did not make the magician feel any better, because he was still torn between the desire to be a magician and to stay with his mistress. The next morning, Lucas very carefully put himself in order since there was an important event in the evening. The guy tried to restrain himself and not worry, but instead think about everyday affairs. Today was the day when Selina, with his help, was supposed to get a revaluation in social circles for her event. The swordsman made sure he had a good wash and then stepped out of the shower with some relief. Suddenly, the Lord heard an incomprehensible sound in his room, which should not have happened and which was annoying. He looked at the sofa and saw Aaron there, his teeth chattering loudly with excitement. The eldest son of the Howite family now looked like a crazy madman who came to someone else's room early in the morning. The guy honestly answered that he was very worried and asked what he should do about it all. Lucas said that he would not interfere unnecessarily in the mistress's party, but would help only if she asked. But Aaron, with all his appearance, hinted that the swordsman would still try to offer his help. This made the Lord very angry, and he even drew his sword about to start sparring. After some time, the guys figured everything out, and the swordsman once again told his brother not to worry so much. A somewhat beaten Aaron said that when his little sister's problems start, he really can act like a fool. As a result, Lucas was unhappy that he spent a lot of time arguing with his friend, although he helped him. Hawait's eldest son suddenly helped the guy dry his hair and thanked him for helping the lady. The Lord did not answer anything, because he understood that now he was also doing this out of his own selfish desires. Suddenly, the brother began to worry again about the fact that his sister asked him not to come to the party. This angered Lucas again, and he advised Aaron to go and talk to the girl in person. While the friends were talking indoors on the street, the servants were in full swing preparing for the evening party. Jane listened very carefully to all the instructions of Selena, who completely supervised the organizational process. The lady was acting like a real grown-up duchess when she suddenly noticed something. It turned out that her parents were hiding from behind the bushes, watching their daughter and trying to provide mental support. The mistress realized that they were very worried about her and therefore did not drive them away with screams. And indeed, having nevertheless come closer, the Duchess explained that it was not a matter of mistrust at all. The woman admitted that she almost cried with pride yesterday when Selena showed her the party plans. She praised the girl, who was able to flawlessly plan all elements of the event. Selena didn't remember, so she asked how she prepared for such parties before. After this question, the Duke and Duchess became noticeably gloomy, since everything was very bad then. Nevertheless, the girl could not help but admit that Lucas helped her in everything, so everything worked out. Mom smiled and promised that if something happened during the event, the lady could always ask her advice. Then the father froze in place, as if he had been struck by lightning since he stopped moving. The women of the Howite family turned to him and asked what exactly confused the man so much. The Duke could barely form words as his daughter and wife looked at him with worry. Only a few seconds later, the father said that for the first time, he heard the lady call her mother Mom. Selena remembered that she had agreed to address the woman this way only when they were alone. Therefore, the owner of the estate said that Miss committed parental discrimination by not calling him Dad. The man recalled that he loved both his daughter and his son equally, so he only asks for this. The Duchess was angry because of such childish behavior of her husband and quickly took him with her. Looking at them, the heroine could not help but smile, albeit somewhat embarrassed because she was happy. As a result, the youngest daughter of the Howite family thought that she was grateful to her mom and dad for the support they provided. Then Jane suddenly crawled out of the bushes, asking if she could finally go out since she hid at the sight of her owners. And then came the very evening when Selena organized the party on her own. She ordered and placed beautiful orchestral music throughout to create the atmosphere. And the lady herself at that moment, together with Lucas, greeted all the guests, calling them by name. The girl and the guy made a good duet, because together they remembered all the invitees from the list, and more. The people who came to the event sincerely thanked the lady for inviting her to it, and Selena greeted them with a sweet smile and offered to go into the greenhouse itself. The swordsman watched contentedly as the youngest Howite managed to manage everything perfectly. Then Vivian ran up to Miss cheerfully and noisily and immediately began asking many questions in a row. But suddenly the girl noticed that the hostess of the party was wearing the very dress that she had sent. And indeed, the lady was now in a cute pink dress which suited her very well. True, it took Selena herself a long time to force herself to wear something that was so out of her style. Suddenly, a whole crowd of aristocrats attacked the two misses, who really wanted to please the youngest Howite. The only thing the girl was praying for now was that all these ladies would come up one by one. To the lady's surprise, Lucas very cleverly came to her aid, pulling the miss towards him. From such a beautiful picture, the ladies immediately fell into wild delight, completely forgetting about their gentleman. The guy hoped that all those invited had arrived without any problems and offered to show them to their places. The fact that the swordsman had distracted a huge number of girls allowed Selena to exhale with relief. She looked at the Lord and admitted that he was very insightful and reasonable, which helped her a lot. But it was completely incomprehensible to Miss why such a cool guy wasn't dating anyone. Thinking about such nuances, the heroine fixed her slightly sad gaze on Lucas. Suddenly, she remembered that in the novel the Lord was supposed to marry Ariel, and Aaron ended up doing this. So it turned out that the poor horseman lost his relationship precisely because of the mistress. He suddenly noticed that she was looking at him, almost without looking away, and smiled back. Selina at that moment felt guilty before the night, and then shuddered. And then the miss quickly hurried to the greenhouse to the other guests, just so as not to communicate with the swordsman now. And Lucas was left alone on the street, and did not understand at all why the lady ran away without him. Inside the prepared room, Selina was already met by Aiden with a smile and a glass for her. The girl took a glass and stood in front of all the guests as she wanted to announce the start of the event. All invitees raised their glasses in response, as long-standing tradition required. When everyone had dispersed, Vivian approached the mistress, as she wanted to spend this evening with her. Lucas was left again, only this time in the company of ladies in love, and not alone. And literally after a few hours of communication, the lady already fell on the sofa as she was exhausted. She chose a place behind a column because she wanted no one to see her for at least some time. The girl looked at the shoes and realized that she was terribly uncomfortable in them and wanted to take them off. Miss even reached for her shoes, but because of her long and tight dress, she could not reach them. Then Vivian jumped up to Selina and in one easy movement with a smile, took off her shoes from her feet. The younger Howitt asked the lady for forgiveness for having to do something like that. But the girl didn't mind at all and explained it by saying that they were friends, so everything was in order. This declaration of friendship greatly surprised the lady, and she even froze in place. And at that moment, Vivian admitted that she herself likes to secretly take off her shoes in this way. So the heroine decided that the best thing to do now would be to simply smile sincerely and thank Miss for her help. The lady was very interested in whether it was really possible for her to start being truly friends with someone. Due to her cool interaction with Selina, Vivian ended up not noticing that she had spilled her drink, so she went to the estate to tidy up her dress. A guy suddenly walked past the girl completely silently and almost unnoticed. She did not initially pay any attention to him, since she was not yet looking for a gentleman. Meanwhile, the young man wore a very cunning and insidious smile on his face, which made him feel uneasy. This made Vivian turn around with excitement after that unfamiliar aristocrat. She was not at all sure that this person was on the list of invitees to the event. At this moment, right near the entrance to the greenhouse, the butler was quickly running along with a box of ice. He gave the command to Aiden to go to Selina, and he himself promised to deliver the ice to the guests. The magician was about to leave when he noticed that the guy was about to run into a new guest who had arrived. To prevent this from happening, the blonde jumped forward and pushed his friend aside as quickly as possible. Due to the inertia during this movement, some of the ice cubes fell under the feet of the aristocrat. The guy grimaced his face with extreme dissatisfaction because he could not allow such impudence. Such a facial expression from someone noble greatly frightened both assistants who were standing nearby. So they hurried to ask for forgiveness as quickly as possible, so as not to receive even stronger ones. The stranger rudely asked if servants shouldn't be more careful, especially at such an event. Aiden decided to take responsibility for what happened and offered his help to the aristocrat. But the guy pushed him away with displeasure, ordering him to stay as far away from such a commoner as possible. The magician might have tried to object, but suddenly he felt very bad. However, the red-haired man did not notice the servant's condition at all, and in any case, he did not care. The butler rushed up to Aiden and asked if he was okay, seeing that his friend was somehow unwell, and the assistant wondered what had just happened to him after meeting that stranger. For some reason, the blonde had a very bad feeling about the new guest. At this moment, Selina was calmly resting at the table, secretly enjoying her temporary solitude, when suddenly it was interrupted. The same red-haired guy approached the girl and said that he was really looking for her. Initially, the lady thought it was someone's partner who had gotten lost at the event. But the lady looked the stranger up and down and suddenly recognized him, as he was in the novel. The girl pronounced the Lord's name with amazement, calling him Jacob, which surprised the young man. The guy was clearly glad that Miss was able to remember his name, although they had not met. But the heroine herself did not experience joy that she was able to guess correctly. The Lord asked permission to formally greet the lady, and for this, he needed her hand. The mistress could not refuse and allowed the guy, according to all the rules of etiquette, to kiss her hand. The only thing the girl didn't like at all was that the redhead pressed his lips so openly. So Selina tried to take her hand away as quickly as possible, because it was unpleasant for her. At this moment, the lady was alone because Lucas was still entertaining the girls around him. The ladies asked the Lord questions with great interest and made various compliments regarding his status. But the swordsman was only interested in the question of whether he would now go out more often, and the horseman, laughing sweetly, lied that if he ever got an opportunity, he would take advantage of it. For some reason, the guys were no less enthusiastic around Lucas. They were students of the academy where the Lord graduated, and they kept asking him to allow them to touch his hand. The swordsman was pretty tired of all the people who had not given him access all this time, so he sighed. Then he turned around and noticed that the lady was sitting in the company of a guy who had not been invited. The writer displeasedly recognized that young man as Jacob Cooper, which made him very tense. In addition, the Lord clearly wanted to attract the lady's attention because he smiled at her very radiantly. Lucas wondered jealously why that guy was laughing so brightly and what they were talking about. The swordsman was also worried about the expression on the girl's face now because of the conversation. Memories of how warmly Selena once smiled at Aiden forced the Lord to drink the entire glass in one gulp. Lucas hoped that the lady was really having fun, while he himself was sad and nervous. As a result, he could not stand it and said goodbye to all the ladies who did not want to leave him before. Right now, because of the sad thoughts about the younger Howitt, the guy really wanted to be alone. At that moment, Aiden was alone, and for some reason he was literally throwing up inside out in the toilet. The only guess that the magician had was that moment with contact with a stranger. The assistant remembered how Sir Allegan had once told him that a similar situation could exist. The magician then praised the servant, saying that he could use high-level magic without training. But he said that you still need to learn to use your abilities, which the blonde agreed with. The old man explained that magic is already very unstable, and the guy also uses it without training. The High Mage warned that due to such instability, if Aiden encountered dark magic, it would seem to turn him inside out. And right now, the assistant was wondering if he could experience the very effect that Sir Allegan was talking about. At the same time, Jacob asked Selena if she was having fun, and the girl was surprised by such a question. The Lord approached her and whispered that he had seen her on the day of her brother Aaron's engagement to Ariel. And then the lady's joke touched him to the very heart, so he laughed, and the lady, because of such a statement, accidentally spat out tea right at Cooper. The younger Howitt asked for forgiveness and said that she would call someone for help right now. But Jacob, without any offense, said that he should have been more careful in presenting such information. The guy wiped himself with his handkerchief and put it on the table, since this thing could not be used anymore. Suddenly, he folded his hands and asked what Selena thought of Lord Lucas always being by her side. Because of this, the miss felt as if she was under an unpleasant interrogation and she lost the desire to answer. In the end, the girl still said that Lucas was the best knight among everyone in the estate, as well as her brother's friend. Cooper suddenly said that he was relieved after hearing such words from the youngest daughter of the Howitt family. He admitted that he was very afraid that the lady, like other ladies, would be interested in the swordsman. Unexpectedly, Jacob said that his heart was given only to Selena, and he would like to be with her. While saying this, the guy accidentally poured the tea because he wasn't looking into the mug, and the drink continued to flow. To rectify the situation, the Lord asked for the lady's handkerchief since he had already used his own. The younger Howitt immediately realized that it was a very cheap trick, but did not know how to refuse. But Lucas himself suddenly came to the girl's aid as he handed the guy his handkerchief. This was not at all what Cooper was counting on, but the guy now had no other choice. Selena was very glad to see the swordsman since he helped her out a lot in such a situation, and the writer reminded that today he is the lady's partner, and if someone needs something from her, then he is also responsible. Cooper realized that he had lost on all fronts, but tried not to show that this was the case. And Lucas once again specifically insisted that the guest who came without an invitation take his scarf. In addition, the girl took advantage of the moment and stated that she did not have a scarf at all. The swordsman turned around and looked at the miss, and his eyes concealed a slight mockery. Unexpectedly for Selena, the guy suddenly repeated her personal words about him, said quite recently. This made the lady understand that the Lord had heard perfectly well what she had said before at the table. But the heroine couldn't understand why Lucas suddenly began to be sarcastic about this. Jacob interrupted the awkward pause and said that he no longer needed the handkerchief, since everything had already dried. The swordsman, with a smile, took the handkerchief for himself, saying that, in this case, he himself would still need it. But then something happened that no one expected, so Selena, Lucas, and Jacob looked around at the same time. Almost all over the hall, boys and girls began to spill something on themselves, which caused the trio to be shocked. And each of those people hoped that Lucas himself would come up to them and give them his scarf. The lady immediately guessed what it was all about, which upset her somewhat, because that was not the point of the event. But then the lady looked at the guy and realized that he was incredibly angry because of what had happened. Therefore, Selena called Jane over and gave her an instruction that needed to be carried out as quickly as possible. The maid happily rushed to fulfill her mistress's request, since she could fulfill it extremely easily. Jacob again decided to attract attention and sat closer to Miss, asking if they had discussed something important. But right now, the youngest Howitt was incredibly angry with the guy, because it was because of him that she found herself in this situation. Even Lucas felt that Cooper was trying to change the atmosphere towards a romantic one, which he did not like. And the uninvited lord really said that for the sake of the miss, he was even ready to get the stars from heaven. The guy admitted that he fell in love with Selena exactly at the moment when he first saw her. But the girl did not want to listen to such romantic tales at all, so she interrupted the young man. He tried to open his mouth again, but the heroine, in a more rude manner, asked him to calm down. After that, the youngest Howitt turned to Lucas and offered to reassure everyone invited that they had spilled something on themselves. The guy admitted with a sigh that it was really necessary to do this, and as soon as possible. At that moment, Aiden just came up, feeling better, and Selena invited him to sit down. The assistant brought with him a basket in which Jane packed what the mistress had previously asked for. The magician looked questioningly at everyone who was at the table, as he did not know what was happening. Then the servant noticed the same aristocrat with whom he initially did not have a relationship. Miss did not notice the guy's confusion and therefore simply asked him to lay out the things he had brought. Suddenly, seeing that a common servant sat down at the same table with him, Jacob arrogantly asked how dare a commoner sit here. From such an angry look, Aiden immediately jumped out of his seat and stood straight up. Like last time, Selena didn't like that someone dared to order her servants around, so she asked the guy to sit down. The girl, throwing an angry look at Cooper, said that she forgot about his presence because of her urgent business. And then the younger Howitt said that since the lord was uncomfortable sitting with them, they would change seats, but Cooper immediately agreed to all the conditions. The blonde watched with admiration at the ease with which his mistress put such an arrogant man in his place. And Selena sighed and sat back, saying that she was glad that they had reached an understanding. In between, the lady carefully looked at Aiden to check what mood he was in. But everything was just fine with the assistant, because he was glad that the miss protected him. A little later, as the organizer of the event, the younger Howitt summed up the event and said she was concerned about so many spilled drinks. So she pointed to Aiden and said that they had prepared a small gift from the bottom of their hearts for everyone invited. This gift turned out to be the very scarves that the guests needed during the party. At that moment, her friends stood behind the girl and tried their best not to laugh. And the ladies, who had doused themselves with drinks, now felt awkward and hid their faces. The lady asked Lucas for help so that he would personally distribute these scarves to the invited guests. As soon as people heard about it, they immediately beamed with delight and joy. The swordsman, with great surprise, asked with gestures whether he really needed to distribute handkerchiefs. Then the girl recalled that he promised to help her, and this is exactly the kind of help she needs now. The guy understood the whole situation, and therefore did not refuse the lady's request, although it was troublesome. So the writer handed out handkerchiefs to all the ladies with the sweetest smile he could manage to appease them. But out of spite, he still threw scarves to the guys from afar, just so as not to come closer. The lady, according to etiquette, had to stay until the very end, so she watched as Lucas handed out handkerchiefs. And from the outside, this whole situation reminded the heroine of a very funny picture from her world. She had a strong feeling that the lord was a very handsome and famous idol. And right now, he was signing autographs for his fans after another cool concert. Then Vivian ran up to Miss and admitted that she had a lot of fun today. It even seemed to the girl that for the first time she was enjoying the party absolutely without counting the time. Selena shuddered after these words, because she was the one who had been worried all evening about everything being fine. But Miss was still glad that her friend was having fun when she suddenly noticed that she wanted to say something. The younger Howitt encouraged Vivian not to be afraid to trust even her secret, because it would remain between them. After these words, it became noticeable that Miss really had gained courage and was ready to speak. So the lady leaned over and told her to stay away from Jacob. But the girl didn't know at all that at that moment the guy was very close to both of them. It was just unclear how much Cooper was able to hear while he was watching Selena very closely. And the heroine herself asked with concern why Vivian was giving her such strange advice. The girl immediately explained that the guy had an extremely bad reputation, and therefore it was better not to be friends with him. In response, the lady promised that she would be very careful, so the miss need not worry. From this, Vivian blossomed, because she was pleased that her words were listened to and believed in her. Then the same Jacob, whom she was not happy to see, approached the heroine. The guy, without asking permission this time, took Selena by the hand to kiss her goodbye. But as soon as he managed to say that he would wait for their meeting and extended his lips, Miss pulled her hand away. Cooper stared at the girl with great surprise as she quite calmly violated the rule of etiquette. The younger Howade asked the guy to get home safe and sound and said goodbye. When Jacob left, the lady looked after him with concern because she knew that he appeared in the novel only a year later. But it was useless to think about it for now, so the lady began to watch how her servants saw off the guests. Standing right at the exit was Aiden, who couldn't help but notice how angrily Cooper was leaving the event. And the Lord and the lady were incredibly dissatisfied with such a bad farewell to his mistress. The guy even pushed the servant with his hand, which was completely unnecessary. His legs hurt. As a result, the magician again felt that he would soon begin to turn inside out again. But before this, the young man had a vision in which Jacob gained Selena's attention in order to exchange her for money. The Lord initially did not have any feelings for the girl other than material ones, which is why he tried to get acquainted. Cooper decided to appropriate the mistress's inheritance for himself, since this was how he could become completely independent from his family. Aiden froze in shock at what he saw, as reality and fiction were mixed up in the magician's head. He looked after the departing lord, whom no one had invited to the event, and the guy still angrily commanded his servants, ordering them to get out of here as quickly as possible. The butler, who saw that Cooper deliberately pushed the guy, approached the assistant and asked how he was. But right now, the magician was so immersed in his thoughts that he could not even answer his friend. A little later, when the last guest left, Lucas approached Selena and told her about this. The girl immediately asked the knight how it all went and whether they would now stop spreading ridiculous rumors about her. The swordsman smiled contentedly in response, since the miss showed herself at her best today. He said that now completely different rumors would be spread in secular society. These will be stories about how Duchess Howate is very kind and elegant and has very cool parties. Miss realized that there was no trace left of her past image of a vicious woman and an immature person. Moreover, now the story of the lady's recent alleged death will forever remain just a simple rumor. After that, Lucas congratulated Selena, saying that she did a great job, which surprised the girl. In response, she said that the guy himself worked very hard and helped her a lot in the end. The youngest daughter of the Howate family said she was tired and wanted to go to her room to rest. So with that, the lady said goodbye to the Lord for today and went to her room, barely moving her legs. But suddenly the guy called out to her, which is why the lady had to pause and turn around questioningly. However, when she did this, there was an awkward silence between the two of them instead of conversation. Selena was about to open her mouth to ask what exactly the swordsman wanted from her when he interrupted her. Lucas looked down and said somewhat sadly that he didn't really want anything. Although the lady was sure that the knight had some kind of dialogue on his mind, she did not argue. Moreover, at that moment, the girl was suddenly overtaken by her whole family, who were very worried about the party. When she saw them, the lady even wanted to run away as far as possible because she was very tired, but there was no choice. So Miss began to listen to praise from her family about how great she was at her job. Mother said that she could not help but celebrate such an event, so she suggested holding another party. And, to the horror of the daughter, the father immediately supported his wife, so the heroine hastened to ask that for now everything be without events. Lucas at that moment watched from the side as the girl communicated with her relatives. Then he abruptly turned away and walked in his direction, trying to understand what was wrong with him and what he wanted to say to Miss. For himself, the swordsman decided that for some reason he was becoming like an idiot, which he did not like at all. Only Aaron looked around because he had just seen his friend here but could not find him. The next morning, Ian came to Selena's room and asked if she really needed his help. The whole point was that the lady managed to lie in bed until noon, which scared everyone. And even now, the lady had not fully recovered because she was still exhausted from yesterday. She was able to tell that she was just very tired, and Ian offered to transfer some energy to her to relieve this fatigue. But Selena still refused help and asked the priest not to waste her strength again. Aiden entered the room, who for some reason now blamed only himself for the lady's condition. So the guy offered the lady tea, saying that it should relieve her fatigue and drowsiness. The youngest daughter of the Howate family noticed that the assistant was somewhat nervous, but did not ask anything. Instead, the girl obediently accepted the tea and drank it carefully as it was still hot. A little later, while the heroine was resting in bed, Aiden took a seat at the table with a tea set. The assistant calmly and intently cleaned the candelabra so that it could be used again, and Selena tried to read the book, but she was thinking that after yesterday, the magician looked worried. For some reason, the lady decided that the guy was so sad now because of Jacob's unfair attitude towards him. In this world, everything depended very much on class status, which is why the servants continued to suffer, which Miss could not fix. At that moment, distracting the girl from reading, someone knocked on the door of her room and she allowed her to enter. Aiden turned back somewhat warily to see who had come, and then calmed down. The whole point is that Lucas entered the room and said that he had brought mail addressed to the lady. The lady began to sort through the letters with great interest and discovered that most of them were thanks for the party. But then she got Jacob's invitation to the opera, where he wants to see the girl in person. Aiden was very scared when he heard that Cooper was trying to get closer to Miss again. Lucas calmly suggested that the lady should not pay any attention to the guy's invitation. But Selena had other plans, as she asked her assistant to write that she accepted the invitation. This caused shock to both boys, and the swordsman tried to find out what the younger Howite wanted to go for. At the same time, the servant waited very carefully for what the lady would answer, as he was very worried. But the girl didn't even think about her decision. So all the writer's words were useless. He realized that if he continued to insist, he would accidentally reveal his feelings for Miss. So the Lord changed the subject and only said that there must be a reason why the lady wants to go. But Aiden was not at all happy with this outcome of events, because he remembered his vision. This evening the guy sat on his bed and could not sleep because he was thinking. He understood that he had no more time to doubt what he saw, but had to decide something. Tomorrow morning the magician promised himself to talk to Selena to warn her. But then he heard the lady's voice behind the door and jumped in place in surprise. It turned out that, like last time, Miss came to visit her assistant late in the evening. The servant looked out into the corridor to make sure that no one was nearby except the two of them at the moment. And Selena handed the guy a cake in a box, because again, she just wanted to feed him something delicious. Like last time, Aiden abruptly pushed the girl into his room, worried about her reputation. After that, he closed the front door as quickly as possible and even locked it. While Howitt stood in the assistant's room with a completely calm face, he carefully checked all the windows. And when he turned around, the lady had already managed to sit comfortably right on his bed. The magician asked worriedly what happened that the girl came to him so late at night. Selena replied that she would just like to eat cake with the servant again, and this time she took the fork. At first, Aiden didn't immediately believe that Miss was absolutely serious when she came just because of this. And then he laughed sincerely, still trying not to wake up any of the servants around him. Having laughed, the assistant looked at the lady again, and only now noticed something. It turned out that the girl somehow came to him completely barefoot, despite the cold. But Selena simply said that no one sees anyway, and besides, it's quite warm outside. The magician himself was wearing slippers at that moment, which he considered somewhat incorrect. So the guy took off his shoes and, without listening to Mrs. objections, put the slippers on her feet. Aiden said that he didn't want the mistress to accidentally get hurt somewhere, especially on the sole. Although the guy's slippers were much larger than the girl's feet, for him it was better than nothing at all. The youngest Howitt looked at the slippers and admitted that she really found it more comfortable and better. Since the girl came to him herself, the assistant decided to ask if she really wanted to go to a meeting with Jacob. The mistress was surprised by the guy's question, but did not get angry at all, but decided to talk. The first thought in Mrs. head was that the assistant was simply jealous of her with another man. She immediately remembered Lucas, who had also been behaving strangely lately. The guy was sitting in the garden at that moment and was very thoughtful, remembering a recent conversation. During it, Aaron warned that Duke Ratchapel's actions were somewhat suspicious. Therefore, they had to come up with a strategy on how to behave further towards him. And now the Lord was just talking about how many puppets Duke Ratchapel could have. The man was known to have informal meetings with someone from the Magic Tower. And this worried the guy, although so far he could not change this situation in any way because there was little information. Aiden, talking with the lady, told her the vision that he had imagined when contacting Cooper. Selena realized that it was because of this that the assistant was worried all the time after her party. So she asked again whether in the vision Jacob had actually received an order from someone to get closer to her. The servant confirmed this fact and said that he was able to see this due to the collision of two magical forces. Only the red-haired lord was not a magician. Therefore, the guy honestly admitted that after all the events, he was still confused. The mistress gently tucked her hair behind her ear so that it would not interfere with seeing the servant's face, and thought. The assistant, meanwhile, said that although Cooper is not a villain, he still should not be seen. At the same time, the magician had an extremely worried expression on his face, as he hoped that the lady would change her mind. But the miss herself at that moment thought that it would be better if the guy worried about her out of jealousy. So, with a sigh, Selena said that she herself knew that Jacob wanted to harm her. This confession surprised the servant so much that he jumped on the spot, and even more did not understand why the lady wanted to see that lord. The assistant was also concerned about how Howitt found out about this, but she couldn't tell yet. So the girl lowered her head, realizing that the magician was unlikely to believe her story now. But the lady admitted the possibility that someday she would want to tell the whole truth to someone. The truth that she is a girl from another world who has now become Selena. Aiden, who was carefully watching the mistress, was very frightened as he noticed her empty gaze again. But the heroine reassured the assistant, saying that she simply remembered her past. Then the girl promised that the day would come when she would be able to tell the guy everything. After these words, Selena smiled sincerely and warmly, no longer worrying about it. And the servant, who was looking at Howitt without stopping, had to silently believe her words. When the girl left, Aiden put his hand to where she was sitting and felt the warmth. He both really wanted and couldn't believe that one day he would really find out everything about Miss. But right now, there was a happy smile on the guy's lips, so he didn't want to worry about anything. Not only the servant, but also Selena herself was joyful, and therefore walked cheerfully through the garden back to her room. At this moment, Lucas was still walking around the area because he couldn't sleep, which happened quite often. Then the guy, with his peripheral vision, noticed a female silhouette not far from him and turned around. He immediately recognized the lady and wanted to joyfully call out to the lady to talk to her. But before the Lord could open his mouth, he froze in complete shock at what he had just seen. The swordsman noticed that the miss was in a good mood, and she had men's slippers on her feet. Lucas immediately guessed that Selena was coming from the direction of the servants' quarters, and turned in that direction. The only window that was still on was Aiden's, so the rider immediately knew where the girl was coming from. The assistant was about to go to bed when his door suddenly opened and closed, startling him. He looked back and discovered that for some reason Lucas himself had come to him. Aiden did not yet know the purpose of the guy's visit, but he was completely calm since he was not guilty of anything. But the swordsman, on the contrary, was incredibly angry at the thought that the lady could be here. He carefully examined the room and saw that on the table behind the servant lay the remains of a cake with 2 cutlery, and the magician himself was without shoes. Aiden didn't yet know that Lucas had seen the lady, so he worriedly asked what happened. In response, the Lord pushed the guy back into his room and went in with him, as he wanted to talk without witnesses. As soon as the rider closed the door behind him, he grabbed the magician tightly by the collar, intending to interrogate him. And then Lucas demanded to know whether Selena was here a few minutes ago or not. Aiden first stared at the Lord in shock, and then the meaning of the question dawned on him. And then the servant got angry in response, asking Lucas not to imagine too much. But right now the swordsman was too angry to act calmly and rationally, so he did not let go of the magician. He stated that if the assistant had been an aristocrat, a fight would have already broken out between them. Only after this did the rider nervously let go of the magician, as he had lost some steam. Aiden rubbed his neck with displeasure, which now hurt a little, but remained silent so as not to anger the knight. And the Lord suddenly asked the assistant to make every effort and not tarnish the honor of their mistress. Otherwise, Lucas quite seriously promised to kill the servant with his own hands. The magician, even without the words of the swordsman, understood perfectly well what he could do and what he really couldn't do. So he, trying to control his emotions, said that he had done absolutely nothing and was therefore not guilty. The rider did not understand what the guy was talking about now, and therefore still asked again sternly. Aiden explained that he was ready to give his life so that everything would be okay with Selena, so that he would not harm her. The guy was almost moved to tears and asked how he could even harm the girl. The magician held onto his robe with a trembling hand and asked if he couldn't just look after the lady. As a result, the assistant could not stand it and almost shouted about whether it was a mortal sin to simply watch from the sidelines. So that no one could hear them, Lucas covered the servant's mouth with his palm because he had raised his voice too much. True, the Lord suddenly realized that it was already too late because he noticed someone's figures outside the door. Therefore, Lucas walked up and abruptly opened the doors, seeing a whole crowd of eavesdropping servants behind them. The swordsman looked at all these people as menacingly as possible and asked what was the matter. Most of the assistants jumped back in fear, but one of them still said that they had come because of the noise. Without explaining anything, the rider demanded that the guys immediately return to their rooms. There was a slight panic and crush, as no one wanted to be punished by the Lord. One of the butlers tried to protect Aiden, but he was silently dragged away. Only after making sure that all the servants had obediently left did Lucas close the door tightly again. He then turned to the magician, trying to return to their dialogue before the news about the eavesdropping guys became known. During this short break, the blonde managed to collect his thoughts and bravely met the knight's gaze, but did not expect that he would ask whether his heart was guilty. Lucas asked Aiden not to reveal his feelings under any circumstances if he wished Miss well. After all, the servant himself will end up with nothing. but the aristocrats will greatly influence Selena's reputation. And in the end, the girl will suffer greatly from their constant negative opinions, and may even try to die again. And the saddest thing is that exactly the same fate will await the assistant a little later. So the Lord earnestly asked the magician not to tell the lady anything for her own good. Such circumstances greatly upset the guy, but he could not change anything in this situation. While Aiden tried not to cry again, the swordsman said that he would keep his secret, but only today. Next time he will have to tell him that the youngest Howitt comes to the servants at night. Going to his room, the rider cursed, because he hated such dirty games but got involved in them. The next morning, Selena, being very dressed up, was incredibly bored in the carriage while she was driving. Aiden and Lucas were sitting right across from her, but the girl didn't know what to talk to them about. The lady knew that the situation in the estate was turbulent due to one recent scandal. The servants handed over to Jane, and she told Miss that yesterday the two guys had quarreled for some reason. Having heard about this, the heroine immediately asked what was the reason for this behavior of the guys. The maid could not give an answer to this, but said that the magician claimed that he simply wanted to look after the night. The assistant specifically ran from the butler to the maids, drawing up everything they said. As a result, among the servants, Jane collected almost complete material of what happened last night. All people were divided into two camps, and someone completely supported the magician. The butler argued that there was nothing strange about someone admiring such an excellent swordsman as Lucas, and most of the servants eventually came to the conclusion that the assistant had not done anything terrible. So now the mistress was secretly watching the two guys, thinking about what really happened between them. Here the miss was torn from her thoughts by the Lord, who asked what she was looking at and whether she wanted to talk. The lady did not immediately decide to start a dialogue in that direction, which was clearly now painful for the guys. However, the girl said that she has no prejudices about the rumors about them. But neither Lucas nor Aiden even suspected that the entire estate already knew about their quarrel yesterday. But Selena did not want to tell anything, no matter how the Lord begged her to share information. As a result, the lady managed to remain silent until the very end of the journey. And then they arrived, so there was no time to speak. Jacob, with whom the girl had an appointment, immediately came out and greeted her. Cooper admitted that he was touched that the lady responded so quickly to his invitation. And the youngest daughter of the Howitt family honestly admitted that she just wanted to check something. Jacob did not expect that the girl would not come alone, and therefore asked her why this happened. To this, the lady replied that, just in case, she took with her the people she trusted most. So, although the guy was against it, they still had to switch to a conversation in a cafe since they couldn't meet at the opera. Cooper reminded Miss that opera was wonderful and was sorely missed. But not listening to the guy, Selena asked the knight and the magician to also order desserts for themselves. To this, Lucas replied that he did not eat sweets, while the red-haired man was in complete confusion because he was ignored. Jacob really didn't like the fact that the girl was worried about Aiden and asked him to order sweets for him. Only after discussing the moment with the order, the miss asked her interlocutor what he was talking about. This ultimately angered the Lord, but he remembered that he should not be angry so as not to alienate his mistress. At that moment, the swordsman tried to force the blonde to order, but he didn't choose anything, so the rider himself called the waiter. And then Lucas asked to bring them some of the most delicious desserts, according to the guests. Although the magician was pleased by the fact that he could eat sweets, the guy still continued to sit very calmly. In the same way, the knight began to sit proudly and motionlessly, since he had nothing else to do. In this regard, the girl was much more fortunate, because they had already brought tea for her, and she drank it with pleasure. And Cooper became increasingly angry with the fact that Selena was directing her attention not to him, but to her guards. But the Lord forced himself to pull himself together and calm down, since anger would not give him anything. Instead, the guy with a sly smile asked if the lady had thought about his recent confession. The mistress replied that she could not help but think about such a thing, so she was ready to give an answer. She put a cup of tea on the table and said that the relationship between a man and a woman cannot be so simple. At that moment, the waiter brought cakes to Aiden from the kitchen, so he was distracted from the mistress for a moment. Jacob, to celebrate, offered to turn their possible relationship into a significant event. The guy narrowed his eyes and said that he believed that nothing is impossible for sincere love. The lady was hooked on the Lord's last phrase about love, because that's what she wanted to talk about. She said that if the guy signs one document right now, then Miss will believe in the sincerity of his feelings. Cooper immediately agreed to sign some piece of paper, because for him, feelings were supposedly more important. Jacob said that he was even ready to drink poison just to be with his mistress, but she replied that she only needed his painting. Only now did the Lord realize how serious Selina was for putting a direct contract in front of him. The girl stated that she had prepared it specifically in case she had a loved one. Jacob decided that something like this would be a piece of cake for him, so he happily took the paper in his hands. But as soon as the red-haired man began to read the contract, his face suddenly changed for the worse. Meanwhile, the lady was calmly drinking tea while the guy was reading about how they would not be allowed to interfere in each other's personal lives, but that a finger would be cut off for treason. Lucas and Aiden heard what the Lord was reading out loud and couldn't contain their shocked laughter. The magician turned around in surprise, listening to the words that spouses were forbidden to lay claim to each other's property. And the knight was most amused by the words that marriage could be concluded after 5 years from the date of signing the contract. Cooper couldn't believe that what he was reading was actually true. The lady at that moment pretended that she was still drinking tea, not paying attention to the guy's emotions. When Jacob finished reading, the lady said that she considered her contract an extremely romantic thing. But all this made the Lord terribly angry, and he asked if Miss was laughing at him. The youngest daughter of the Howite family said that she was just as serious as Cooper himself towards her. But the angry Lord could not be stopped, as he began to strongly swear at the provisions in the treaty. The heroine stated that perhaps mocking people was her hobby, but he chose her to be like this. The girl opened her eyes and looked very carefully at the guy who continued to be angry, and then she asked if his hobby was to make people fall in love with him and then cruelly deceive him. Jacob was very frightened, but pretended that he did not understand what the mistress was talking about. But Selina continued to insist that she was not so naive and understood everything perfectly. The lady's words that Cooper was going to rob the Duchess made Lucas terribly angry. And after him, no less, Aiden lost his temper as he also listened to the entire dialogue. With the most majestic and cold face, the lady asked if the Lord's family knew anything about his plan. And the guy finally realized that he had failed, since this girl had completely seen through him. He trembled all over and pulled away, since he himself was initially very cowardly. In the novel, the guy was also described as a deceiver, whom the villainous discovered and almost killed for it. And right now it was the deceiver himself who begged that the lady not tell his family anything. To this, Selina said that it was better for him to confess everything himself, and the sooner the better. She said that if her family found out about this, none of them would stop at anything. As a result, the alleged future groom ran away so quickly that the lady literally lost sight of him in just a few seconds. The girl continued to drink tea because she liked it when suddenly Lucas approached her. The guy took that same contract without asking because he was interested in looking at it in person. While he was reading, what was written brought a grin to the knight's face, because the information made him laugh. Selina asked if the swordsman was suddenly interested in this strange agreement drawn up by her. But instead of answering, the writer said that he would go away for a while on one important matter and returned the contract to the girl. Before leaving, the Lord asked Aiden to follow the Duchess, and he obediently nodded in response. And Lucas himself went to catch up with Jacob, who was running as fast as he could through the streets of the city. Cooper was angry because he was told that the youngest Howit was very stupid and careless, but this turned out not to be the case. Because of his overwhelming emotions, the guy realized that he urgently needed to give them a way out and saw a stone on the road. Without thinking at all about the consequences, the Lord kicked a rather huge boulder with all his might. And the stone flew with great speed straight towards the commoner, who was walking peacefully with her son. A little more, and this cobblestone would have hit her right in the temporal region, which could even have killed the woman. But she only managed to notice a slight movement of air around her as she was saved. The child's mother turned her head to the side in surprise, where some unfamiliar but handsome guy stood in front of her. It turned out that Lucas was just in time and was able to intercept the stone that was flying straight at the woman. The guy briefly asked if the madam, who had almost accidentally died, was okay. The woman, out of shock and frightened, took her son in her arms and said that everything was fine with her. Lucas kept his gaze on this mother for a moment and therefore did not hear her question. The thing is that the woman and the child reminded him of his own childhood when he also hugged his mother tightly. In order not to remember the past anymore, Lucas said that since everything was fine with the woman, he would leave her. While the guy was leaving, Madam shouted gratitude after him, as she had been saved, and the Lord himself examined the huge stone that he caught in the air, and became even more angry because of this. At this moment, Jacob, who was very lost and wandering aimlessly through the streets, was completely exhausted. The guy was also worried about the stone he had thrown, although he had no intention of asking for forgiveness. In addition, he was very afraid of the knight who followed him on his heels, considering him too scary. Cooper understood perfectly well that he needed to go back to his house as soon as possible. But having looked around carefully, the Lord was forced to freeze in place in horror. This is because Lucas appeared right in front of him and easily caught up with the fugitive. The swordsman, with a polite smile, asked the Lord where he was in such a hurry, because they needed to talk. To this, the red-haired guy replied that he had a very urgent matter, so he was in a hurry. But when Jacob was about to suggest we talk another time, he stopped short, as a large stone flew a centimeter from his nose. It turned out to be the same cobblestone that Cooper had kicked earlier, and which the rider was now throwing. The Lord was in great shock only because the stone almost hit his nose. So now Jacob had a good reason to stick around and look into the situation. Therefore, Lucas said that the guy would have to postpone his urgent matter and still talk to him. When the night began to approach, Cooper stepped back in panic as he was very afraid of him. The guy tried to shout for the Lord not to come, but his throat convulsed from fear. Lucas, to make sure Jacob wouldn't run away from him, stepped on Jacob's foot with his boot. This caused the redhead to immediately scream in pain, although the swordsman did not press very hard. While Cooper was unsuccessfully trying to escape, the rider deliberately grabbed him tightly by the collar. Then, with a mocking smile, he declared that the young lord should be much more careful. He hinted to the redhead that there were once people who fell out of the blue and died. Jacob realized that he was not going anywhere from Lucas's clutches, so he stopped struggling and just froze. While the knight was dealing with the traitor, Aiden dared to sit at the same table with his mistress. Selena looked at the guy and noticed that he was not taking his eyes off some object on the table. Unexpectedly, the lady realized that, like Lucas, the magician also wanted to read her contract. The lady was not sorry, so she handed the piece of paper to the servant and allowed him to look. But for some reason, the assistant said that he did not need to read something like that and pick it up. But the youngest Howite deliberately looked at the magician for a long time in order to make him embarrassed. So in the end, the guy took the contract and began to read it, because he was really interested. In some places, the girl wrote such obvious nonsense that Aiden allowed himself to laugh openly. At this moment, the heroine silently watched the blonde as she was interested in his reaction. Only now, after reading the contract, the assistant was able to understand why Jacob's face turned so red. The lady realized that the guy had been gloomy all day, so she liked the fact that he was laughing now. Then Lucas entered the restaurant where they were all initially sitting and managed to deal with Cooper. Before he even reached the table with the mistress, he looked for it with his eyes in advance to find out the situation. It turned out that Aiden was sitting at the same table with Selena, and they were both smiling happily at something. When he saw this picture, the knight suddenly felt very painful, but he pretended that everything was fine. A little later, while they were riding in the carriage, Miss asked what Jacob finally said. Lucas explained that the guy promised to lead a quiet life, and the lady yawned rather tiredly. And although the girl, according to all the rules, covered her mouth with her palm, this did not stop her desire to sleep. So she put her head down and fell asleep quite quickly, which made both guys tense. Then the carriage accidentally rocked, and Selena began to inevitably fall due to such a shakeup. Aiden noticed this at the same time as Lucas, and it so happened that they both reached out to catch the mistress. Then the magician remembered who he was, and where exactly his place was, in contrast to the aristocrat knight. So, although very reluctantly, he removed his hand, allowing the swordsman to help the girl. And Selena was eventually caught by the rider, who gently held the girl's head so that she wouldn't hit her. The assistant was watching the guy at that moment, and noticed that a warm smile appeared on his face. Aiden immediately remembered himself and his feelings, and guessed that the Lord was also in love with the lady. And the youngest Howard herself was still sleeping peacefully in the carriage and did not suspect anything at all. This realization made the servant feel pain, and he abruptly turned to the opposite window. The magician understood perfectly well that Lucas at least had a chance, unlike himself, which greatly upset him. The guy tried his best to look at the beautiful sunset, so as not to betray his emotions. That night, when Aaron heard what Jacob was planning to do, he ripped and screamed furiously. The elder brother could not believe that he allowed such a scoundrel to approach his sister without even checking. Lucas gave the guy time to get wild and calm down, and then just started talking to him. He said that soon Cooper would pay for everything. But that time had not yet come, and the Lord did not believe that any events should be rushed, no matter how much they irritated him. He helped clean up a little in his friend's room, who had mercilessly scattered even books, and looked at him. Aaron sighed as he thought about the memory-forgetting spell that had been cast on Jacob. Lucas was glad that Aaron could now speak intelligently, and once again confirmed the information about the spell. The fact is that no matter how much he questioned the frightened Cooper to death, he continued to say that he did not remember who made the deal with him. So the swordsman had to be content with the information that Jacob had to seduce Milady, for which he received money. But the knight knew how to be very scary in anger, so there was no doubt about the veracity of Cooper's words. It was clear from the guy that he was sincerely trying with all his might to remember, but he couldn't. Even the redhead himself said that he felt as if some powerful spell had been cast on him. Lucas said that he decided to play it safe and sent the stupid lord outside their kingdom. Aaron, at this moment, was still angry that some guy wanted to use his sister. Then the eldest son of the Howite family said more judiciously that once the truth is known, the Cooper family will not be able to get away. Only after these words did Aaron remember that he also had information for Lucas, so he handed him a piece of paper to read. He suggested that all current events in the estate could be connected to the north due to bad news from there. Right now, there were various forces active in the north that were opposing the Howite family. Lucas calmly told his friend to wait just a month until he went and found out everything. To this, Aaron replied that he would go with the guy, but he has business on the estate that he cannot leave. Lord stated that he thought it would be best for him to go alone, since in that case he would be less noticeable. Late at night, the knight returned to his chambers from Aaron and was very thoughtful at that moment. Then he suddenly heard a sweet female voice calling out to him, and so he turned around. The guy was surprised to see Selena in the garden so late at night, but she clearly wanted to talk. The Lord began the dialogue by asking why the girl was still not sleeping, because it was too early for her to get up. Instead of answering, the lady for some reason suddenly came closer to the swordsman, continuing to remain mysteriously silent. She quite seriously demanded that the writer tell her everything that was happening. Lucas tried to pretend that he didn't quite understand what was being said, although he immediately guessed. Then Miss asked who exactly was behind Jacob because she knew that he was a pawn. The knight was alarmed by the girl's knowledge, but he decided to continue playing the role of a deceiver. So the guy said that everything is not at all what the youngest Howite thinks, so she can go to sleep peacefully. In response, Selena stated that she had once heard the phrase that ignorance is not work, but she would like to do something. Lucas froze in place at this statement, as he considered it very wise. Meanwhile, the girl asked again if the knight really had nothing to tell her now. The lady looked at the guy without a shadow of fear or doubt, because she was ready for any truth. The Lord realized this and realized that it would be pointless to lie further, so he would have to confess. And the writer, taking a deep breath, told everything that he knew at the moment. Only now did it become clear to Selena why the assistant felt so bad from Jacob's touches. She guessed that the battle for power between the two kingdoms was becoming very intense, which was dangerous. But the heroine didn't know for sure whether all the events were happening this way because of her. But Miss didn't have time to think long in this direction, because Lucas suddenly called out to her. The Lord consoled the girl and said that she personally shouldn't worry so much about everything around her. But Selena was still visibly sad and didn't want to admit what she was thinking. The fact is that for a moment it seemed to the heroine that Lucas knew what world she actually came from. The swordsman realized that the youngest Howite would not say anything now and changed the subject, saying that he would need to leave for a while. The horseman himself now didn't really want to leave his mistress, but he had no choice. He suddenly said that he announced his departure because he would really like to talk to Miss before him. The girl at that moment was looking at the moon and asked with her back what the Lord wanted to say, when suddenly he confessed his love to her. This made Selena turn around in complete shock, as she was not prepared for such a thing. Lucas, on the contrary, at this moment was extremely calm and ready for any answer from his mistress. A few minutes later, having collected her thoughts, the lady announced that she of course liked the guy. The Lord listened with some sadness to the fact that he was a good person and could not help but be liked. After these words, Selena said that she needed to rest, so she turned around and went to her room. She was able to find the strength to wish the Lord good night, but nothing more. The swordsman, left alone, looked after the younger Howite for a while and then laughed sincerely. Unlike him, the heroine was not laughing at all now, and she ran to her room as quickly as possible. The loving face of Lucas was still standing before the Miss's eyes, confessing his feelings. The girl opened the doors to her room much more abruptly than was necessary, and then she immediately locked herself in, because what she wanted most now was to be alone and think. Selena's heart beat wildly as Miss replayed the situation in her head over and over again. In fact, the younger Howite really hoped that Lucas did not have such feelings for her, all because the girl knew that she could not give anything to the Lord. And she was sad. At this moment, the swordsman ran out of wine and decided to visit the estate's wine cellar. The guy knew his way around this place extremely well, which could have looked suspicious from the outside. Here, carefully choosing a bottle from among the huge variety, the writer noticed that he was not alone. Servants were also allowed to visit the cellar, so Aiden sat on the cold floor with bottles. Lucas immediately approached the assistant and asked what he was doing here so late at night. It was clear from the magician's face that he had not yet sobered up enough, although he had not drunk that much. Suddenly, the Lord sank down next to the guy as he decided to keep him company. Without saying a word, the rider immediately took a sip of the bottle, because that was what he came for. Suddenly, the servant silently rose from his seat, and then Lucas asked if he was leaving already. To this, Aiden somewhat sadly replied that he did not want to interfere with the aristocrat enjoying his solitude. But the rider didn't think there was a need to turn to the statuses now when they were in the wine cellar. Lucas good-naturedly asked the magician to stay at least for a while, since he needed to talk. To this, the assistant responded somewhat rudely that it was now his off hours, so he would like to leave. The Lord did not argue, but instead said that he once read a story about a magician who was originally a commoner. At the words that magician was eventually given a title, the assistant stopped and turned around. And Lucas explained that for his great services to the imperial family, what he just described happened. Aiden was very surprised that some commoner could eventually become an aristocrat thanks to magic. This interested the guy so much that he sat down next to the knight, wanting to know as much as possible. The rider explained that this was a very unusual case, but this does not mean that such a thing is no longer possible. For the first time in a long time, the servant's eyes showed hope for a better future for himself. More than anything, Aiden wanted to become a magician, and the opportunity to receive a title only attracted him more. Here the guy frowned, finally making some difficult decision in his head. Lucas guessed that the assistant had now finally made his choice, but that did not concern him. The servant asked why the Lord told him about such an incident, because he knew about the consequences. To this, the swordsman replied that since childhood he could not stand meanness, so he tried to be honest. The horseman looked at the guy seriously and said that if it seems to him that the world is unfair, then he must do everything in his power to change the situation. These words sank into the blonde's soul because they perfectly corresponded to his own life. Lucas warned that he himself would not sit idly by and would seek his mistress's hand. It didn't even matter to him whether he stayed by her side as a knight, as a man, or as her brother's friend. Aiden realized that from this moment their competition began, and therefore his face darkened. The magician stood up abruptly since he could learn nothing more from his opponent, and decided to leave. And the swordsman, smiling after his assistant, whispered a proposal that they play together and honestly. The next morning, the servant decided to talk to the lady, and Selena was surprised that he still went to the magic tower. Aiden said that he had really made up his mind and would go there if only Miss would allow him. In response, the girl grabbed the guy by the hands and said that this was an incredibly wonderful idea. For some reason, the youngest Howard unconditionally believed that her assistant could become an excellent magician. Such support greatly embarrassed the blonde, and he immediately blushed because of it, although he did not admit it. One question still bothered the magician, so he decided to ask it before he left. And Selena, seeing that the guy was very worried, calmly began to wait until he could formulate. The assistant knelt before the lady and asked if she would allow him to return to her if he became a magician. This sincere question greatly surprised the girl, and she even froze in place instead of answering. And the servant was really incredibly worried about this issue, since such things were important to him. Suddenly, Selena, extremely irritably, asked what the assistant was even talking about now. The magician immediately became incredibly frightened, because he decided that the girl did not mean what he wanted. But she suddenly stated that she considered it completely obvious that the guy would return to her after training. Such a sudden change in mood unsettled Aiden for a moment, and he became confused. The younger Howard, meanwhile, pretended to be worried about such thoughts of the servant, and even suggested that they need to sign an agreement for his return. Hearing about this, Aiden realized that the lady had no idea of throwing him out into the street. So he bowed his head obediently in front of her, as he was incredibly flattered by this moment. But that was not all, because the assistant had one last question he wanted to ask. Selena asked with interest what else worried her personal servant, because he could ask about anything. Gathering his thoughts, the magician asked if he could hope for something after his return, but did not specify what exactly. However, the girl guessed in which direction the guy's train of thought was going, and was amazed. In the end, she smiled kindly at him and affirmatively told him that he could hope for whatever he wanted. This made the blonde very happy, although he still continued to doubt his rights. The guy asked if the lady would ask what exactly he meant by his question. But as before, Selena said that it doesn't matter to her, because he can do almost anything. At sunset on this day, fencing students conducted their daily and complex training. Then one of the guys called out to his duel partner, because something was bothering him. He pointed to his opponent somewhere behind him, as Lord Lucas himself stood there silently. And the guys began to whisper that the great swordsman had been acting strange lately. At that moment, the rider really stood under the tree with a face as if his thoughts were somewhere far away. He noticed somewhat distantly that the season had changed again. but it became noticeable to him only now. Meanwhile, behind the estate, a beautiful sunset played with colors, which Lucas continued to watch. At this moment, the assistant was running from room to room as he was finally preparing to leave. He was calm because he had already reported to the boss and even handed over all his affairs. But until now, Aiden couldn't believe that he was really going to the magic tower itself. This cradle of powerful magicians had always seemed extremely inaccessible to him, and he had never even dreamed of such a thing. And now the assistant has grown to the level where he was recognized and even sent for training. The guy proudly raised his head and made a promise to himself that he would rise from his knees, no matter what the cost. At that moment, he entered his room, still thinking that he would return to the lady after training. But seeing what was happening inside the room without his knowledge, the assistant was extremely surprised. Dark shadows crawled right across the floor towards him from those who came to visit Aiden without an invitation. And Selena was reading the book with great pleasure right now, when suddenly she was interrupted. The girl asked somewhat displeasedly what the guy needed from her at such a late hour. It turned out that Lucas came to her, slightly violating the rules of etiquette, because he had a request. In response to her question, the Lord said that he would like to fulfill his wish, which the lady promised him. Then, smiling radiantly, the writer gently reminded him that Selena herself had promised him this. The youngest Howitt was not ready right now to fulfill the wish that she had once lost. But Lucas insisted on this, sweetly asking if the girl would refuse him such a small request. Selena had to give in, but she said that she would not tolerate anything strange from the night. The guy specifically reacted incomprehensibly to this because he wanted to torment the lady a little. And indeed, the girl was quite tense because the Lord still had not told her what he wanted. However, a little later she had to try to stop the trembling in her hands so that the scissors would not twitch. The whole point was that for some reason, Lucas asked Miss to cut his hair. And this made the lady panic very much, because she had never cut off anyone's hair before. The Lord said that he was happy with everything, so Selena could safely cut it as she pleased. As a result, after several minutes of lamentation, the youngest Howitt collected her thoughts and made up her mind. While she was cutting it off, the heroine asked why the swordsman suddenly wanted to do this to his hair. He replied that he wanted to do this because of the next change of year, because not only the weather was changing now. For the guy, changes were also happening inside him, as a result of which he wanted to display it. The lady accepted the Lord's answer and asked him not to move until she gave him permission. And so, almost silently, Lucas's silver hair fell down, which only made the Lord feel better. At that moment, Aiden was extremely surprised in his room because he did not expect this. It turned out that all the servants who were his friends gathered together to see the guy off. The assistant didn't even think about holding some kind of party, but everything was decided for him. The friends were incredibly proud that there was someone among them with such magical abilities. The blonde objected that he had not yet become a magician, and the guys were rejoicing too early. In response, the guys almost began to threaten their friend, since they had already planned the fun and had no intention of canceling it. So Aiden had to take back his words and resign himself to his fate, where he celebrates with everyone. The butler said that he had no doubt that the servant would become a good magician, so he congratulated him in advance. Another servant added that perhaps in the future the magician would not be able to simply communicate with them. So let them have fun now. But the assistant could not understand why his friend was talking so sadly about something like that. And the guys once again said that this is the last time they raise a toast with simple Aiden. Everyone around sincerely supported him and hoped that the guy would be able to achieve great heights. And then they will be able to tell people that they were friends with the magnificent and powerful magician Aiden. The blonde was very pleased to hear such words of support, so he became very emotional. But the guys, on the contrary, were very cheerful at that moment and wanted to continue smiling. The blonde felt extremely grateful to the guys he had worked with most of his life. Then, for some reason, the whole company suddenly heard a strange and quiet cry right behind them. The guys turned around and found an already completely drunk Ian, who was looking at them and crying with happiness. The butlers were immediately horrified because the priest was not allowed to pour, but someone did it. They examined the Holy Father and found that he had only drunk half the bottle and was already drunk. Aiden looked at this whole company and smiled happily, admitting to himself that these were the best moments of his life. Here the servant cheerfully exclaimed that since his friends were prepared, no one would leave until all the alcohol was gone. One of the friends immediately accepted the challenge, completely forgetting that it was very difficult to outdrink the magician. As a result, everyone sat on the floor and began to have fun playing word games, as well as chatting with each other while drinking. That same night, Lucas decided that he would leave right now, since he had finished all his business. The guy was pleased with his updated appearance and the fact that he was able to have a pleasant conversation with his mistress. He was about to order the horse to pick up speed when out of the corner of his eye he noticed some movement. Turning around, the Lord recognized the figure on the balcony as Selina, who had come out to see him off despite the late hour. The girl wrapped herself in a blanket because it was windy and cold at night, but she still saw off the swordsman. The rider was amazed that the lady did not go to bed just to accompany him on his long journey. The youngest Howitt herself did not consider her act something heroic, but she knew that she was obliged to do so. Then Lucas smiled joyfully at the girl and asked her to return to the room so that she would not catch a cold. In response, the lady nodded and wished the knight a happy and safe journey, and that he be careful. The guy smiled contentedly and tried to take a closer look at the miss in order to remember her face. Only then did he pull the hood of the cloak over his head and fasten it tightly so that it would not fly off. And then he gave a brisk order, and his horse obediently and quickly galloped in the indicated direction. Right now, Lucas was not sad to leave his mistress, because he got everything he wanted from her. The girl was still watching the guy who was turning into a dot on the horizon, and understood that it would be hard for him alone. Aiden, who mentally prepared himself for departure, was also supposed to leave that morning. The guy left very quietly so as not to wake anyone, because it was very early in the morning. He looked at his servant costume for the last time, realizing that he would now return as a magician. And then he turned his gaze to the sleepy group of his friends, who were contentedly seeing their friend off. Their appearance brought a smile to the assistant's face, since no one had ever seen him off in this way before. He hurried outside because he thought that he would have to get to the tower on his own. But then the guy saw a carriage in front of him and was quite surprised because of this. The coachman said that the Duke ordered him to take the future magician straight to the magic tower. This pleased Aiden, and he asked to take good care of him during the journey. The assistant was already heading towards the carriage when he suddenly realized that he couldn't just leave. He turned around and looked at the estate because he wanted to say goodbye to his lady before leaving. Therefore, the magician asked the coachman to wait for him a little longer, and he himself ran to the girl's balcony. The servant himself did not know what he was hoping for because the lady was still supposed to be sleeping, and he never saw her. Aiden even thought about waiting a little and seeing her one last time, even though he would be late. But in the end, the guy ordered himself to stop acting so childishly and therefore returned to the carriage. Imagine the assistant's surprise when, opening the door inside, he saw the desired silhouette there. It turned out that Selina had been waiting for the magician inside the carriage all this time, since she herself wanted to see him off. Aiden was embarrassed because he kept the girl waiting too long, not knowing that she was also waiting for him. Then the miss admitted that she wanted to see him before leaving, right to the assistant's face. This made the servant feel embarrassed and blush, as he was very pleased to hear such a thing. Aiden climbed inside the carriage and admitted that he was already beginning to think that he would leave without seeing the girl. Selina explained that it was for this reason that she herself came to the magician because she wanted to please. They sat directly opposite each other and were both silent for a while because they did not know what to say. Suddenly, the youngest Howitt grabbed the magician's hands and asked him not to worry about anything, but to focus on his training. The girl said in all seriousness that she believed that the guy could do whatever he wanted, and Aiden smiled happily in response because he completely believed in the pleasant words of his mistress. Suddenly, the magician asked if the lady remembered how he once wanted to tell her something after she fell from the tower. Now the assistant has finally decided to admit that he loves his mistress very much. He didn't know for sure if his love began the moment she saved him as a child, or he warmed to her complex character a little later, even if it was difficult. However, the guy to this day continued to have feelings for Selina, but understood that he should not. The youngest Howitt was surprised by this turn, but for now she silently listened to the assistant's confessions. And at that moment, Aiden asked the mistress for forgiveness for confessing his feelings to her. In response, the girl, still silent, took the former servant by the hand, realizing that now he needed to be supported. Selina softly and tenderly kissed Aiden's hand, which greatly surprised the assistant. He froze in place, not daring to even breathe at that moment when the lady touched her lips to his skin. And the miss, having completed her action with a smile, praised the magician for the fact that he was able to mature during all this time. She then suggested we talk about it after his training, which Aiden agreed with. In the meantime, it was time for the youngest Howitt to leave, so as not to delay the assistant even longer. Before leaving the carriage, Selina turned around and asked Aiden with a smile not to linger too long. The magician still could not believe that the mistress not only did not scold him for his feelings, but also supported him. As a result, the guy was able to smile incredibly happily at her and promise that he would return soon. A little later, Selina walked alone through the garden for the first time, welcoming her first autumn in this world. Then a woman's voice called out to the girl, and she froze in place for a moment, turning around. It turned out that Jane caught up with the lady, covered her with a blanket, and then said that the Duke was inviting the lady to a tea party. The youngest Howitt followed the maid in agreement, because she did not mind talking with her father. She understood that for some time she would have to say goodbye to communicating with guys, but she was ready for it.